Chapter 401. Dawn. Hearing hall white lanterns were hung all around the hall, and white gauze was wrapped around the hall. On both sides of the hall, there were Imperial guards standing far away and Imperial guards on duty standing close by. All of them held their swords in their hands and did not move an inch. There were even 2 young generals patrolling the hall, their eyes sweeping across the hall. The Crown Prince walked leisurely, his mind restless. He strolled into the hall and heard the ceremonial officer rousing himself. Pa! The Crown Prince woke up. He looked around and saw that from the inside of the hall to the bottom of the steps, the hundreds of officials stretched all the way to the ceremonial door. The first, second, and third rank officials from near to far were all holding ceremonial tablets in their hands, wearing brand new official robes. The red-robed eunuch held the Edict of Succession in his hands. By the will of the heavens, the Emperor has decreed, the Crown Prince is of noble character and is honest and sincere. The Crown Prince shall inherit the throne. Your subjects receive the edict. The officials bowed down in unison. The Crown Prince then spoke out. Your son receives the edict. Since it was the Crown Prince and the officials who had received the edict, a eunuch stepped forward and draped a dragon robe over him. Actually, he had changed the robe he was wearing. He then invited the Crown Prince up the steps. The Crown Prince sat on the throne. His heart was in a state of confusion. At this point, the eunuch shouted, the new emperor has ascended the throne. All officials pay their respects. The eunuch's voice was sharp and piercing, echoing throughout the hall. The Prime Minister Zhang Yun immediately led the officials to kowtow 3 times and 9 times. Your subjects pay their respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. The Crown Prince sat on the throne and looked at the officials kneeling before him. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, and his face flushed red. Finally, I have ascended to the throne. The Crown Prince thought to himself, from today onwards, I am the emperor. I am the most powerful man under the heavens. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw the imperial chi floating in the air around the Crown Prince's body and started to merge with his body. The Crown Prince's imperial chi was originally green, but now it was thick and dense. Phew! The Crown Prince exhaled deeply as the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. Everyone, please rise. The new emperor stretched out his hand and gestured for the officials to rise. Dear ministers, I have just ascended to the throne, so the affairs of the country are of utmost importance. However, there are many things waiting to be taken care of at the moment, and I have no idea what to do at the moment. You don't have to be restrained, and if there's anything, report quickly. The new emperor glanced at them and said, the Prime Minister, Zhang Yunke, stepped forward and spoke. Your Majesty, the most important matter at hand is to decide on the title of the Daxing Emperor's temple. Next, the title of the Emperor's reign has to be decided as well. Gather all the officials and announce it to the outside world. This will determine the title of the divine weapon. There are still some things that we can discuss after the funeral. I second the motion. The Daxing Emperor wielded the 3-foot sword and leveled the world. For 11 years, he was diligent and loved his people. He toiled day and night. He was truly a saint that was rarely seen in history. I believe that the most important task at this moment is to offer a good title to the dragon's lair. The minister of the Board of Rites stepped forward and said. The new emperor sat down. His face was filled with sorrow and deep thoughts. He then spoke. My father is the founding emperor of Daxu. According to the rules, the title will be decided by the Board of Rites. As for my reign title, I intend to follow my father's footsteps and create peace. I shall call it Chitai. However, I will not be using the title of the emperor. It will be used on the first day of the next year. This was the meaning of the title. Generally speaking, when someone with a different surname conquered the world, they would be using the title of Chitai. That year would be the first year of the new title. For someone with a different surname to inherit the throne, they would have to wait until the next year to use the new title. The emperor of this world used the system of 1 generation and 1 yuan. In the future, he could be called Chitai Emperor or Chitai Emperor. The Chitai Emperor then spoke. The country is in a state of turmoil, and we have to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos. I will issue an edict and order all the local officials to hold their positions. I will also order all the provinces and counties to open up their warehouses and provide relief to the people. The cabinet of ministers shall not slack off in the slightest. Yes, your majesty, the prime minister acknowledged. Chitai Emperor, who was sitting up straight, moved a little and said, after this ceremony, the Deshing Emperor's funeral must be completed and a green hut must be built. I will do the ceremony of filial son, and all of you must do the same. Yes, your majesty. According to the rules, the emperor had to guard the coffin for 27 days. Since the Chitai Emperor had ascended to the throne, the moment the ceremony was completed, he would immediately give the order for the entire palace to be covered with white banners. The yellow and red lanterns were all removed. The eunuchs carried the mourning clothes and hats and knelt down to present them to the emperor. At this point, the Chitai Emperor's tears flowed down his cheeks as he changed into the mourning clothes. After some time, he said softly, Father Emperor, I will protect the land of the dynasty and continue to prosper. I hope the heavens will bless me. The emperor then asked, Has the true sovereign arrived? Your majesty, the true sovereign has arrived. He's waiting for you at the entrance of the side hall. When the Chitai Emperor heard this, he didn't speak and walked into the side hall. There was already a screen with a painting of the country placed behind the dragon throne. On the painting of the country, there were farmers, aristocrats, merchants, soldiers, and officials. All of them had their own duties, as though the entire world was under their control. True sovereign Pei has arrived. Following the eunuch's voice, Pei Ziyun entered. He had only just entered when he felt a chill run down his spine. When he looked at the crown prince, he realized that he was the new emperor and was no longer the same as before. My beloved subject has arrived. The Chitai Emperor spoke out. Long live your majesty. Congratulations to your majesty for ascending to the throne. Pei Ziyun bowed. When the emperor heard this, he laughed. Although I have ascended to the throne, the world has yet to be at peace. King Lu has created chaos and brought chaos to the lands. As the new emperor, every time I think about this, I feel sorry for him and wish that I could lead the army myself. It's just that I have to observe filial piety. You're the one who was appointed by the previous emperor. You're the imperial envoy. What rules do you have in mind? Once you've thought it through, just tell me, and I shall pass it down. Pei Ziyun understood. The emperor had been observing filial piety for 27 days, and the imperial court had officially entered the mourning process. Hence, he couldn't meddle too much. He pondered for some time before speaking. Your Majesty, order someone to retrieve the map. I shall explain it to you now. As Pei Ziyun spoke, the emperor listened and ordered, Men, bring me the map. Immediately, an imperial guard brought out the map. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and drew a line on the map. Your Majesty, you've sent me thousands of letters. Your subject doesn't dare to lie. The most important thing is strategy. Now that King Lu has gained control of the 3 prefectures, his influence has spread to almost half of the world. This is worrying. The emperor looked at the map and nodded his head. To deal with King Lu, I have a plan. The first step is the Iron Curtain, which is to surround him. Once everyone is in position, we can then find an opportunity to strike. Although your plan is simple, it's the right path. It's very insightful. The emperor nodded his head. As for the specifics, I'll have to trouble your subject to explain. The emperor had interacted with Pei Ziyun for a long time, and naturally understood that the more powerful a person was, the more simple his explanation would be. If someone couldn't understand what he was saying, it meant that he was half-baked. The previous emperor ordered me to control the 6 prefectures. Based on my status, my authority is too great. Pei Ziyun replied honestly. I'm a Taoist. Even with the previous emperor's orders, it's impossible for me to control the troops of the 6 prefectures. In other words, even if I did, it would cause many officials to be wary of me. That would be disadvantageous to your Majesty. This is the first important thing that the emperor has to do, and you can't do it behind the backs of the officials. This suggestion was very reasonable. It was for the sake of the emperor, and even more so for the sake of the country. The emperor was still wary of Pei Ziyun when he heard this. He then asked, "Oh, do you have any suggestions?" When Pei Ziyun heard this, he smiled. "All the emperor has to do is to gather all the important officials and bring this up. There will be many who will object. They will say that authority cannot be held by a single person and definitely cannot be held by a Taoist." At this point, as long as someone suggests it and say that it was the previous emperor's orders, they can't oppose it directly. However, they can still divide the authority. Actually, it's just to divide the emperor into several groups, with the officials as the imperial envoys. They're not allowed to fight in the open, and are only allowed to defend the city. This will be the same as the time when Jibei Ho was surrounded. The only difference is that I won't be the only one in power, so as to appease the officials. Phew! When the emperor heard this, he held his breath and sighed. These words are good. However, I'm a little worried. When Count Zhongqin tried to do the same thing, he was defeated. How will you deal with it? When Pei Ziyan heard this, he nodded his head. Your Majesty, Count Zhongqin wasn't able to truly create the Iron Curtain. As a result, he revealed a flaw in his plan and was led into a rhythm. That's why he was defeated. Hence, this Iron Curtain isn't just a matter of the 6 prefectures. In order to deal with King Lu quickly, we have to kill him. Hence, we have to mobilize half of the world. Half of the world, the emperor mumbled. He then saw Pei Ziyun pointing. Your Majesty has to instruct all the prefectures to act according to Jibei Ho's plan. The front lines will be fortified, and the soldiers will be gathered to defend. At the same time, we have to set up a second line of defense. This is to prevent anyone from panicking if they break through. This will be done within the prefecture and won't require much manpower or rations. However, we're afraid that there will be disputes between the various prefectures. If there's a gap, King Lu's army will be able to break through. Hence, the officials will be appointed as the imperial envoys and will cover 2 or 3 prefectures. Apart from this, Your Majesty can issue an imperial decree and reinstate the generals and officials to win over the hearts of the people. From there, you can pick out generals and assign them to the various routes. The imperial envoys will be the main generals, and the generals will be the counselors. Gradually, they will form a counterattack army. As for this official, I only need to be the main commander in name and control 70 to 80,000 soldiers. As for sealing off the front lines and connecting the hearts of the people, this will cause the enemy to abandon the dark side and join the light side. These are all tactics used by Jibei Ho and can be used together, especially when you announce that Your Majesty has ascended the throne and that King Lu has been stripped of his title and is a traitor. This will have the effect of stabilizing the hearts of the people. The emperor looked over and immediately understood Pei Ziyun's intentions. Is this to form a line of defense around King Lu and to concentrate all the troops so that King Lu will be surrounded by enemies from all sides and won't be able to move? Yes, the imperial envoys have to be conservative. The more conservative they are, the better it is. Those who are too aggressive can't be used. As for the generals, with the emperor's decree, they will be more aggressive in seeking war. The generals cannot be the main generals, but they can be counselors as well as the assistant generals. Just defending won't do. The purpose of our defense is still to defend 7 times and attack 3 times. These 3 attacks are for the generals who are eager to achieve victory. Your Majesty can give them 3,000 or 5,000 men and allow them to attack at a lower rate. The emperor had the experience of dealing with Jibei Ho. He thought about it carefully before sighing. These few small steps had changed the entire situation of the war. The balance between the civil and military, as well as the use of the generals, were all balanced out. It was extremely ingenious. Not to mention the other details, just the fact that the generals were given 3 to 5,000 men was a very deep meaning. Using people, controlling people, and even the contradictions between the civil and military were all melded into one, and there wasn't a single trace of fire or smoke. The emperor thought about it from the perspective of an emperor, and couldn't help but shiver. He could understand the great ancestors' worries. He then heard Pei Ziyun speak. As for the details, I can't summarize them now. Only when we're on the battlefield will we be able to adapt to the situation. When the emperor heard this, he nodded his head and said, "Your words agree with me. Go back and recuperate for a few days. In a few days, the decree will be sent down." Chapter 402. Yes, Your Majesty. Pei Ziyun returned to his mansion. Behind the screen, the Prime Minister sat with his eyes closed, listening to the conversation. He was in disbelief. In just a few moments, Pei Ziyun had the entire world under his control. He was not to be underestimated. If this person wasn't a Taoist, but an official of the imperial court, it would be unimaginable. His name would be left in the annals of history, or his entire family would be wiped out. How enviable. The Prime Minister sighed. The Grand Princess stood by his side and listened intently. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration as she listened to the conversation. "Come out." Emperor Chitai spoke to the map. The Prime Minister and the Grand Princess stood up and walked out from behind the screen. The Emperor looked at them and asked, "What do you think of Pei Ziyun's suggestion?" "I've listened to it and am pleased with it. If we do it this way, we will be able to quell the rebellion." The Prime Minister pondered for a moment before saying, "Based on this theory alone, true Lord Pei is not a selfish person. It's just that I don't know if the screen will be able to intercept our messages. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be hiding something. This is the map. Even if Pei Ziyun is an Earth immortal, he won't be able to sense that there's someone behind it." The Emperor spoke before turning to the Grand Princess. "Little Canton Princess, it's time to get married." Shun Prefecture, Lushao County. Thick clouds rolled and covered the entire sky. Lightning could be seen within the clouds. Even though it was winter, the clouds still refused to disperse. Damn it, the heavens are targeting us. Why? With King Lu's imperial chi protecting us, we shouldn't be targeted like this. The blind Taoist was dressed in his 7th-ranked official robes. He had a grave expression on his face. At this point, cheers could be heard from outside. Haha, King Lu has conquered Shun Prefecture. This is a celebration. We have the merit of helping him rise to power. Come, let's go celebrate. I'll go. AI, why is the sky so dark? A young official walked out from the room and asked suspiciously. The sky was bright just now. He then muttered to himself, "Maybe the wind is blowing outside." He looked up at the sky before looking back at the blind Taoist. The blind Taoist had his head lowered and had a document in front of him. He seemed to be reading it. The official stepped forward and said, "It's about time. Shall we go together?" When the blind Taoist heard this, he laughed. "It's all right. I still have some documents here that I haven't finished yet. You can go back first. Then I won't wait for you. Next time, it's on you." This official was also promoted by King Lu at the same time as the blind Taoist. Their relationship wasn't too bad, and he had a knowing smile on his face. These officials were all from wealthy families. Even though they were now officials, they were still dissolute. Of course. Li Gui, you go ahead first. I'll come back later when I'm done. Next time, you can choose between the Red Joy Courtyard or the 100 Flowers Courtyard. Good, said Li Gui, and went away satisfied. Boom. Following which, a gust of wind blew past, causing the blind Taoist to shiver. He heard the sound of the wheels rolling across the bridge. He wanted to speak, but he felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. The scholar walked in from outside and saw the blind Taoist spitting out blood. His face fell as he hurriedly helped him up and asked, "What happened to you?" "I heard the sound of thunder in the sky. I'm afraid it's an ominous sign. It's as if the heavens are watching us. That's why I rushed over to see you." The blind Taoist wiped his nose with his hand and noticed that the back of his hand was red. He then whispered, "That's right, it's a backlash." As he spoke up to this point, his eyes squinted as he spoke in a low voice. "We've been discovered. It happened after the two of us disappeared. It seems like Pei Ziyun is indeed the son of destiny and is connected to the heavens." The scholar was shocked. Then what do we do now? The blind Taoist's eyes turned cold as he pushed away the scholar who was holding him up and reached the courtyard. He then looked up into the sky and spoke coldly. "Since we've been discovered, the world will target us more and more. I've searched through my memories. It's not like this didn't happen in the past. It's just that it didn't happen so quickly. I'm afraid it's going to be hard for us to win quickly. We have to be prepared for a long battle." As he spoke up to this point, the blind Taoist shook his head and sighed. His expression was somber. "You should understand that the world will adjust and reject new ideas. We've already investigated the history of this world. Let's take the Tao arts of this world as an example. The first person to become a Tao monarch, the world didn't react quickly enough. It's just that this person wasn't able to see things clearly. At that time, he was satisfied with the title of Grand Tutor and Immortal. He didn't decisively take over the world. 200 to 300 years later, the world reacted. After that, there was a tragic battle. This person passed away in meditation. Although he didn't die, he wasn't far from it. Although he paid a heavy price for the dragon Qi, he relied on the human race to continue to rule the world. The current dragon Qi and Tao energy that are repelling each other was caused by that day. If this person had decisively taken over the world, he would have become a Taoist country or a celestial dynasty. The scholar nodded his head. Unless one's strength far surpasses the world's and can change, it's true that if one doesn't take what the heavens have given him, he would be the one to blame. It's the same for our demon race. If only we could hide for a little longer and accumulate our strength before the world could react, we could become the orthodox race. But now that we've been discovered, we have to fight a long battle. We might even have to work twice as hard for half the results. But since things have come to this, there's nothing we can do. We have to build the reincarnation platform. Only then will we be able to turn defeat into victory. The blind Taoist spoke up to this point. His expression was somewhat dejected. Actually, the situation was more serious than he had said. If they couldn't conquer the world and become the orthodox race, the best outcome would be for them to become a part of the world. Immortals, demons, and humans would coexist, and the demon race would continue to exist. The scholar didn't know much. Hearing the blind Taoist's words, he took several steps forward. What's the reincarnation platform? Could it be that we can conquer the world in a single round? Without this, every time we die, the mark of our demon race would have to be circulated around the world once. As more and more demon race members die, the mark would become weaker and weaker. Our demonic Qi would also be depleted and digested by the world. With the reincarnation platform, the demon race's mark would return to the reincarnation platform and would not be depleted. As long as we have demonic Qi, we can eventually defeat the entire world. The blind Taoist spoke as he looked up into the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and his eyes were cold. Thankfully, it's getting closer and closer to winter, and the lightning has lessened. Even if the heavens wanted to deal with us, they wouldn't be able to summon lightning. That's why we have to finish this before the spring thunder. When the scholar heard this, his face was filled with confusion. The primordial spirit that I inherited did not have these memories. However, I know that if we want to succeed, we need to have a foundation. The reincarnation platform is the same. But now that the entire world is rejecting us, where do we start to build the reincarnation platform? When the blind Taoist heard this, his face was solemn. He then sighed and frowned. He didn't speak for some time. At this point, there was a commotion as someone reported, "Not good. The emperor has fallen. The crown prince has been crowned the next day. He's even issued an edict announcing that King Lu is a traitor and has been stripped of his title. He's now a criminal and has been ordered to punish him." As soon as these words were spoken, a bolt of lightning flashed through the dark clouds, illuminating the entire courtyard. At the same time, a deafening explosion of thunder could be heard, scaring the blind Taoist so much that he trembled. At that point, the stench of blood rose up in his throat, and he hurriedly swallowed it. He didn't retreat back into his room, but instead looked up and pondered for a moment. The scholar was taken aback. Although King Lu has raised his troops, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but he didn't strip his title. Hence, although he's fighting on the battlefield, he's still connected to the dynasty. Now that he's issued an edict, there's no room for negotiation. King Lu's imperial Qi has already been broken by half, and has already gone his separate ways. He's now relying on the soldiers and soldiers of the 3 prefectures to support him. What should we do? Hearing the scholar's words, the blind Taoist's eyes gleamed as he realized something. He then laughed out and said, "Haha, this is good news. We have a foundation. We have a foundation. All we have to do is push forward. Let our people submit a petition to King Lu, asking him to ascend the throne immediately. This is a matter of the imperial qi. As long as we take the lead, the officials will respond immediately. When King Lu becomes the emperor, he will officially break off all ties with the dynasty. This is all because of the support of our army. He won't be able to repel our demonic qi. When that time comes, we can plot against him." Study room King Lu's eyes were closed as he leaned back in his chair. He had a sorrowful look on his face. He was dressed in white robes and had a white cloth around his neck. On the table in front of him, there was a huge pile of documents. The blind Taoist sat down below and didn't speak. Ever since the blind Taoist's suggestions had been effective, King Lu had gained a lot of respect for him. After some time, King Lu opened his eyes and pulled out a book from the pile of books in front of him. These documents were all written to persuade King Lu to ascend to the throne. King Lu read a few of them, and his expression was unclear. He muttered to himself, as though he was deep in thought. Eunuch Liao stood by his side and didn't speak. King Lu looked at the blind Taoist. "Now that I'm hesitating, what do you think?" This was a question. When the blind Taoist heard this, his eyes flashed. He knew that his chance had come. He then stood up and bowed. "Your Majesty, the reason why you're in trouble is because the crown prince has imprisoned the emperor and placed him in an important position. He even announced this to the entire world. Since that's the case, how can you acknowledge the crown prince's ascension to the throne? The only way is for the crown prince to assassinate the emperor and ascend to the throne. The mandate of heaven belongs to your Majesty. If you don't do so, I'm afraid your Majesty won't be able to claim the throne. If you take a step back, it will be difficult for you in the future." These words were spoken in a forceful tone and made sense. When King Lu heard this, he felt his blood boiling. He didn't speak immediately, but stood up and walked to the window, looking out. The skies outside were dark and gloomy. From time to time, there would be the sound of thunder. King Lu looked out and had a strange expression on his face. Logically speaking, these words made sense. In fact, it could be said that he had no other choice. The reason why he was in trouble was that the crown prince had imprisoned the emperor and placed him in an important position. Hence, he couldn't acknowledge the crown prince's ascension to the throne. He didn't know why, but when he wanted to make a decision, he felt a sense of fear. It was as though once he took the first step, there would be no turning back. After some time, he laughed. Was there still a chance for him to turn back to the crown prince? He then took a deep breath and sighed. "Looks like it's decided." The blind Taoist looked at King Lu's expression and was elated. He thought to himself, "It's done." King Lu was a valiant and decisive man. Earlier, he had hesitated, but now he was resolute and decisive. "Men, pass down my decree. The crown prince has killed his father, and I cannot live under the same sky as him. I shall make a sacrifice to the heavens and ascend to the throne." Chapter 403. Suburbs. High platform. The officials and generals were all arranged in an orderly manner. There were also tens of thousands of soldiers who stood at attention. There were 3 levels. The top level was the heavens and earth. The second level was the sun, moon, stars, clouds, rain, wind, thunder, mountains, and rivers. The third level was the gods. In front of the gods, there were jade, silk, whole cows, whole sheep, whole pigs, wine, fruits, and dishes. Just the utensils used to hold the offerings numbered more than 100. King Lu held onto the sacrificial scroll as he wore a dragon robe and a dragon crown on his head. Green energy revolved around him as he walked forward. When he reached the altar, he prayed to the heavens. The crown prince of the dynasty has lost his virtue. The world is in chaos. Treacherous officials are in power, and the country is no longer a country. May the emperor and the empress. Originally, the skies were filled with dark clouds and lightning. The officials and generals all had heavy expressions on their faces. But as King Lu kowtowed, the skies were clear and bright. Someone shouted out, "Auspicious sign, auspicious sign. King Lu has ascended the throne. This is an auspicious sign from the heavens. Your Majesty, long live. Long live." The officials all knelt down and shouted out in greeting. Soon after, the carriage returned to the city and was bowed down to the people. The Emperor of Pills was overjoyed. Everyone followed their ranks and entered the hall, shouting out, "Long live the Emperor." At this point, the ceremony was complete. King Lu waved his hands as Eunuch Liao stepped out and retrieved the imperial edict. He then read, "The crown prince plotted against the previous emperor and attempted to usurp the throne. This is the will of the heavens. King Lu is unable to ascend the throne." The imperial edict was then announced to the world. Following the announcement, the officials all knelt down and listened attentively. The blind Taoist could hear the roar of a dragon as his body trembled. King Lu has ascended the throne and was stripped of his title. His connection to the imperial qi has been severed, and he is now relying on the support of the army. Indeed, demonic energy has been mixed in with the imperial qi. The dragon energy blessing has already appeared. The foundation of the reincarnation platform is here. Dawn, Grand Princess Palace. The sky was still dark. Only the morning star hung in the east, causing the sky to turn gray. Within the palace, there was a hubbub of voices. It was bustling with activity. Bright candles were lit in the rooms, and the maids were busy tidying up. One of the maids was sweating profusely, but she wiped it off with a handkerchief and continued to tidy up. The red quilts were folded one by one. The quilts were embroidered with the word happiness in golden threads, giving off a festive atmosphere. The eldest princess stood there, looking at the gold-threaded red quilt. She suddenly thought back to how she had looked forward to the wedding of the Canton princess all those years ago. Now that she was going to be married, she couldn't bear to part with her. Her eyes turned red as she reached out and touched the quilt. On this side, there was a dazzling lineup of furniture: golden lacquer cabinets, cicada wing gauze curtains, chiming bells, kiln wares, gold and jade rui, red sandalwood screens, bronze mirrors, mouthwash bowls, tea tables, zither cases, bookshelves. Everything was available. There were even chests of jewels. These were the dowry of the young Junju. The eldest princess looked at the dowry. In her eyes, in her memory, it was all the little princess's appearance when she was young. She was pregnant for 10 months, breastfed, and gradually grew up. My memories are just like back then. I didn't want Xinya to leave home. How could Mother bear to see you leave? Even though you've grown up, you're still Mother's flesh and blood. Seeing that the eldest princess was sad, the granny spoke softly. Eldest princess, the Canton princess is marrying true monarch Pei. It's a blessing. How many people in this world can be more outstanding than true monarch Pei? Why are you so sad? Girls have to get married. She reached out and wiped her tears away. The eldest princess then sighed. Xinya is the flesh and blood of my heart. I can't bear to part with her. Besides, being too outstanding isn't necessarily a good thing. The eldest princess mumbled to herself. She could still remember the incident of the prince consort all those years ago. In the end, she didn't even know who was the mastermind behind the prince consort's death. When the granny heard this, her face fell. She looked around and advised, "Eldest princess, you can't say such things. Besides, today is the Canton princess's big day. How can you say such things?" When the eldest princess heard the granny's words, she paused for some time before nodding her head. "Follow me and supervise these serving maids. That way, they won't be careless." As the eldest princess spoke, she started to inspect the boxes. She was extremely meticulous and did not allow for any carelessness. At this point, she discovered a bottle that was slightly broken. Her face fell. "Why is this bottle broken? Go and replace it with a new one." The eldest princess spoke coldly. Immediately, someone stepped forward and took the bottle from her. As soon as she was done with this, the eldest princess felt a little dizzy. She stretched out her slender fingers to support her head. The granny who had been following her stepped forward to support her. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Her hair fell to her shoulders as she placed her hand on her forehead. The eldest princess's face was pale as she waved her hand. "I'm fine. Continue to supervise me." Hearing these words, the granny felt her heart ache. "Your Highness, you've been busy the entire night. Please take a rest. Leave these matters to us, the servants, so that you won't tire yourself out. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and serve me the ginseng soup." A small bowl of ginseng soup was served. The eldest princess squinted her eyes as her chest rose and fell. She felt much better. She then waved her hands. "There's no need. After this, I won't be busy anymore." AI. When the granny heard this, she could only sigh. All these items were packed in boxes and were packed into 10 carriages, forming a long line of carriages. Little house-bright red candles were lit, illuminating the entire room. Initially, the eldest princess had planned to fake her death and escape. However, she never had the chance to do so. Now that the crown prince had ascended to the throne, although he couldn't officially marry the Canton princess, he had tacitly agreed to the marriage. Hence, the actual wedding was to be held in the eldest princess mansion. A red blanket was laid upon the bed, and the two of them were sleeping in a pink tent. Pei Ziyin stood up and changed his clothes. Pei Ziyin stood up and put on his clothes. The Canton princess was still sleeping under the blanket. As Pei Ziyin moved, the blanket slid off her body, revealing her crystal-clear skin. There were many kiss marks on her skin. She woke up in shock and reached out to pull the blanket over her body. Although they had already been intimate, the Canton princess was still embarrassed. Her face was red as she hid under the blanket. "Get up, mother must be waiting for us." Pei Ziyin stood up, and a serving maid came forward to help him get dressed. "Put on your clothes first, I'll get up." The Canton princess hid under the blanket like a shy kitten. Seeing her like this, Pei Ziyin couldn't help but laugh. He grabbed the Canton princess's hand and lifted the blanket a little. He then kissed the Canton princess on her forehead before leaving. The Canton princess was in a daze for some time before she regained her senses. She looked around and saw that the serving maid had looks of envy on her face. She then said softly, "Quick, help me up." Several servants helped her get dressed. The Canton princess wore a golden butterfly hairpin. Her body swayed gently as her cheeks flushed red. She looked even more beautiful. Seeing her come out, Pei Ziyun's heart warmed as he reached out to hold her hand. When they reached the empty area, the Grand Princess was already waiting for them. Her face was haggard and her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had worked hard all night. "Chinya." The moment the Canton Princess arrived, the Grand Princess called out. The Canton Princess ran forward and threw herself into the Grand Princess' embrace. "Mother, I can't bear to part with you." The Canton Princess couldn't bear to part with her as she buried her head in the Grand Princess' embrace. The Grand Princess stroked the Canton Princess' long hair and said, "When a woman grows up, it's time for her to marry." She then looked at Pei Ziyun and bowed. "Pei Ziyun, today I'm handing Chinya over to you." Chinya was a Canton princess, and yet because of you, she sacrificed herself. You know how much she sacrificed? I have no other requests. I only ask that you treat her well, love her, and take care of her. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he replied, "Mother-in-law, I love Chinya, and will not let her be sad." "That's good. Chinya, you're like a princess at home. I'm sure you won't be used to going out. Mother has prepared some belongings for you. Bring your serving maids along as well. This way, you won't be bullied." The Grand Princess instructed. When the Canton Princess heard this, tears rolled down her cheeks as she covered her face with her sleeves. Seeing that it was getting late, she bowed to the Grand Princess. "Mother, I'm leaving." When the Grand Princess heard this, her eyes turned red. Although she knew that she could return from Golden Island, she couldn't help but cry. "Mother." At this point, both of them were crying. They couldn't bear to part with her. Pei Ziyun bowed once more and stood up. "I've already instructed Runway to build a garden on Golden Island. Although we can't hide her in a golden house, we can still build a garden. I won't let Chinya down. Mother-in-law has thought about it. You could spend the winter on Golden Island. It's warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's a good place for you to rest." Pei Ziyun had recorded that according to modern standards, The coldest month on Golden Island was 15 degrees Celsius, and the hottest was 30 degrees Celsius. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It was a very comfortable place to avoid the summer heat. At this point, the sky turned dark and the sound of horses galloping could be heard. Someone reported, "Princess, true sovereign, the divine guards have arrived and are waiting for you. Let's go." She was the grand princess, after all. At this point, she wiped away her tears and ordered the carriage to leave. "Let's go to the pier before the sun rises." "AI, it's really hard on you." Pei Ziyun reminded her. "Don't stop at the sea. Head straight to Golden Island. Everything has been arranged there. The Emperor wants me to go on an expedition. This is official business. Once I'm done, I'll return immediately." "I understand. Be careful, husband." The Canton princess's eyes were red, but she still turned around and boarded the carriage. Servants and bodyguards surrounded her as she rushed to the pier to board the ship. Seeing her carriage leave, Pei Ziyun turned around and bowed to the grand princess before he turned around and walked towards the cavalry. True sovereign. The moment Pei Ziyun walked over, 100 cavalrymen came forward to welcome him. One of them led a horse and handed him a whip. Pei Ziyun took it and leaped onto the horse. He looked in the direction of the carriages and the grand princess's mansion before sighing. He then turned around and rode away. Under the night sky, the cavalrymen followed behind him. As soon as he left the street, he saw another 100 cavalrymen. In the middle of them was the 13-year-old prefecture Prince Chengshan. He was different from the last time they met. Although he was still young, he was full of heroic spirit. Pei Ziyun was taken aback when he saw him. "True sovereign, 7,000 cavalrymen are waiting outside the city. We have to carry out father's edict. I'm still young. I'll have to depend on true sovereign to quell the rebellion." Prefecture Prince Chengshan cupped his hands and said solemnly. Pei Ziyun did not hesitate any longer and said, "Move out." Following the order, the cavalrymen moved out. Torches were lit as they left the city. Chapter 404. It was said that King Lu was seated as the eunuch announced the emperor's decree. What followed was a banquet. King Lu laughed. "Today, I have ascended the throne, and the officials should celebrate. Tomorrow morning, we shall be busy with the military affairs. Nobody is to slack off." Soon after, the bell chimed as the officials thanked King Lu for his kindness. One by one, they entered the hall. King Lu nodded his head as he recited a poem and gave his congratulations. According to the rules, the officials had the right to stuff some snacks into their sleeves and share them with their family members. The entire hall was filled with smiles and laughter. After 3 rounds, King Lu retreated to the back palace to receive the respect of the officials. He allowed the officials to do as they pleased. Indeed, when King Lu left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The atmosphere was much more relaxed. The blind Taoist drank a few cups before using the excuse of not being able to hold his liquor as an excuse. He then stood up and headed to a resting room. Inside, a scribe was writing some documents. He then asked, "How's the situation?" The scribe saw that it was the blind Taoist and wasn't surprised. He tossed his brush aside and stood up. "The situation isn't bad. The paradise has been formed. The sacrificial fruits have yet to respond. Now that paradise has been formed, it's entirely due to the chi of the soldiers and the soldiers. Our demonic race holds a significant portion of the power and authority." The blind Taoist's eyes twitched as a sinister smile flashed across his face. "Looks like we have to increase our strength." As he said this, he looked at the scribe. The both of them looked at each other and rested. At this point, the blind Taoist and the scribe's eyes were filled with wisdom and wisdom. In the underworld, it was pitch black. 2 meteors streaked across the sky and landed on the ground. This was a stretch of mountains and rivers. At this point, it was completely empty. There was a hole in the sky as the red energy continued to pour in. There were faint sounds of wind and thunder as a flood dragon circled around it. There were even grayish-yellow snowflakes falling from the sky. Wherever the red light entered, a foundation was formed. Following that, a wall was formed. Within the walls, many palaces were formed. Gradually, a palace was formed. Some of the ghosts were attracted by the red light as they neared. With a flash of light, they turned into dust. Originally, they were going to block the meteors. However, these two meteors had dragon chi and demonic chi in them. They entered and transformed into two shadows. It was the blind Taoist and the scribe. The blind Taoist's primordial spirit was covered by a layer of demonic chi as he walked on the paradise, leaving behind gray footprints. At this point, he stretched out his hand to catch the falling snow. He didn't stop and looked around. He saw that the rough embryo was completed, and the interior was filled with richly carved beams and painted rafters. The furnishings were exquisite and suitable for living. After a moment of silence, he looked at the gradually darkening sky. In the distance, he could still faintly see the outline of the Green Mountains. The scholar looked on and saw that all the furniture had been completed. There was a bed, a wooden frame, a table, and even a water jug. It was sparkling and translucent, as though it was carved from jade. He couldn't help but laugh before he frowned. King Lu has established himself and split paradise apart. I'm afraid the ancestors of the dynasty will come and fight. The blind Taoist admired the scenery around him as he listened to the scholar's words. He then turned around and waved his hands. Although King Lu is still connected to the dynasty doesn't need to send an ancestor to take charge. This is especially the case now that the great ancestor has returned. He has already noticed that there is something wrong with us and is being rejected by the world, so there's even less of a chance that they will come. They aren't stupid. When the scholar heard the blind Taoist's words, he laughed out. They aren't stupid. It's just that this piece of paradise has become our base of operations. That's a great advantage for us. I shall prepare the reincarnation platform now and build a foundation for our demon race in this world. However, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to change paradise. Although the imperial chi doesn't reject us and sees us as their subjects, it will be difficult for us to steal it. The scholar pushed the door open as the door swayed back and forth, but didn't open. The blind Taoist looked on silently and laughed coldly. That's true. However, I've already planned for this. I've obtained the authority over a certain mountain range in this world. According to this world's terms, this is the immortal Tao dragon vein. What use does this dragon vein have? The scholar listened and asked. The blind Taoist laughed. This is the source of this world and can be used to create paradise. This is the best time to use it. King Lu wants to take over the world, and he also has the demon soldiers and generals. At least for now, he won't reject my investment. Look, the time has come for this world to change. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a loud boom. Spiritual energy flowed out of his mouth, forming into a black dragon. The black dragon and the Dao dragon chi didn't mix well and were viewed as enemies. This black dragon was even more unruly as it twisted its body and tried to fight against the Dao dragon chi. HM. The blind Taoist cleared his throat and pointed out with his finger. At once, the black dragon's body was activated, and the originally unruly immortal Tao dragon vein's dragon chi became docile. Go! Following the blind Taoist's words, the black dragon leapt towards paradise and merged with it. Sizzle! As the immortal Tao dragon vein's chi entered, it was like boiling oil in water. The immortal Tao dragon vein fruit and the Hui dragon vein couldn't merge. The blind Taoist's face didn't show any signs of fear as his demonic energy surged. A small hill was formed on the boiling ground as it started to grow taller. At this point, the skies above paradise rumbled with thunder as the drums of war started to beat. Someone shouted, "Under the orders of the first emperor, we are here to punish the evildoers and evildoers." As far as the eye could see, countless soldiers were charging towards the paradise. Who would have thought that the first ancestor of the Grand Su dynasty would be so knowledgeable? Even if he can't obtain it, he has to destroy this dragon chi paradise so that we won't be able to take advantage of it. Outside the paradise, the Grand Su dynasty's heroic spirits were attacking. The blind Taoist wasn't afraid at all as he muttered something under his breath. He turned to the scholar and said, "Let's work together to activate the reincarnation platform." The scholar nodded, and the two of them exchanged a glance. They stretched out their palms, and a thick demonic energy began to gather. A black shadow shot out from the demonic energy mountain, and a black platform appeared in the middle of the mountain. This black platform shape was similar to the one in the other world, but the scale was much smaller. As soon as the black platform appeared, the demonic beasts in this world trembled. It was as if they had suddenly felt at home, as if they would never be forgotten and would never disappear. At this point, the blind Taoist didn't stop. Hearing the war drums outside, he opened his mouth wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He spat out another mouthful of blood towards the platform. Boom! Black energy was spat out, and within it were countless spirits. These spirits returned to the altar, where a three-eyed giant appeared. The moment this shadow appeared, the blind Taoist and the scholar looked dispirited, as if they had expended a large amount of their energy. The three-eyed giant stood up. His expression was wooden. With a single step, the immortal Tao and the imperial Qi started a clash. At this point, the demonic energy seemed to have been neutralized, following which the three-eyed giant raised his hands as thunder rumbled within paradise. Numerous shadows appeared as demonic energy swirled around them. At this point, they started to congeal and solidify, following which the blind Taoist noticed the spiritual energy descending upon him. He then laughed. Now that the platform is formed, not only can it be converted into Imperial Qi, we can also use King Lu's Imperial Qi to fight for control of the dragon veins. First, we could take control of that small piece of land. As long as we can take control of it, not only will we be able to benefit the demonic beasts, we can also fight for control of the dragon veins. Go for the sake of the demonic beast's survival in this world, for the sake of our future. Following the shout of the blind Taoist, the demonic shadows that had just awoken from their slumber opened their eyes. Gradually, they regained their composure. Hearing the war drums outside, these demonic soldiers seemed to remember something. They opened their eyes wide and shouted out, "Demonic beasts, demonic beasts, demonic beasts! Kill!" At this point, they lined up in formation, and with a shout, they charged out. Chapter 405. Fong Mansion. The winter night was getting colder and colder. The doors and windows of the study room were tightly shut. A lamp was placed on the table. The flame of the lamp was as small as a bean, and the light from the lamp illuminated the book in Fong Yongjia's hands. "Husband, you must be tired. Let's take a rest," Lady Du said as she hugged the child. Fong Yongjia smiled and placed the book down. He was not studying for the imperial examinations. With his family background, it was already good enough for him to become an elementary scholar. Taking the high scholar examination was a sensitive topic. When the child grows up, do you think he will look like me or you? Fong Yongjia teased the child and poked him on the nose. The child could feel his father teasing him as he waved his hands left and right and giggled. Lady Du smiled happily and patted her husband on the chest. "Our son will definitely look like you. Look at his little nose and eyes. Which part of him doesn't look like you?" Huh! When Fong Yongjia heard this, he laughed happily. However, just as he laughed, his head suddenly shook. It was as if someone had taken a hammer and hit his head. It was as if the muscles in his body had been pulled out. His entire body felt weak, and his face instantly turned pale. He fell heavily onto the bed, causing the Du family's lady's expression to change. "Husband, husband!" Lady Du's face was ashen as she screamed for him. She placed the child down and helped him onto the bed in the study room. After a while, Fong Yongjia slowly regained consciousness. These few days, his face had regained some color. Now he looked haggard, as if he had aged 10 years. He opened his eyes and whispered to his wife, "Wife." Fong Yongjia looked at his wife and child and thought to himself, "The child is still too young. I cannot die. I have to hold on for at least a few more years." He could not move his body at all. His energy was being drained out of him. "Wife, quick, quick. I have a talisman. While I'm still conscious, use my blood to activate it. Quick." It was early winter, and the cavalry was galloping for miles. Every now and then, a gust of wind would blow against them. The cavalry's faces were pale. Pei Yun was among them. He rode on a red horse and looked around. At this point, he felt dizzy, as if something was wrong. He then felt the talisman in his robes warm up. "What's the matter?" Pei Yun frowned. He was in the army and could not communicate. He then signaled for the soldiers to stop and said, "Let's go and take a look." Yes. The bodyguards didn't even ask for the reason. Dozens of them urged their horses forward and galloped for about 5 miles. When they reached a small hill, Pei Yun lit up his talisman. "Immortal, please save my husband." An anxious young woman appeared in the talisman. She cried as soon as she appeared. "Without him, how can we live?" After a second, Pei Yun realized that it was the young lady from the Du family. He frowned. "Do not panic. Explain everything to me." Only then did the daughter of the Du family tell him everything about her Lang Jun while crying. "The situation has worsened? There's no need for that. The last time he saw Fong Yongjie, who had obtained a portion of the authority, was nourished by the dragon veins. Although he wasn't rich, at least his body was gradually recovering. How could this be?" Just as he was feeling puzzled, the plum blossom in front of him lit up and rapidly enlarged, turning into a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him with a faint sense of light, and data appeared in front of him. "Emergency. There's been a change. The demon race is using King Lu's imperial qi to devour the central dragon veins. We've issued an urgent mission. Through victory in the battle, we must attack King Lu's imperial qi and slow down the process of devouring the central dragon veins." The demons are using King Lu's dragon qi to devour the dragon veins? Pei Yun gritted his teeth. He hadn't made a move himself, yet this person had made the first move. Seeing that the Du family's wife was in pain, Pei Yun said, "Take care of the child and yourself. I understand. You will get better. You just need some time." He disconnected the communication talisman. Seeing that the sky had turned gloomy and that it was drizzling, Pei Yun revealed a cold expression. The official road was straight from east to west, and the ground was very flat. There were 2 rows of pine trees on both sides of the road. Not far from the road, there was a small stream that flowed with the sound of water splashing. In the distance, there were several small hills and lush greenery. "Go, go." All of a sudden, the sound of rushing footsteps broke the silence. A large number of cavalrymen were galloping forward, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise up into the air. In the middle of the cavalrymen, Pei Yun and Prefecture Prince Qingshun were in the middle. Behind them were a large number of guards and eunuchs. Behind them was a huge army. "The main camp is in front of us. Let's hurry." Pei Yun looked at the army camp in the distance and said. The cavalrymen who were already moving at a fast pace received the order and moved even faster. On both sides of the road, there were scouts opening up a path for them. As the cavalrymen galloped forward, the main camp in the distance was alerted as well. A general led his troops forward to greet them. After the handover was completed, 7,000 cavalrymen entered the main camp. This wasn't the main camp on the front lines, but just a small part of it. There were 50,000 soldiers stationed near Chun Prefecture, where the main camp was. Pei Yun and Prefecture Prince Qingshun entered the camp. A group of generals came forward to greet them and knelt down. "Greetings, Prefecture Prince Qingshun. Greetings, Imperial Envoy." The group of generals knelt down. Pei Yun looked around and saw many familiar faces. These were the soldiers who had fought against Jibei Ho. They were still full of vigor. Some of them were the generals who had been defeated by Count Zhongqin and were in the army as well. It was just that their faces were dim, as though they were afraid of battle. Pei Yun's heart sank as he asked, "Generals, how's the battle going?" When the generals heard Pei Yun's question, they were all speechless. "What's the situation like? The enemy's arrangements, their rations, etc." Nobody replied. Pei Yun's face turned cold. Count Zhongqin had been defeated. Now that the imperial court had lost Qin Prefecture, he didn't expect these defeated generals to be so clueless about the enemy situation. Pei Ziyin stretched out a hand and calmed himself down. He then looked at Qinyong. Qinyong, you stay behind. The rest of you disperse. Listen to my orders. Qinyong had fought alongside Pei Ziyin before. His courage was commendable, and he was intelligent. Most importantly, he was loyal. Yes, true sovereign. The generals acknowledged the order and dispersed. When they were far away, Pei Ziyin laughed coldly. Their courage has gone out of control. Qinyong's expression was solemn as he spoke out. I can't blame my comrades. True sovereign, you don't know this, but the last time I fought against King Lu's army, they were truly elites. They were brave and ferocious. They were much stronger than the imperial court's army, and I wasn't their match at all. Could it be because of the Qin's bravery? However, that's all. I don't know how King Lu's army has arranged things. The spies we sent out to spy on him were all killed on the second or third day. Many of our spies have been killed, and we've lost so many times. Everyone's hearts have gone cold. Is the situation that serious? Prefecture Prince Chengshun listened quietly. When he heard this, he exclaimed, How could it be like this? Could it be that Imperial Brother has divine help? Hearing these words, Qinyong lowered his head and sighed. I don't know either. It's just that there are people secretly spreading this rumor. Prince, please be careful with your words. The eunuch hurriedly advised. Pei Ziyin knew that it was the demonic race, but he didn't say anything. He laughed coldly. There's no need to panic. It's easy. Prince, let's go to the main camp and plan our next step. Prefecture Prince Chengshun nodded his head. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he asked, True Sovereign, I wonder what strategies you have in mind? Let me hear them. Pei Ziyin replied. Prince Chengshun is the commander-in-chief. General Chun, please lead the way. Chapter 406. Pei Ziyin and Prince Chengshun walked straight into the tent. The moment they entered, the cavalrymen immediately took over the defense of the tent. The tent was spacious and dark. On the west wall, there was a map of the situation. In the middle of the tent, there was a table with 4 treasures, a brush holder, and a paperweight. The soldiers quickly lit up the candles and placed the important items on the table. The most important item was a shelf, which held the words like I am here and the Emperor's sword. Next was the eunuch's seal. In the future, all official documents would be sent from here. Qinyong retrieved a map and laid it out on the table. Pei Ziyin looked around and smiled. There's no rush. Qinyong, what's the situation with them? There's no one else here. Speak your mind. Or are you trying to deceive me? Qinyong fell to one knee and said, How would I dare? I was just about to report. Get up and speak. Pei Ziyun's expression changed. Qinyong's eyes shone brightly as he thought for some time before speaking. True Sovereign, I've been here for quite some time now. What I said earlier wasn't a lie. King Lu's troops are all elites. They can take on 10 men at a time. Now, there's a saying that they can't take on 10 men at a time. This has caused the morale of the troops to waver. Pei Ziyin nodded his head and listened without saying a word. Those of us from the south are still all right. Some of them have been defeated multiple times and are even more terrified. Since we're talking about this, I have to say something for them. Although I've never fought a huge battle, I've been to many small skirmishes. A single commandant of King Lu led a few hundred riders and dared to chase after 2,000 to 3,000 men. They even dared to show off their might near the main camp. Where did they get their courage from? At this point, Qinyong seemed like he wanted to say something but decided against it. Pei Ziyun's heart was as clear as snow as he replied, I'm afraid it's not just because of the defeat. Or perhaps it's because of the defeat that they feel that King Lu is the son of the great ancestor and has such a strong army. Perhaps he can obtain the divine weapon. That's why he's hesitating and has the intention to rebel. Qinyong never dared to say this out loud. Even Prince Chengshun and the eunuch's faces changed when they heard this. Pei Ziyin flicked his sleeves and revealed a look of disdain. Besides, I'm a Taoist. Some people might not be happy and want to make things difficult for me. Don't you think so? Qinyong was completely convinced and said, Yes. Pei Ziyin laughed coldly and said, Ignore them for now. Let's look at the map first. As he said this, he turned to the table. Everyone looked at each other in dismay before following Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyun's face was solemn as he pointed to a few places and said, "Currently, there are imperial envoys from all over the world. However, the journey is rather long, and some of them might not be able to arrive. Even if they do arrive, they will need some time to adjust. For now, the most important task of our main camp is to buy time for the court to deploy." Prefecture Prince Chengshun and Qinyong both nodded their heads. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was completely unmoved by the soldiers, they were secretly impressed. They then heard Pei Ziyun say, without any hesitation, "This is one of the main goals, but to achieve this goal will not be easy. Our army has suffered repeated defeats. Our morale has fallen, and we have many hidden dangers. If we were to go out of battle now, they would definitely fear us like a tiger. They wouldn't dare to use their lives, and they might even hinder us from the shadows. I'm afraid we would be defeated in one battle. That's the difficult part." Qin Yong watched Pei Ziyun speak under the candlelight. Back then, when he was dealing with Ji Bei Ho, he was like this as well. With just a few sentences, he was able to see through the mysteries of the heavens. His heart was filled with the determination to win. After a long time, he then said, "True sovereign, your words are truly insightful. There are 50,000 soldiers here, but they're all like rabbits. It's just a moment of anger. The Imperial Army has only been conquering the world for 10 years, and the discipline of the army is still there. Although we've suffered some setbacks, as long as we wait for some time, we won't even need me to do anything. Everything will gradually recover," Pei Ziyun said plainly. Qin Yong heard this and mumbled, "But King Lu knows this as well. He won't sit back and watch us recover." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "What's so difficult about that?" When Qin Yong heard this, his eyes lit up as he bowed. "True sovereign, what should we do now? Just give me your instructions. Your status isn't high enough yet, but with the prefecture king around, you can use his name to take charge of the camp. You can recuperate, replenish, and train the soldiers. After a period of time, they will regain their morale. It doesn't matter if we're trying to find gold in the sand, or if we're trying to find gold in the sand. Once the soldiers have recovered, there will be those who don't want to fight, and those who have other intentions will be exposed. Don't make a move yet. Write down a list of names and wait for me to deal with them in the future." Pei Ziyun spoke coldly, giving his orders without hesitation. "As for restraining the enemy, I brought 7,000 cavalrymen with me. They're all elites who haven't suffered any setbacks before. Together with the 2,000 cavalrymen in the camp, we have a total of 9,000 cavalrymen. We'll split them into 3 groups. I'll lead 3,000 cavalrymen to charge into the enemy's territory." Qin Yong was shocked when he heard this. True sovereign is the commander, and Neng is the one taking the risk. If anyone is to go, it should be me. If anything happens to true sovereign, I'm afraid the entire army will crumble." Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun shook his head. "You can't go. Why do you think King Lu has such a powerful army? Are you really the mandate of heaven? There's a mystery here, and only I can unravel it. Besides, there aren't many of these strange soldiers. Even King Lu only has 10,000 of them. Don't worry, they can't surround me. Even if they do, so what?" At this point, Pei Ziyun laughed out coldly. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Qin Yong's body trembled as he recalled the battle reports. 2 to 3 months ago, Pei Ziyun had single-handedly killed all of King Lu's generals. He fought 1 against 100 and managed to escape from tens of thousands of soldiers. This was something that no mortal could do. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Qin Yong felt more at ease. He then raised his head and looked at Pei Ziyun. He then thought about the strange and mysterious nature of King Lu's army. At that point, he understood. Could it be that the strange nature of King Lu's army was due to demonic arts? No Dao arts? Could it be that there's a Dao sect involved in this war? Qin Yong thought about this and felt that everything made sense. He then bowed. "True sovereign, I understand." At this point, Pei Ziyun took several steps forward, as though he was thinking about the entire situation. He then spoke. "There's another reason for this. The imperial court has been in power for a long time and has a strong foundation. Losing some soldiers and rations doesn't really matter. Since King Lu has just been established, his authority is shallow. Whether it's the commoners or the officials, they are all fearful of him. It's like a castle on the beach or a snowflake under the spring sun. If it were like Qin Prefecture with a stable environment, they would be able to return to King Lu. However, our army has to overcome this. Our army will attack and take advantage of the fact that our cavalry is fast. We will plunder the enemy's army like fire. Not only will we be able to plunder the enemy's rations, but we will also be able to cause chaos in King Lu's territory. King Lu's reputation will be greatly diminished, and the officials and commoners will find it hard to submit to him. Qin Prefecture will then be exhausted and crippled. That's a good plan. It's a drastic measure. However, King Lu has his own cavalry as well. If true sovereign only brings 3,000 men, I'm afraid we'll be surrounded. Qin Yong sighed in admiration as he spoke. Prefecture Prince Qingshun was still young, but at this point he frowned and nodded his head. Yes, King Lu will definitely react. He won't allow our army to attack. I'm afraid we'll be in danger. When Pei Ziyan heard this, he waved his hands. You're right. But those elite soldiers might be able to break through the defenses of others, but not me. Besides, I'm a cavalry and can come and go like the wind. At least half of them are foot soldiers. Whether to fight or not is up to me. If King Lu wishes to attack me, he would have to lay a trap for me. He would have to bait me into a trap. He would then use his army to surround and kill me. As long as I understand this, I won't be defeated. The only requirement is that my army must have reinforcements. I won't be too far away from where I'm supposed to be. All of you will be in charge of the camp and have to coordinate with me at all times. Don't worry, attacking a county and killing the enemy's soldiers is but a small matter. It's not essential, and it's of little value. If it were just a mere deputy general, he would be blinded by greed. He would advance recklessly in order to gain merits. However, I'm the commander-in-chief. Why would I be greedy for such merits? It's killing many birds with one stone. First of all, it's to give the camp time to recover, disrupting the structure of Qin Prefecture, making it impossible for King Lu to unify the troops. That's the second. If there are spies spreading rumors, that would be even better. Next is to fight for more time, so that the imperial envoys can safely enter their respective states. When the time comes, the Iron Curtain will rise and King Lu will be in a difficult position. This is the third and most important thing. More importantly, even if King Lu knew about this, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. When King Qingshun heard this, he let out a long sigh. He could feel the hairs on his body standing on end. His elder brother was corrupt, and no one could stop him. Who would have thought that in the tent, Pei Ziyan's words would cause the entire world to revert back to the imperial court? Prince Qingshun was filled with admiration and fear at the same time. He thought to himself, if only I had such intelligence and martial arts skills. How good would that be? However, he spoke out, True sovereign, don't worry. If anyone dares to defy my orders, I shall bring out the king's token and the emperor's sword. I shall decapitate them. Your Highness, true sovereign, please don't worry. I shall make sure everything is in order. Qin Yong replied. At this point, a group of people had already made their preparations. One of them asked for an audience. The eunuch asked and replied, Your Highness, true sovereign, a banquet has been prepared. Shall we hold a banquet? Hold a banquet. Pei Ziyan looked at the people outside and gave the order. With this order, hundreds of soldiers carried tables and rushed to and fro in front of the tent. Although the tent was huge, it couldn't hold many people. Hence, the generals had their banquet inside the tent, while the officers had their banquet in front of the tent. They were busy preparing food and wine. Seeing that Qin Yong had gone over to take a look, Pei Ziyan laughed. Your Highness, King Lu's elite troops are not to be underestimated. Just the cavalry alone won't be enough. I would like to request for Your Highness to use your authority to mobilize people from the Dao Records Department. Although Jun Wang Qingshun was still young, he knew that the record department had suffered a great loss during the previous incident. However, he was a member of the imperial court, and at critical moments, he had to go through fire and water. He didn't even frown as he replied, Imperial Father and His Majesty have given their orders. I'm only here in name. Since true sovereign has such intentions, please send them out with your seal. I'm sure these slaves wouldn't dare to not come, and wouldn't dare to be careless. The dynasty treated officials with courtesy and wouldn't address them as slaves. However, most of the Taoist officials didn't have official titles and were in an awkward situation. Hence, it was appropriate to address them as slaves. Although Prince Chung Shun wasn't aware of it, he had already spoken out loud. Pei Ziyan nodded his head and smiled, but sighed in his heart. His own Taoist would never be trusted by the imperial court, and those Taoist officials were even worse off. No matter how many merits they had, the moment they were born, their sacrifices and hard work would be for naught. Chapter 407. Chun Prefecture. As the rain continued to fall, all the inns and restaurants were lit up. The people on the streets were in a hurry as they looked at the soldiers patrolling the area. These soldiers were in groups of 5, and they looked around like tigers. They treated the commoners fairly well, but the commoners didn't dare to approach them. When they saw them from afar, they would avoid them. All of a sudden, a voice rang out from one of the inns. I am an elementary scholar. Why do you want to capture me? Why do you dare to capture me? The voice was loud as he struggled to break free. Soon after, a soldier's face turned cold as he used the hilt of his sword to strike the man's chest. The man fell to his knees and was about to vomit, causing a commotion. The squad leader looked around and reprimanded. The patrol team is capturing spies. Are you all accomplices? Hearing this reprimand, the crowd dispersed like birds and beasts. Meeting hall. Outside the meeting hall, there was a sentry every few steps and a guard every 5 steps. All of them were soldiers who stood at attention. Inside, King Lu sat high up on the throne. Below him sat a group of officials and generals. Everyone in the hall had grave expressions on their faces. Your Majesty, there have been many spies in the city recently. Rumors have been spreading everywhere. Although this official has done his best to capture them, it's still hard to get rid of them. An official bowed and reported, the most important thing is that many of them are scholars. It's hard for us to deal with them. Yes, we can't deal with them too harshly. An official stood up. This person was Fan Dingxiao. He looked at the rain outside and spoke slowly. You martial artists don't ask for evidence. You capture them and kill them. But the emperor wants to govern the counties, and thus has to win over the hearts of the people. To go on such a killing spree, are you trying to make the emperor a one-man army? Even if you have evidence, you can't be too violent. However, these people aren't spies. They're scholars. Now that they've started spreading rumors, I'm afraid the imperial court is about to make a move. You're right. King Lu laughed coldly as he placed the report in his hands down. He then sighed and spoke to Eunuch Liao. Recite the latest news to everyone here. Yes. Eunuch Liao bowed as he swept his gaze across the crowd. His expression was solemn as he said, according to our spies from the imperial court, the imperial court has already sent out 3 imperial envoys to oversee the battle in response to our attack. As he spoke, Eunuch Liao took the report and read it aloud. The imperial envoy has arrived at Huzhou. Immediately, he ordered the troops to be deployed to the front lines. He also ordered that no one is to fight without permission. The imperial envoy, Li Pan, has arrived in Chuzhou. He immediately mobilized troops to defend the city. He also urged the rear to transport 200,000 ton of grain to support the army. Imperial envoy Huang Yuanjin has taken a detour to the northern plains province on our left. He hasn't arrived yet, but he should arrive in another 10 days. Everyone, the imperial court has already stabbed our heart 3 times. Originally, the surrounding counties were already scared out of their wits by us, and there were even many officials who secretly surrendered to us. Now that the imperial court has made a move, the situation has changed. The most frightening thing is that if the imperial envoys were to oversee the battle, it would be a good thing. Our army's morale is at its peak. As long as we can achieve another 2 or 3 victories, we would be able to take control of the situation. However, the imperial envoy has received strict orders to defend the city. No matter how elite our army is, they're still made of flesh and blood. If we were to attack the city, the losses would be too great. Everyone present were generals and officials. Once they heard this, they understood the meaning behind it. At that point, the air seemed to freeze. Not a single sound could be heard in the hall. Only the sound of the rain could be heard as the cold wind blew through the windows. King Lu sat down and stared at everyone. Everyone, if you have anything to say, speak your mind. Hearing these words, an official stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Just recently, the caravan that was transporting goods to our prefecture was intercepted. One of them spoke a few words and was beheaded. The rest were captured. I'm afraid the imperial court's current strategy is to trap us within the prefecture. The official spoke as his face turned ashen. This is the strategy of fortifying the walls and clearing the fields. Hearing these words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The blind Taoist position had already improved. He had been promoted and was now a 7th-ranked official. Everyone's face turned gloomy. This strategy had only just been announced, but it had already brought about immense pressure. Something's not right. The blind Taoist thought to himself as he closed his eyes. At that moment, the image of a 3-eyed giant appeared. This giant understood what he meant and looked up as he transmitted a message to King Lu. King Lu's fate energy is largely dependent on the army's chi. Within the army's chi, there is demonic chi. The demonic chi acts as fuel for King Lu's advancement. It's just that with this strategy, the situation has changed. Although we have the help of demonic chi, it's still difficult for us to move forward. This strategy of the imperial court is like a dragon trapped within a cage. King Lu's imperial chi has been reduced by a 10th. Pei Ziyun is also cunning. Our demonic chi and King Lu's fate energy are interlinked. This isn't looking good. The blind Taoist squinted his eyes as he was shocked. At this point, someone trembled as he forced himself to remain calm and said, "This must be the demonic Tao's strategy. It's just that we have 3 prefectures and are much stronger than Jibei Ho. This strategy is nothing but a clown." King Lu cleared his throat as his eyes gleamed. He then asked, "Li Cheng, what do you think?" Li Cheng was the incarnation of the blind Taoist. He had been speaking about how his position was rising. He then replied, "Your Majesty, although we have 3 prefectures, Jibei Ho cannot compare to us. But I've studied Pei Ziyun's strategy. This person is not someone who can be restricted by a mere general. When this person makes his moves, he attacks from many different directions." At this point, someone was indignant as he cleared his throat. "This strategy is only SOSO. We can gather our troops and destroy it in one fell swoop." The blind Taoist swept a glance across the map. Of course, he didn't know that this strategy was known as the nemesis of Red back on Earth. He then spoke out blandly. "This strategy is known as the Iron Curtain. It's actually very realistic. From the looks of it, the imperial court has divided it into 4 different camps. They will be able to threaten us and prevent us from attacking. They will also cut off our land and water routes. Their intention is not only to prevent us from reaching our peak, but also to force us to ignite our blood essence. Although we have 3 prefectures, our manpower and resources are limited. The imperial court has gathered their troops in all 4 directions, and we have no choice but to defend against them. If that's the case, we won't be able to mobilize our troops. To fight against the rest of the world, normal conscription would not be able to stop them. We have to use all of our troops. But who will do the farming and production? It can be said that once this strategy is formed, they hope that we will use all of our troops to ignite our blood essence until we run out of fuel. I believe that the 3 prefectures will be able to sustain us for a short period of time. But what happens after a long period of time? There will be a lack of rations, the people will be angry, and the soldiers will be tired. The imperial court will be able to take turns fighting and recuperate. When the time comes, they will be able to strike." Hearing this, King Lu's expression changed. He had a bitter look on his face. "Are you saying that Pei Ziyun wants to force us to use all of our troops?" "Your Majesty, this is the second step. If your majesty isn't able to mobilize all of the 3 prefectures, then under the combined attacks of the 4 camps, the imperial court will collapse very quickly. But if your majesty is able to mobilize all of the 3 prefectures, then we will be in a stalemate. The most powerful thing about this Iron Curtain is that when we are in a stalemate, we will be forced to maintain a large number of troops and consume a large amount of rations. After a few years, we will starve to death. As the blind Taoist spoke up to this point, his expression turned solemn. King Lu then spoke out. Then what do you have in mind? Tell me quickly. Your subject is helpless. But all of this is because of Pei Ziyun. Back then, he defeated Ji Bei Ho and killed Mr. Xie. He even assassinated several generals. That's why we're in such a predicament now. As long as we can kill him, we can solve most of our problems. The blind Taoist sighed to himself. Although he had seen through Pei Ziyun's ploy, he was still far from being able to use it. He had to admit that although he was a demon emperor, he wasn't as good as Xie Chengdong or Pei Ziyun in this aspect. Hearing these words, King Lu's face fell. But this person has 70 to 80,000 soldiers. How do we kill him? The blind Taoist raised his head and looked at King Lu. He knew that King Lu was worried and laughed. Your Majesty, Pei Ziyun is an earth immortal, and his martial arts skills are extremely high. This is his strongest point, and also his weakest point. The previous battles have been very risky, and he's very confident in his abilities. He won't hide within his army. As long as he fights, we will have a chance to kill him. Even if he's an earth immortal, he won't be able to escape when there are thousands of soldiers on the battlefield. As he finished speaking, he was filled with killing intent. After being a demon emperor for so many years, he naturally understood this. Since he couldn't figure it out, he would just have to use a knife to solve all problems. The prerequisite was that he had a sharp knife. King Lu's eyes gleamed. This plan isn't bad. But what if this person doesn't fight? What then? When the blind Taoist spoke, an official rushed in to report. Your Majesty, there's an urgent military report. Pei Ziyun is leading 3,000 cavalrymen to invade Chun Prefecture. What? King Lu's face fell as he frowned. This person is so daring. When the blind Taoist heard this, he turned around and bowed to King Lu. Your Majesty, the heavens have decreed that this person is bewitched. Since he dares to come, let's make sure that he doesn't return. This person is an earth immortal and won't be easy to kill. King Lu's heart stirred as he squinted his eyes. Your Majesty, that's right. This person's Taoist arts are extremely profound. It's not safe to surround and kill him on the battlefield. Your Majesty, you can send people to Dark Altar Sect. They have earth immortals there, and they can join forces to kill Pei Ziyun. Dark Altar Sect. When King Lu heard this, his face turned gloomy as he thought of Xie Chengdong. Dark Altar Sect collaborated with the imperial court and caused the death of my advisor. They even betrayed me. I'm filled with hatred and can't wait to annihilate them. King Lu shouted out loudly. As he spoke up to this point, he calmed down and changed the topic. Dark Altar Sect is truly despicable. Why would they join forces with me? Aren't they afraid that I'll deal with them? The blind Taoist bowed and laughed. Your Majesty, times have changed. Dark Altar Sect and Pei Ziyun have deep enmity and have only agreed to a temporary compromise. Their desire to kill Pei Ziyun might not be any less than ours. I've read up on Dark Altar Sect's records. This Earth Immortal is extremely jealous. Not only have they dealt with those who have the potential to become Earth Immortals, they've also tried to assassinate the Tao seeds of other sections. Now that Pei Ziyun has appeared, he's threatening Dark Altar Sect's position as the strongest sect. Besides, Pei Ziyun is still young, and the Earth Immortal is already nearing the end of his lifespan. On this matter, we have a common goal. When King Lu heard this, he didn't think much of it at first. But now that he heard this, he started to have an idea. Perhaps we can give it a try. Li Cheng, you've come up with a good plan. I shall hand this matter over to you. The blind Taoist fell to his knees. Your subject obeys your Majesty. At this point, Eunuch Liao stood by King Lu's side and looked at the blind Taoist. Chapter 408. Dark Altar Sect. Although it was the beginning of winter, the mountain range stretched far and wide. There were pine trees that never lost their leaves, and the entire place was gray and gloomy. There were even streams of water flowing down from the peak of the mountain, forming clouds and mist. Occasionally, the clouds would disperse, revealing pavilions that allowed one to view the sea of clouds and admire the sunset. It was indeed a beautiful place to visit. Between the mountain paths, there was a Taoist from Dark Altar Sect standing guard. Every Taoist who passed by had a talisman in their hands. A middle-aged man rushed towards the main hall. His steps were hurried. When he reached the main hall, someone stopped him. "Elderly, please show me your talisman." The elder stretched out his hand, revealing a talisman. The guard then took out a pair of talismans and placed them together. A white light shone from the talisman as he spoke. "No problem. Please enter." When he entered, he saw the earth immortal sitting on the bed, meditating. The elder didn't dare to disturb him, and the entire hall fell silent. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. After some time, the earth immortal's voice could be heard. "What's the matter?" "It's Pei Ziyun's report. You've instructed me to deliver it to you as soon as I have it." The elder spoke carefully. The earth immortal had ruled Dark Altar Sect for over 200 years, and his authority was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Who would dare to defy him? At this point, the earth immortal was reading the scroll. Elderly stood there and watched. After some time, the earth immortal placed the scroll down emotionlessly and asked, "Does the new emperor really not wish to kill Pei Ziyun?" Elderly replied softly, "Yes, patriarch. Previously, the founding emperor wanted to kill Pei Ziyun. Hence, when we expressed our intentions, he accepted us and allowed us to cooperate. He even accepted a few of us to stay in his monastery. But now that the founding emperor has passed away, the new emperor doesn't seem to wish to kill him. Our people have tried to persuade him several times, but to no avail. Damn it." The earth immortal was enraged as he slapped the table in front of him, causing it to turn into ashes. Elderly sighed to himself. When he was born, the earth immortal was around. When he became an elder, the earth immortal was still around. He had always been fearful of the earth immortal, and had only ever seen him in a carefree manner. He had never seen the earth immortal so angry before. He then spoke softly, "True sovereign, do not be angry." When a new emperor was still of the crown prince, Pei Ziyun was an old acquaintance of his. But the imperial power and the Taoists, especially the earth immortals, are always in conflict. There has never been a good ending in history. Emperor Chi Tai will eventually fall out with Pei Ziyun. All we have to do is wait. The earth immortal's face turned gloomy. In the past, these words were pleasing to the ears. However, he had lost 2 incarnations, and his lifespan had been reduced. These 10 years, he had been waiting anxiously. Just as he was thinking about this, a Taoist walked in and reported, "True sovereign, King Lu has sent someone with news." "What?" The earth immortal's eyes squinted as they gleamed. He retrieved the message and read it before his expression changed. "King Lu is looking for me to join forces to kill Pei Ziyun. I really can't underestimate these secular kings. Each of them is cruel and ruthless. In the past, they worshipped Xie Qingdong as their military counselor and called him Mister. But now, they just pretend that nothing happened and turn around to ally with me. What a good plan, thinking that when tigers and wolves fight, one will definitely be injured, so they came to reap the benefits. Get him out of here," the earth immortal said coldly. Elder Li's body trembled as he walked out of the room. The living room within the hall, there was a painting of mountains and rivers hanging on the wall. The painting was of Dark Altar Mountain's Spirit Cave Lake. Within the painting, there was a fisherman fishing and a woodcutter chopping wood. His beard and hair were all white, and his expression was one of Tao. It was as if the painter had already experienced life and had seen through the ups and downs of life. Good painting. The envoy of King Lu looked like a scholar. He wasn't more than 30 years old and was rather handsome. From time to time, He would look at the painting as if he was enlightened. He ignored the Taoist who was staring at him and complimenting him. When Elderly walked out, he said, "True sovereign, he doesn't wish to see you. Go down the mountain. Men, send this guest out." Elder Li's tone was cold. He knew that killing Xie Qingdong was because of King Lu's demonic imperial qi. Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. Two disciples of Dark Altar sect heard the commotion and walked in. Their faces were fierce as they chased the scholar out. Seeing the Taoist's expression, the scholar laughed and said, "Can't I even solve the problem of your sect? Take this and ask around. I'm sure the immortals will be willing to see me. If you chase me out, I'm afraid you'll be the one to suffer the consequences." "What? That's impossible." Elderly had already turned around. When he heard the scholar's words, he was taken aback. He then turned around and glared at the scholar. The scholar wasn't afraid at all. He revealed a mysterious smile. "Go and ask around. I'm already here with you. What's there to be afraid of? If you really offend me, won't you punish me as you wish?" Elderly paused for some time before he understood. He then turned to his disciples. "Wait and see. I shall report this to the true sovereign." "Yes, senior uncle." The two of them acknowledged the order. Elderly then hurriedly walked into the main hall and bowed. "True sovereign, King Lu's envoy has said that he can rid the sect of the demonic imperial qi. What do you think?" The Earth Immortal cleared his throat and laughed before waving his hands. "I heard it earlier. It's indeed King Lu's ghost. Summon him in. I want his soul to be destroyed." When Elderly heard this, he immediately summoned the Earth Immortal. The scholar wasn't afraid as he followed the Earth Immortal into the main hall. Just as he entered, a transparent spell appeared. Killing intent emanated from the spell and trapped the scholar within the main hall. When the scholar looked over, he was enveloped by a thick layer of light. There was also a thick killing intent that couldn't be dispelled. The scholar was prepared for this as he smiled. Is this how a true sovereign treats his guests? The Earth Immortal was enraged as he laughed evilly. "Even at this stage, you still dare to act calm. Who are you? I can sense that you're no longer in your original form. If you refuse to speak, I shall destroy your soul." "Ha ha!" Hearing the Earth Immortal's words, the scholar stood still and laughed out loud. His lips curled up. "Who I am isn't important. What matters is that I can help your sect solve this problem. You can call one of them over. I shall remove it immediately. I shall let you know that I'm sincere and capable." As soon as these words were spoken, the Earth Immortal calmed down and glared at the scholar. "Aren't you afraid of death? Since I've been chosen by His Majesty to be the emissary, why would I be afraid?" The scholar spoke, his eyes gleamed brightly, and his demeanor was calm. He was indeed not afraid. Although the reincarnation platform had just been constructed, it already had the ability to manipulate the imprints. When the Earth Immortal heard these words, he thought of his own sect's disciples and elders. It was as if he had become a completely different person. His eyes turned cold as he stared at the Earth Immortal. The scholar didn't seem to notice his killing intent as he laughed. "You can kill me. However, not only will you offend us, you'll also cause your sect's disciples to be unable to recover. You'll also lose the chance to kill Pei Ziyan. This is the son of fate that replaced all of you. Dark Altar sect's 300 years of hard work shall end here." As soon as he finished speaking, the scholar laughed out loud. The entire hall was filled with a strange atmosphere as all the elders looked at the Earth Immortal. The Earth Immortal lowered his head as he thought for some time before closing his eyes. He then ordered, "Go and bring the disciples who have been corrupted by the evil spirits." "Yes." Immediately, an elder turned around and left. Before long, a loud roar could be heard. The disciple who had just arrived no longer looked like a human. His face was covered with long fur, and his fingernails had turned into sharp claws. He had just brought the disciple over when he screamed out in pain, before regaining consciousness. "True sovereign, kill me quickly." Under the suppression of the spiritual light, the disciple seemed to have regained consciousness. He then knelt down and screamed out in a shrill voice, "Kill me quickly. I don't want to become a monster." "No." As soon as the disciple finished speaking, The demonic chi around his body started to swirl as he lost his consciousness once more. He then summoned a huge amount of energy and struggled. Roar! Seeing the disciple in such a state, the elder couldn't help but sigh. He then pointed a finger at the disciple, causing a ray of light to emit from his weapon, suppressing the half-demon disciple. The scholar then laughed. This is just a temporary solution. It won't do anything. As soon as he spoke, the demonic chi, which had been suppressing the disciple, exploded out even more violently. The disciple struggled in pain as the veins on his body bulged out. The Earth Immortal's eyes gleamed as he ordered, "You still dare to cause trouble? Take him down." Boom! The surrounding magical energy surged forth as the spell formation became several times stronger. It was about to take down the scholar who was covered in demonic chi. However, the scholar wasn't afraid at all. He took a step forward and pointed at the disciple. Instantly, the demonic chi around the disciple disappeared. The Earth Immortal paused in shock as the spell formation slowed down. Without the demonic chi, the disciple's hair started to recede, and his claws turned back into fingernails. "I've recovered?" As the demonic chi dissipated, the disciple regained his original appearance and his consciousness. He reached out and touched his face. "I've actually recovered. I've actually recovered." As he spoke, he ignored the elders present and began to cry out loud. "Impossible!" The elder watched on in shock as his body trembled. The spell formation had locked down everything. How could he suddenly regain his human form? "It's really possible." One of the elders looked on and ordered, "Hurry, hurry, check if there's any evil energy left." Several disciples stepped forward and examined the disciple. After a long time, they realized that there was no demonic chi left. "Huh!" The scholar who was trapped by the spell formation laughed out loud. "How about it? We have a way to cure your illness." As he spoke, he swept his gaze across the room and laughed. "Did you see the chi just now? I know that your spell formation can even seal souls. Do you think you can seal that chi? If you kill me, my soul will be able to leave just like this chi. However, I'm your mortal enemy. Do you really want to continue?" Within the hall, the scholar's voice reverberated as the elder looked at the Earth Immortal. "I'll check it myself." The Earth Immortal didn't reply. He then took a step forward and stood in front of the disciple. He then stretched out his hand and scanned the disciple's body and soul. Before long, the disciple's face changed. There was no problem. In fact, the disciple's body was even stronger than before. King Lu is indeed the source of the evil energy. The Earth Immortal thought to himself as he turned around and looked at the scholar who was trapped by the spell formation. He then asked, "Since you can cure the evil energy, what do you intend to do?" The Earth Immortal wanted to say that he was an evil energy, but changed his words halfway and said that he was sick. The scholar didn't care about the details and laughed. "What we intend to do is to join forces and kill Peiziyun. As a reward, not only can we cure the illness of your sect, we can also provide you with things that you can't even imagine. For example, extending your lifespan." "What?" The Earth Immortal trembled. Now that his lifespan was almost up, this was the most important thing to him. He then gritted his teeth and asked coldly, "No matter how strange King Lu is, he can't defy the heavens and extend his lifespan. Who are you people?" Facing this question, the scholar smiled and didn't reply. The Earth Immortal looked at him and felt that this smile was extremely disgusting. A wave of anger rose up within him, and he wanted to reach out and kill the scholar. However, he thought about how his chi had suddenly disappeared and how he didn't even know where it had gone. He then thought about what the scholar had said about extending his lifespan. He paced several steps before he calmed down and asked, "Can it really extend one's lifespan?" In this world, there wasn't anything that could extend one's lifespan. Strength could be obtained, but it was hard to extend one's lifespan. Now that there was such a thing, it was unbelievable. "Of course it's true. You can try it." The scholar spoke as he stretched out his hand, and a crystal appeared in his palm. "This crystal, you can try it. You will know that I'm not lying." Looking at the crystal, the Earth Immortal looked at it deeply and ordered, Release the spell formation. Throw the crystal over. Chapter 409. The scholar bowed to the earth immortal. A ball of light wrapped around the crystal and flew towards the earth immortal. Several elders looked at the crystal, their eyes filled with shock. The earth immortal didn't even look at them. He kept the crystal in his hand and saw that it was only a small piece. It was only slightly bigger than a pearl. Just by holding it in his hand, he could feel the energy contained within. It was filled with life, as if his entire body was craving it. Eat it! Eat it! The earth immortal suppressed his desire and looked into the hall. He pondered for a long time, his face expressionless. Then, he waved his hand and sent a ray of light into the crystal. He examined it carefully. However, there was only life within and no demonic energy. Under the influence of the light, the crystal became even more translucent. He then turned around and said, "Someone, bring a disciple here who is nearing the end of his lifespan." "Yes." Immediately, someone replied. Inside the hall, Elder Lee was expressionless and solemn. The rest of the elders looked worried. Their brows were furrowed, and they glanced at each other from time to time. Just as everyone was deep in thought, someone came in and reported, "Immortal, the disciple who is nearing the end of his lifespan is here." A person was brought forward. His face was full of wrinkles, and his hair was white. His skin had lost its color, and he looked like a withered tree branch. He didn't know what had happened. He was a disciple who had left the sect a long time ago. Why was he brought to the core of the sect? His body trembled as he looked at the earth immortal and knelt down. "Greetings, immortal. Get up. Open your mouth." The earth immortal said impatiently. He stretched out his hand and scraped some powder off the crystal. The white-haired disciple opened his mouth and pointed with his finger. The powder was wrapped up in a ray of light and fell into the disciple's mouth. The old man swallowed the powder uneasily. However, the moment he swallowed it, he felt a warm current flowing through his body. His withered body was now filled with life and was slowly being nourished. "How do you feel after eating it?" the earth immortal asked without blinking. The old man bowed to the earth immortal and said, "Immortal, I can feel my lifespan increasing. My withered body is now filled with life." As the disciple spoke, he looked at the crystal in the earth immortal's hand with desire. When the earth immortal heard this, his eyes flashed with desire. He then pointed with his finger, and a ray of light landed on the disciple's body. The increase in spiritual chi is a trivial matter. My body's essence is growing as well, and my lifespan has increased as well. I don't feel that evil energy that I used to feel. Just as the earth immortal was feeling the changes in his body, he heard an elder exclaim, "I've really become younger." It turned out that in less than a quarter of an hour, the old disciple's dry skin had become slightly moist, and the wrinkles on his face had lessened. Although the degree was not great, it could not be hidden from the eyes of everyone present. The earth immortal heard the exclamation and sensed the change. He looked at the scholar in surprise and said, "According to my inspection, his lifespan has increased by 3 years in an instant. However, this is only a small part of the origin crystal. The entire piece can increase one's lifespan by at least 20 years. The earth immortal looked at the crystal in his hand with a gloomy expression. "Is there really such a magical item that can increase one's lifespan? True sovereign, we don't know the origins of this crystal. I'm afraid it's a trap. For the sake of Dark Altar sect, please don't use this crystal. Otherwise, you might fall into a trap." An elder advised with a serious look on his face. "Oomph." The earth immortal laughed coldly and glanced at the elder. This elder had been reprimanded by him before, and was now close to becoming an earth immortal. He looked around again, and could see that the eyes of the people around him did not want him to consume it. Under the heavens, the crown prince lived for 30 years, much less 200. The earth immortal's face was blank as he thought of the story of the Great Wei dynasty. Back then, when the crown prince saw that his father was gravely ill, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. If even a father and son were like that, what more a master and disciple? I'm afraid they're all hoping that I'll die. Because he had ruled Dark Altar Sect for 200 years, if he didn't die, these people would never be able to advance further. However, he knew his own situation. After living for 200 years, he had grown more and more fearful of death. If only he had another 200 years, he would definitely be able to become a true immortal. Thinking this way, he pondered for a long time before the earth immortal smiled and said, Elder Sure is right. We Taoists should be magnanimous and not be moved by life and death. Although this crystal is good, it cannot bewitch me. However, as the sect leader, I have to think for the sake of the sect. As long as you can remove the hidden dangers of our disciples, I will agree to this alliance. The earth immortal spoke to the scholar. True sovereign, Elder Sure was about to speak when he saw the earth immortal looking at him. Could it be that Elder Sure doesn't wish to save our disciples? Elder Sure shuddered as he took several steps back. I wouldn't dare. Then all of you can leave. The earth immortal waved his hands, gesturing for everyone to leave. At this point, the entire hall was empty except for Elderly. The earth immortal's face turned gloomy. Even an earth immortal can't extend his lifespan. What kind of powerful being is behind King Lu? Can he really do this? Investigate the gate of life carefully. Yes, Elderly acknowledged. Seeing that the earth immortal had nothing else to say, he was about to retreat when he heard the earth immortal speak. Also, pay close attention to that disciple. Don't let anyone harm him. Yes, Elderly was enlightened. It wasn't that the earth immortal wasn't tempted by the earth immortal's offer. It was just that he was extremely cautious and wanted to observe the disciple for a period of time before he consumed the crystal. If the elders within the sect were to discover the earth immortal's intentions, they would think of a way to kill the disciple. King Lu's paradise kill. King Lu didn't have many troops, but most of them were strange-looking. They were half human, half beast. Their muscles were bulging, and they were 2 or 3 times their height. Their heads were either that of a wolf or a leopard. Their fangs were filled with fangs, and their eyes were bright red. This beast-headed, human-bodied, and savage-looking monster gave off a massive pressure. Every time it attacked, screams would ring out. A layer of charred skin would appear on the opponent's bodies, and strands of chi would spread out. Some would recover, while others would die on the spot. However, the enemy had many elite troops. They pounced forward, and the beast-headed, human-bodied monster would be pierced several times. The sounds of battle rang out incessantly. Following the sounds of battle, more and more demonic shadows were attracted to the reincarnation platform and returned to it. Demonic chi and imperial chi were infused into the reincarnation platform to repair the damage. In the blink of an eye, the demonic chi and imperial chi were restored. As time passed, the reincarnation platform gradually stabilized, as though it had taken root in paradise. The blind Taoist primordial spirit sat in front of the reincarnation platform and opened his eyes. He saw that within the tens of thousands of statues around the reincarnation platform, a human figure had appeared. It was very small. The blind Taoist laughed out loud. My origin crystal doesn't have any demonic chi. However, this is a power that comes from a higher realm. How can it be useful? If I use it, you'll be a demon. If not, how do you think you can reverse your lifespan? A demonic spirit then asked softly, Your Majesty, this is your demonic emperor's origin crystal. If you use it, it will affect your primordial spirit. Is it worth it? The blind Taoist laughed out. He then coughed and looked down at his body, only to see an empty hole. He then sighed, It's worth it. That earth immortal was a sect leader. If he transformed into a demon, he would be able to gain the support of an entire sect. How is it not worth it? If it weren't for the fact that I can't squeeze out much, I would have given it to him. It's a pity that the imperial chi repels it. If not, wouldn't it be better to give it to King Lu? As he spoke up to this point, the blind Taoist's expression turned cold. His enemy now was Pei Ziyun. He was the destined son of this world, and had to be killed. As long as he was killed, there wouldn't be another destined son of this world within 100 years. At this point, the blind Taoist felt that something wasn't right. This statue has stopped growing. An earth immortal should be considered a demon. Why is it so small? He then took a closer look, and his expression changed. He then laughed coldly. What a good experiment. I've indeed underestimated the people of this world. Even at the end of your lifespan, it's best to be more cautious. Let's see how much longer you can endure. Peaceful County, the sky was getting dark, and rain was drizzling down the branches of the trees. Pei Ziyin rode on a red date stallion as 3,000 cavalrymen galloped at full speed. Peaceful County is right in front of us. According to the rules, we need food and pigs. Pei Ziyin looked around and gave the order to the cavalrymen. Hearing these words, the surrounding cavalrymen all cheered out, "Yes, true sovereign. Go." Pei Ziyin whipped his horse and rode forward. Very soon, the county appeared in front of them. The surrounding trees had all been chopped down, and a moat surrounded the city. On top of the city, there were soldiers patrolling the city. When they saw the cavalrymen, they would beat the drums, and the gates would close. The leader of the patrol shouted, "Quick, quick, go and report to the magistrate. The cavalry is here." Yes. An armored soldier hurriedly ran off. Pei Ziyin led the cavalryman away. He then nodded his head, and one of his personal guards galloped toward the county and shouted, "All of you, offer up 100 stones of food and 10 pigs. If we don't break into the county, it will be too late for regrets. Offer up the food and pigs. Offer up the food and pigs. Break into the county. Break into the county." The cavalrymen of the imperial court were shouting loudly, and the entire city could hear them. At this point in time, there were still people buying and selling goods on the streets. When they heard the commotion, everyone was terrified and shut their shops. Some even peeked through the gaps in their doors. "Your Excellency, things are bad. The imperial court's cavalrymen are here." The magistrate was entertaining the special envoy. He had just poured some tea and was talking about romance when the armored soldier suddenly reported the news. His face fell. What? The special envoy was around 30 years old. He stood up. "Quick, quick, lead the way. Follow me up the city." The special envoy and the magistrate hurriedly climbed up the city walls. The magistrate looked down and saw the cavalrymen of the imperial court. They were in perfect formation and were shouting loudly. Their killing intent was overwhelming. His face turned pale as his lips trembled and his eyes were filled with fear. As the magistrate of the county, he had never seen such a scene before. He felt his legs turn to jelly as he trembled in fear. He then turned to the special envoy. "Your Excellency, my county only has 1,000 soldiers. What do we do now? Should we offer up the food and pigs? If not, if we break into the county, I'm afraid both of us will have to." The magistrate spoke as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. His face was filled with fear. You dare?" When the special envoy heard this, his face turned red and his reprimand exploded in the county magistrate's ears. The county magistrate felt his head go dizzy and jumped in fright. His legs went weak and he leaned forward about to fall. The bailiff quickly reached out to support him. "Useless person." The special envoy looked at the magistrate and thought to himself. He then looked down at the city walls, ignoring the cold rain that fell on his face. He then shouted out angrily, "Although it's just 100 stones and 10 pigs, it's enough to cause the emperor, King Lu, to lose face. I won't allow it." In the past, Anjou County and Bailin County who gave grain to the emperor had insulted his majesty. You can't be thinking of the same result as them, right? The special envoy looked at the county magistrate and said in a cold tone, No, this lowly official wouldn't dare. For the sake of the emperor's reputation, I can't give you the food." The magistrate's face was filled with anger as he looked down at the imperial court's army. He then asked softly, "Your Excellency, how should we deal with this situation?" The special envoy knew that the magistrate had submitted to King Lu not long ago, and thus couldn't be forced. He then consoled him, "As long as the county can hold out for a few days, the army will be able to surround you. When that time comes, you will be rewarded." The magistrate looked at the cavalrymen and then at the city walls. He felt uneasy as he replied, "Yes." Chapter 410. The cavalrymen lined up in formation with strict discipline. The entire army was silent. Pei Zi-yun watched from the back of his horse, with several officers protecting him. It's been a long time since I've fought, and my hands are itching for a fight. I've heard that King Lu's army is full of good men. Who would have thought that I've met a bunch of cowards? The moment I say the word, the pigs and rations are all obedient. The middle-aged officer looked at the soldiers on the wall and laughed mockingly. In a county like this, there were at most 700 to 800 soldiers, and most of them couldn't fight. His army of 3,000 would be able to take them down in one go. The deputy general was a middle-aged man of about 45 or 46 years of age. He had been a general for a long time and had a cold and stern look about him. At this point, his eyes were staring into the distance, and his hands were on the hilt of his sword. He seemed to be deep in thought. He then walked up to Pei Zi-yun and whispered, "True sovereign, there hasn't been any movement from the city for a long time. I'm sure they want to fight us." Pei Zi-yun looked at the city and was about to speak when someone in the city raised his bow and took an arrow. The arrow was tied with a piece of cloth. He looked in the direction of the city and saw the commander. He then raised his bow and shot the arrow. Pooh! The arrow was shot very quickly and fell to the ground when it was still 100 meters away from Pei Zi-yun. Immediately, a cavalryman rushed forward and picked up the arrow. Pei Zi-yun picked it up and looked at it. Without saying a word, he handed it over to the deputy general. The deputy general took a look at it, and his face twitched. The content of the letter was not to give them food and pigs. There were also many insults in the letter, and it seemed that the city would live and die with it. How dare these thieves? The deputy general was furious. He knew what the true sovereign meant. Although the 100 dawn of grain was not eye-catching and could be taken out by a slightly larger clan, it could solve the problem of the cavalry's provisions. There was no need to mobilize troops to transport it in the enemy's territory. More importantly, it would affect the morale of the county. Who would still have the heart to fight for King Lu or die for King Lu? The middle-aged officer who had just spoken took a look as well. His face was filled with hatred. "True sovereign, I am willing to ask for your permission. Please let me go up and destroy the city. I shall let them know how powerful we are. True sovereign, I'm willing to ask for your permission to destroy the city of thieves. True monarch, give the order. Let us conquer the county." The captains were all clamoring. There were only a few hundred soldiers in this county town, and they could easily take down the headquarters with a single charge. Of course, they wanted to get the first merit. Hearing the voices of these officers, Pei Zi-yun's eyes swept across them. These cavalry soldiers had all been mobilized and hadn't gone through King Lu's demonic army. Previously, several cities had given him rations and pigs to feed him. The eunuch looked at the Taoist official and tugged on the reins of his horse. He then took small steps towards Pei Zi-yun and whispered, "True sovereign, what do we do now? If you don't give us the county, should we fight or not?" Pei Zi-yun looked at his soldiers and laughed. "Fight? Why wouldn't we fight? King Lu's forces are strong, and the imperial court can't do anything to protect them. I took pity on the county and had no choice but to surrender. Hence, I only asked for rations and didn't attack the city. This was a show of my concern for the county. Who would have thought that this county would go crazy and rebel against the imperial court and the heavenly troops? This is a crime punishable by death." Pei Zi-yun looked at the county and revealed a cold smile. Seeing that the eunuch had a blank look on his face, he knew that he didn't understand. He then explained in a low voice, "Although King Lu has declared himself the emperor and declared his independence, he still needs a peaceful environment and time to consolidate his power. My cavalry can travel between the counties like the wind, cutting off all communication between the counties. We've asked for 100 stones of rations and 10 pigs. It's not a lot, and even the commoners would have it. But not only would it be enough to feed the cavalry for 3 days, it would also affect the morale of the county. We've already conquered the 3 counties and caused the other counties to tremble in fear. This is disadvantageous to the imperial court. Now that King Lu has reacted, he wants to stop us from plundering and deal with us. However, the soldiers are not merciful, and the merciful are not the generals. Now that the county doesn't dare to provide us with rations, we shall destroy it. After that, we shall kill all the traitorous officials and confiscate the properties of the wealthy families. None shall be spared, and their heads shall be hung on the walls. We shall let them know pain and no fear. Only then will they come to their senses. The eunuch had never experienced such a thing before. When he heard Pei Ziyun's words, his entire body trembled. His face revealed a look of pity as he spoke. Killing these traitorous officials is one thing, but killing all the wealthy families in the city. These are all commoners. Isn't that a little too cruel? Pei Ziyun heard his eunuch's words and laughed. What's so great about this little massacre? This is a necessary massacre. Only then will they fear us. This way, even if King Lu gives us strict orders, who would reject us for this small amount of rations? This would greatly damage the reputation of King Lu in the imperial court. Besides, even if the magistrate dares to reject us, what about the wealthy families? If we demand too much, we might have to fight to the death. But it's just a mere 100 stones. Who would risk the lives of their entire families? If they can't even resist us, then we shall send their entire families to their deaths. The eunuch wanted to say something, but when the words came to his mouth, he didn't say anything. Now that the two armies were at war, they could only choose the most effective and direct method. Besides, his status was only that of a record officer, and he had no right to interfere with Pei Ziyun's commands. The eunuch looked towards the direction of a city, where the officials could be seen overseeing the battle. When he saw this, he sighed, "That's right. This is all for the imperial court and for peace." Pei Ziyun looked up at the darkening skies and sighed. Sha Binglai. Here, the deputy general stepped forward. You shall command the troops to attack the city. Kill all the officials and wealthy families, and take all the gold and silver. Yes. Sha Binglai led the other officers and obeyed. After some time, the sound of the drums beating could be heard as they got into formation. They formed into a square formation and charged towards the city. Attack the city and kill all the rebels. Although they were cavalry, they could still scale the city walls and fight. Sha Binglai galloped forward on his horse and ordered, "Prepare the bows and arrows, and suppress the soldiers on the city walls." The cavalrymen immediately understood his intentions. They took out their crossbows and arrows from their quiver. Sha Binglai roared, "Shoot!" Following the order, a series of pew-pew sounds could be heard as a dense number of arrows were shot out, forming a rain of arrows. The soldiers on the city walls had a change in expression. "Shield soldiers, shield soldiers." One of them ordered as the rain of arrows rained down. The county magistrate was already prepared, and someone raised a shield to protect the county magistrate and the special envoy. One of the sergeants shouted, "Quick, quick, hide!" Several of the soldiers were unable to hide in time and did not have any shields. As the rain of arrows rained down on them, a series of tragic screams could be heard. More than 10 of them fell to the ground. Their bodies were a mess of flesh and blood as they rolled on the ground, screaming in pain. There were even some who had their hearts pierced through and did not even have time to scream. Marksmen patrol and shoot. Sha Binglai ordered. These people's bows and arrows were vicious and accurate. Although there weren't many of them, the moment they hit their targets, they would either hit their faces or their necks. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 20 casualties on the city walls. The rest of the soldiers were so frightened that they tried to hide. Attack the city. Sha Binglai saw that the situation was under control and ordered a group of soldiers to jump down from the city walls. Some of them even took the ladders and rushed over. "Quick, what are you all doing? Return fire. Quickly return fire. Shoot them to death." The special envoy's eyes were bloodshot as he watched the siege. How could these cavalrymen be so powerful to be able to shoot at the city walls and suppress them? One of the soldiers heard the order and drew his bow. Just as he was about to shoot at the city walls, an arrow flew up and pierced through his left eye and through the back of his head. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. How is this possible? The county magistrate had placed his hopes on the city walls, and did not expect them to be suppressed so quickly. His face turned pale and was filled with fear. However, there were still some soldiers who knew what was going on. They hurriedly ordered the soldiers to carry the people hanging from the city walls to the entrance. They then shouted for the soldiers to cover the people with wet blankets and finally managed to suppress the marksmen. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the drums beating even louder. There were already people climbing up the ladders. "Gold juice, pour!" Immediately, two of the soldiers lifted up the cauldron and poured the boiling fecal juice over. Miserable screams rang out, and in the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 cavalrymen fell to the ground with serious injuries. There were also boulders smashing down, and they all fell to the ground. The eunuchs below could not help but clench their fists as they looked at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun looked on expressionlessly, without any expression on his face. At this point, an officer spoke out. "Eunuch, do not worry. This is a common occurrence when sieging a city. Besides, there aren't many of these in the city." As he spoke, 4 pots of gold juice were poured, and there were no more. Even the meteorite rocks had been greatly reduced. The morale of the soldiers who were sieging the city was greatly boosted. Soon after, another 30 cavalrymen climbed up the ladders. At this point, a long spear pierced through the air. Even though the cavalrymen were fully armored, they still cried out in pain as they fell from the ladders. The number of casualties is not small. Shah Binglai looked at the city, his face dark. He continued to urge his troops to charge up the city walls. Time passed slowly, and rain started to fall from the sky. As the battle continued, blood flowed down from the city walls, dyeing the moat red. Kill, kill, kill. However, the walls of the city were short, and there were less than 1,000 soldiers. This was a matter of fact. Now that there were more than 200 casualties, it was obvious that the city was on its last legs. "True sovereign, it's noon now. Based on the situation, we should be able to have lunch in the city." Even the eunuchs could see the state of the battle and couldn't help but smile. Pei Ziyun glanced at the eunuchs and smiled. "Looks like it's possible. True sovereign has arranged everything well." The eunuch complimented. Since they had won the battle, the eunuchs who had followed the army would be able to get some credit. All of a sudden, a squad leader charged up to the top of the city walls and cut down the surrounding soldiers, creating a gap in the defense line. "Kill! Kill them all! Kill them all!" An officer looked at the situation and leaped off his horse, charging up to the city walls. "Pooh!" The squad leader chopped down a soldier who was charging up to him. The soldier's neck was sliced open, and fresh blood flowed out. Even more cavalrymen climbed up the ladders and broke through the defense line. "The city has been breached," Pei Ziyun said as he watched. Indeed, not long after, the city gates opened and the cavalrymen charged in. The sounds of battle shook the heavens. Pei Ziyun and the rest remained motionless. After about half an hour, the sounds of battle died down. An officer then reported, "True sovereign, the city has been cleared. The magistrate has surrendered. Let's go take a look." Pei Ziyun pointed his whip at the city walls. When a eunuch heard this, he smiled. "True sovereign, the city has been cleared. The magistrate has surrendered. Go." Pei Ziyun galloped forward on his horse. The city wasn't very big. When he reached the entrance of the government office, he saw the magistrate and a group of officials kneeling on the ground. "I surrender. Please spare my life, Your Excellency." The magistrate was kneeling on the ground, his body trembling. "Where's your envoy? He wrote me a letter just now. His handwriting is pretty good. I'd like to meet him." Pei Ziyun looked down and smiled. Hearing this, the magistrate's body trembled as he tried to explain. Just now, he disappeared. "Oh, he escaped." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "So that's how it is. But not only are you a traitor, you've even resisted the heavenly troops. It's too late to surrender now. Men, execute him." As soon as these words were spoken, the magistrate who was kneeling on the ground turned pale. He was so scared that he peed his pants. "True sovereign, please spare my life. True sovereign, please spare my life." The magistrate wanted to beg for mercy as he crawled forward. A cavalry soldier slashed down with his blade, and a scream was heard as the magistrate's head flew off his body. It landed on the ground and rolled on the ground, never to be seen again. Kill. More than 10 cavalrymen rushed forward and slashed at the remaining officials. More than 10 heads fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun then cleared his throat. Is this what you think you're capable of against me? Men, don't hold back your blades. Kill. Kill all these officials and wealthy families. Chapter 411. Li Mansion, the main gate of the county, was decorated with pewter nails. The owner of the gate, Li Jinlin, was a high scholar. Now that the city gates had been breached, the gates were shut tight. Within a short period of time, the soldiers were wielding weapons and smashing open the doors of the houses. Screams and cries could be heard everywhere. Li Jinlin paced back and forth in the yard, looking at the streets. He frowned and forced a smile. Your Excellency need not worry. I'm a high scholar. These soldiers would not dare to harass me. The 30-year-old man opposite him was the special envoy. He then said, High Scholar Li, you are able to serve the court in times of crisis. When I return, I will report this to the emperor and reward you accordingly. Li Jinlin was overjoyed and said, Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. At this point, the sound of armor clanking could be heard from the streets outside. Footsteps could be heard as someone announced, Under the orders of the true sovereign, the county's officers and officials are guilty of conspiring against the rebels. They will be punished with death. Hearing the announcement and the sound of footsteps, Li Jinlin's face turned pale. His voice trembled as he said, Your Excellency, please hide. Seeing that the special envoy had gone into hiding, everyone's faces turned pale. They could hear the sound of footsteps outside, before it became much quieter. Only then did they relax. All of a sudden, footsteps could be heard from the entrance of the mansion, followed by the sound of soldiers shouting, Open the door! Open the door! Master, it's not good. There are people outside. The gatekeeper was still shouting when he heard a quang sound as the door was pushed open. The armored soldiers then rushed in. The gatekeeper was about to shout again when the cavalrymen raised their blades. He screamed in pain and was killed on the spot. Li Jinlin was so frightened that he took a few steps back and shouted, I am a high scholar, and you are soldiers. How can you kill my men without a trial? The true sovereign has raided the county government and has a list of all the officials. The true sovereign has decreed that anyone who is a high scholar and above, or more than 10,000 mu of land, is considered a traitor and is to be killed. That person is you. Be honest and die, and your family may be spared. If not, your entire family shall be buried. The soldiers laughed and waved their hands. Li Jinlin was taken aback and retreated a few steps. He shouted, You dare, you dare? Before he could finish his sentence, a blade landed on his body. Li Jinlin was in pain and fell to his knees. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with pain. Then he felt his hair being pulled, revealing his neck. With a flash of the saber, the head fell to the ground. Seize the house. The true immortal said that a third of the money seized will be handed over to the public, a third will be left for the brothers who didn't participate in the battle, and a third will be ours. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. The captain waved his hands, and the soldiers rushed forward. Screams and cries could be heard from the backyard, as though an old woman was trying to stop them. The next moment, a blade flashed, and blood splattered all over the window. The envoy's face was dark and gloomy as he hid within the pile of firewood. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I didn't expect Pei Ziyan to be so crazy. However, these soldiers did not seem to have noticed him. They were only focused on looting and did not seem to be interested in the storehouse. Most of them headed straight for the storehouse. After a long time, the soldiers who had looted a considerable amount of gold and silver heard their leader say, Quick, don't take anything that's worthless. Go to the next storehouse. After the officers and soldiers had left, the sound of married scholars crying could be heard from inside the mansion. The special envoy did not move for a moment. He listened carefully and found that they had indeed gone far away. Only then did he light the talisman. Open the door and die. Such cries could be heard as thick smoke billowed everywhere in the county. The sounds of doors being broken, people fleeing, people being killed, and people screaming could be heard everywhere. The commoners hid in their homes. Their faces were filled with fear. Some of them ran to their cellars to hide. Those who didn't have a cellar could only hide in a corner. However, the soldiers didn't even bother to look at them as they headed straight for the houses. Outside the city walls, the eunuch who had been accompanying the army watched the scene unfold. He could see the thick smoke billowing and the sounds of people being killed. "AI," the eunuch sighed. Pazian laughed and ignored him. All of a sudden, he had a feeling that something was amiss. He looked towards a corner of the city before turning around to look outside the city. He saw that it was raining, and the clouds were moving with the wind. It was drizzling. He smiled. King Lu's army is about to arrive. The eunuch couldn't bear to look at Pei Ziyun. When he heard this, he was startled and looked at Pei Ziyun. "True sovereign, why do you say that? How did the traitor King Lu arrive so quickly?" The eunuch didn't think that Pei Ziyun was lying to him. It was just that he was suspicious. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly and replied, "The emperor is different from the bandits. If the emperor can't protect the county, the hearts of the people will fall apart. I'm a huge threat to King Lu. Every move I make will be watched closely. In order to keep an eye on me, the enemy troops aren't far from here. Although the county has been destroyed, news can still be sent out. They're on their way here now." "True sovereign, what should we do?" "Our original plan was to engage in guerrilla warfare. If we fight them now, we're at a disadvantage." The eunuch was uneasy. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun laughed. "We've been waiting for them. You don't have to worry. We've already used the bailiffs and bailiffs. If they don't wish to die, we've already prepared rations and a place to rest. Once the soldiers return to camp, they'll be provided with hot meals and sleeping quarters. Men, pass down my orders. All troops are to return to camp to eat and sleep. All loot will be tallied up by the military. Rewards will be distributed accordingly. Those who don't obey will be dealt with according to military law." The eunuch paused as he watched Pei Ziyun pass down orders in an orderly fashion. The army cooks and bailiffs who didn't wish to die immediately started cooking. Smoke rose from the kitchen as the soldiers ran back and forth. Official rode the drizzle brought with it a chill as it landed on the fields. The 3,000 cavalrymen of King Lu marched through the rain. The rainwater flowed through the gaps between their armors, bringing away the warmth of their bodies. The strange thing was, although it was cold, none of them made a sound. They marched like a black snake. Occasionally, they would fall into the mud, but they would jump back up and continue marching. When they reached a certain point, a general who looked to be around 25 or 26 years old had a stern look on his face. He rode on his horse and looked into the distance. He then asked, "Are we near Peace County?" The soldier in front of him glanced around before nodding his head. "General, we've reached the pipe shop. In another 10 kilometers, we'll reach the county." "Stop." This man was the UG general. When he heard this, he raised his whip and shouted loudly. Following this order, the 3,000 cavalrymen pulled their horses to a halt. The UG general looked at the cavalrymen and gave the order, "All of you eat your dried rations and meat. After you've eaten your fill, take a break and prepare for battle." When the 3,000 cavalrymen heard this, they didn't make a sound. They then retrieved their rations and meat and started wolfing them down. Rainwater mixed with sweat dripped down their faces, but they didn't care about it all. Behind the UG general was a Dao official. When he heard this, he hurriedly tried to persuade him. "General, as long as you keep a close watch on the enemy cavalrymen, we can't let them escape. Pei Ziyun is extremely ferocious. It's a small matter if we hurt our soldiers' morale, but if we let them escape, I'm afraid the Imperial Majesty won't be pleased." "Bastard!" The UG general's face turned green as he scolded the Dao official. "My valiant battalion's elites are unrivaled. Our numbers are comparable to the enemy as well. Count Zhongqin's cavalrymen are considered elites as well. Their numbers are many times greater than ours, and yet they were still defeated by us. With our military strength, even if we were to fight them head-on, we would still be able to win. Besides, we have our own spies. During the day, we received news from the special envoy that the county is being pillaged. This is a good opportunity for us to launch a sneak attack. As long as we can kill Pei Ziyun, we will be able to achieve victory. The Imperial Majesty has orders." As he spoke, the UG general's eyes were bloodshot, as though he was about to make a move. When the Dao official heard this, he was speechless. This general was too arrogant. After all, Pei Ziyun had a glorious battle record, having to be killed so easily. However, the Dao official looked at the UG general's bloodshot eyes. Even though he was one of them, under such circumstances, there was no point in trying to persuade him. The Dao official then swallowed his words. The UG general saw that the Dao official had been beaten into submission by him, and his expression softened. He then asked, "Is the special envoy, Hu Chu, still around?" The Dao official closed his eyes and felt around the city. He then reported, "Yes, he's still within the county." "That's right." General Ug had a ferocious look on his face as he looked at the county in the distance. He licked his lips greedily. City walls, a group of people approached the city. By now, it was already nighttime. They could see torches on the city walls, as well as soldiers walking back and forth, looking out into the distance. General Ug was relieved. If there weren't any preparations, he would feel that something was amiss. He then sent a message to the special envoy to open the gates. "We shall then kill our way in." The Dao official took out a talisman and pointed it at it. The talisman started to burn as it emitted a dim glow. The fire spread rapidly, and soon the talisman was burnt to a crisp. Within the city, sandbags were used to form a passageway. Both sides of the passageway were lined with soldiers. All of them had eaten their fill and had slept for 2 hours. They were clad in armor and mounted their horses, emitting killing intent. Pei Ziyun sat atop his horse, his face cold as ice, as he fiddled with the talisman in his hands. The special envoy was tied up at the entrance of the passageway. His entire body was covered in wounds. He glared at Pei Ziyun with hatred as he struggled to free himself. "Who?" Pei Ziyun looked at the talisman in his hands as it started to burn. "He wants you to open the gates?" This general is really arrogant. Does he really think that I'm just a decoration? You're an idiot as well. If I couldn't hide, or if I couldn't find you, you still wanted to use the talisman to communicate with me. I'm an Earth immortal. How could I not be aware of the talisman in the city? Pei Ziyun spoke as he looked outside and smiled. "Everyone hide well. Prepare the kerosene. As soon as half of King Lu's troops enter the city, we shall act immediately and seal the gates." Yes. As soon as Pei Ziyun finished speaking, the soldiers suppressed their excitement and dispersed. They hid themselves in different locations. He then waved his hands, and someone stepped forward to open the gates. Following a loud sound, the gates of the city opened. This person resembled the special envoy. The moment the gates opened, the soldiers on the city walls noticed him. They cried out in alarm and banged on the gongs. The city was indeed unguarded. They were too careless. Kill them all, kill them all." General Ug shouted out. Pei Ziyun didn't set up any defenses and opened the gates so easily. "I'm afraid there's something fishy going on." The Dao official looked at the city gates, which were pitch black. It looked like a wild beast that was about to swallow a person whole. He couldn't help but shiver. Pei Ziyun didn't expect us to arrive so quickly. Besides, the special envoy's martial arts are extremely strong. Hence, he opened the gates. There's nothing suspicious about that. What are you afraid of? General Ug spoke. Outside the city gates, the special envoy had already started fighting. Someone wanted to shut the gates. The Dao official wanted to say something, but General Ug ignored him. "If you don't dare to attack, then stay here. When the time comes, I shall report this to the imperial court." As soon as he said this, General Ug ignored the eunuch in front of him. He roared out in anger as he whipped his horse viciously. The horse felt the pain and galloped forward. "Kill, follow me, and charge in." The soldiers behind him didn't hesitate at all as they whipped their horses as well. Like a torrent of iron, they charged towards the city gates. Chapter 412. Kill. These people robbed during the day and are probably asleep. They didn't expect us to come. As long as we kill our way in, we will be able to kill all the thieves." General Ug shouted. He was still full of confidence in his troops. The night was dark, and they could not see clearly. The cavalrymen cut down several enemies and charged into the city. General Ug shouted out, "Quick, follow me and search the enemy's camp. We will definitely win." "Oh!" The cavalrymen started howling. They had only made it halfway into the city when all of a sudden, huge rocks, logs, caltrops, and kerosene started falling from the city gates. The city gates were sealed shut. Some of the cavalrymen were unlucky and were hit by the rocks and logs, causing their brains to splatter everywhere. Screams of agony could be heard as torches were lit all over the place. A makeshift barricade made of sandbags was revealed. "Not good, there's an ambush. Where's the envoy?" General Ug was shocked as he looked around. On the city walls and barricades, a large number of men had appeared. They were all armed with bows and arrows. At this point, Pei Ziyun and his troops appeared at the end of the street, blocking the way. In front of them was the envoy. He was tied up tightly and was still struggling. Pei Ziyun laughed. "Are you looking for him?" He then laughed. "It's a pity that all of you will end up the same way. You will die here." With a flash of his sword, the envoy's head flew up into the air. A demonic figure appeared within the blood and disappeared. General Ug watched on. Although he did not know what had happened, his heart was filled with anger. "Pei Ziyun, kill, kill." Such a voice kept ringing out in his mind. This was just a small barricade and could not stop a warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. At this point, an officer stepped on the ground and slipped. "Something's not right. What's this?" "It's too late." Pei Ziyun laughed. He raised his hand and ordered, "Shoot." A sharp whistling sound pierced through the air as the arrows rained down on the densely packed crowd, causing blood to splatter everywhere. This was a small matter. These arrows were all imbued with fire. Not only did they kill the crowd, when they landed, a loud boom was heard as the entrance was engulfed in flames. Even if they were affected by demonic chi, they were still made of flesh and blood. Out of the 1,000 men in the city, 200 to 300 were killed in an instant. The rest fell to the ground, their bodies covered in flames as they screamed in agony. "Follow me." General Ug was enraged. His eyes turned red, and with a roar, he spurred his horse forward. Even at this time, there were still hundreds of people following him, quickly forming a torrent of steel. There was still a drizzle falling from the night sky, and a raging fire was burning. "Ready, fire." Pei Ziyun had a look of disdain on his face. He wasn't a talkative person. The reason why he was talking was because he knew that if he were to charge forward, he might be able to charge out of the barricade. The barricade wasn't tall or thick, but the moment he stopped, he would have to start again. He wouldn't be able to gather much momentum. Following the order, a large number of people drew their bows and arrows, and even crossbows. Amidst the creaking sounds of the winch wheels, only a command was heard. "Shoot!" A whistling sound tore through the air. Time paused for a moment. Within 100 steps, the people who charged out collapsed. It was just that at this moment, the enemy general had his cavalry surrounding him and even brandishing their weapons to create a hurricane. They parried the arrows and repeatedly hacked at those who tried to stop them. They were very vicious, but the iron armor of the imperial court in front of them blocked them. They stabbed and slashed at each other, temporarily holding them back. On top of a roof, a lieutenant watched the cavalry charge forward and laughed coldly, sighed, aim, prepare to fire. Following the lieutenant's command, the crossbows on the left and right sides of the barricade continued to rain down. Punk! Since the arrows were fired from the left and right sides of the barricade, it covered a large area. The moment the arrows landed, another 100 men fell to the ground, dead. This was the tactic of weakening the enemy by layers. No matter how strong they were, how could they defend against attacks from 3 sides? One of King Lu's cavalrymen charged forward with his army. All of a sudden, an arrow shot down from the side, piercing through his eye socket. The cavalryman screamed out in pain as he fell to the ground. He was trampled by the horses, and his blood and flesh flew everywhere. The barricade was like a meat grinder, reaping the lives of the cavalrymen. Pei Zi-yun remained on his horse, as the cavalrymen drew their blades. No matter how brave Yu Ji General was, he wouldn't be able to break through the barricade. Only about 100 men were able to reach him. Yu Ji General's face and eyes were bloodshot, and his veins were popping out. He charged forward and brandished his blade. Die! What a joke! Seeing this, the general's face turned red. At this point, he charged forward like a raging bull. Pei Zi-yun laughed out loud and pointed his finger. Buzz! An electric arc shot out. This electric arc was white and blue in color. It was twice the size of the previous one and had a wider area. Ngan was taken aback and tried to dodge. The electric arc was already upon him, and his movements were swift as he tumbled down from his horse. The huge bolt of lightning struck the cavalrymen around him, as the electric arc passed through their bodies, causing them to be paralyzed. They couldn't move and couldn't even make sound. Behind them, the cavalrymen hurriedly pulled on the reins of their horses. However, the momentum of their charge was still too great. Shoot again. Taking advantage of the confusion and numbness, the lieutenant commanded once more. The sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard. Those cavalrymen who were unable to move had no way to escape. Many of them screamed as they fell to the ground. Pei Zi-yun urged his horse forward and raised his sword. Kill! The Yu Ji general crawled up and surveyed his surroundings. He saw that the enemy's arrows were raining down on him, and that the cavalrymen were in a mess. However, he had no time to regret. The sound of the enemy's hooves was getting closer and closer. It was like the sound of a drum beating on his heart. Ah! The Yu Ji general shouted out in anger, as his demonic energy surged. His eyes were originally bloodshot, but his pupils seemed to have changed. His pupils were long and narrow, like that of a venomous snake. His nails had turned into sharp claws and looked extremely menacing. At this point, he raised his head. In the darkness, his eyes seemed to glow with a green light. Gulp, gulp, the sound of his voice reverberated in his throat. The Yu Ji general raised his blade as it gleamed coldly. His body moved as he stepped on the ground and pounced towards Pei Zi-yun. Kill. The sounds of killing seemed to have become indistinct and indistinct. Demonic transformation. Would it happen in such an extreme environment? Pei Zi-yun looked at the transformation and raised his eyebrows. He remained unmoved. This type of demonic transformation was not without its limits. To a large extent, it was a sacrifice of one's lifespan in order to stimulate one's potential. Dang, the two of them crossed paths. Pei Zi-yun grunted coldly as he swung his sword downwards. The Yu Ji general's speed was extremely fast. Just as the sword was about to land, he twisted his body like a snake and dodged in a zigzag pattern. Both of them passed each other, and the Yu Ji general swung his blade towards Pei Zi-yun. Dang! Sparks flew as the blade and sword separated. However, in the next moment, a hua sound could be heard as the ground beneath them caved in. The horse's hooves sank in, and a miserable neigh could be heard. The Yu Ji general's body was unstable and was about to topple over. The Yu Ji general's sword glowed brightly as it slashed towards him. In that instant, the Yu Ji general knew that something was amiss. His blade flashed, carrying with it a hint of wind and thunder. This was an attack of his life. However, the blade flashed for a split second before disappearing. Ugh! Ah! The Yu Ji general let out a terrifying cry. His body swayed, and his blade fell to the ground. He swayed again, and blood spurted out as he fell forward. That wasn't all. The Yu Ji general's sword flashed and sliced across the Yu Ji general's neck. The Yu Ji general's neck was severed, and his head rolled onto the ground as fresh blood spurted out. How could this be? The Yu Ji general's head hung in midair as he screamed. Before he could finish his sentence, blood spurted out, and his body started twitching. The general had just died when the Yu Ji general's demonic aura surged, and another shadow appeared. However, just like the last time, it disappeared in a flash. Kill all the enemies. Leave no one alive. Pei Ziyun had killed the UG general and saw that there were only 100 of them left. He then waved his hands and gave the order. Then, a series of pu sounds could be heard. Under the barrage of arrows, spears, and flames, the remaining 100 men were killed in a blink of an eye. County City, as soon as the city gates were closed, the people outside knew that something was wrong. They could hear the screams from within, as well as the sea of flames. Should they advance or retreat? After a short while, the screams from within stopped. One of the officers saw that the situation wasn't looking good and tried his best to organize his men. A gust of wind blew past, and Pei Ziyun's hands glowed brightly as the flames at the city gates were extinguished. The soldiers watched in shock as the city gates opened up. Pei Ziyun led his cavalry and charged forward, shouting, Kill all the enemies. Kill. The cavalry outside saw that Pei Ziyun had led his army out, and the officer shouted out in anger. Now that the UG general had died, if he were to return now, he would be punished and his family would be implicated. Kill. The cavalry clashed against each other. The battle had only just begun, and the sounds of metal clashing could be heard. The few cavalrymen who had just charged forward were no longer able to hold on. All of a sudden, the sound of swords clashing could be heard, followed by screams of agony. Several of King Lu's cavalrymen fell off their horses. No wonder King Lu had such a great victory. Even though we are considered elites, we are still inferior to him. We have to use Dao arts to be able to match him. But even if that's the case, so what? If having sharp armor could make one invincible, then what's the point of strategy and tactics? Of course, as of now, we don't need all that to kill them. Pei Ziyun continued to slash and slash as the cavalry followed suit. In a matter of seconds, they had broken through the enemy's formation. As they continued to kill, the demonic energy around some of the enemy soldiers started to get thicker and thicker. Pei Ziyun fought with ease. Although the enemies were slightly demonic, none of them stood a chance against him. Right at this moment, a team of soldiers leapt out, their eyes filled with killing intent and calmness. They pounced forward and swung their long blades downwards. What a joke! Pei Ziyun looked at the squad leader, and the squad leader felt a chill down his spine. His hands slowed down a little. Between life and death, there was no room for such an opening. At that point, he felt a sharp pain in his neck as fresh blood spurted out of his mouth. No matter how much demonic they were, the most important thing in an army was organization and formation. Pei Ziyun led his cavalry and charged forward, breaking up the formation. Although King Lu's cavalry was brave and fierce, they immediately split up into several groups. Under the combined attacks of 10 people, they screamed out in pain as they fell. Every time Pei Ziyun charged forward, he would be able to sense and lock onto any small groups of cavalry that were still in formation. He would then be able to disperse them. Kill. In the rainy night, corpses continued to fall. However, most of them were from King Lu's cavalry. Retreat. Seeing that something wasn't right, the Dao official panicked as he led a group of cavalry to escape. King Lu's cavalry was already at a disadvantage. Now that they had retreated, they would definitely die. Kill. Pei Ziyun had long noticed this group of cavalry, especially the Dao official. He had a familiar scent on him. After the previous mission, Pei Ziyun could tell who his target was. He then urged his horse forward and charged forward. Pei Ziyun is chasing after me? Not good. I didn't think that Pei Ziyun would even kill General Ug. I can't die here. I've got it. I can only use demonic arts to sacrifice some of the cavalry's lifespan. This Dao official seemed to be different from the demon general. He started chanting an incantation. As he chanted the incantation, the cavalry that was following behind him started to move. Suddenly, the blood in their bodies started to surge, and the horses beneath them started to move as well. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun frowned. He then used his concentration, and the scenery around him changed. These cavalrymen were surrounded by demonic chi as their life force surged. When Pei Ziyun saw this, he couldn't help but mumble to himself, This demonic art has its merits as well. It can save lives at a critical moment, although it will sacrifice some of its lifespan. All of you chase after the other cavalrymen. I shall kill this one. Pei Zi Yun commanded the cavalrymen as they obeyed and chased after the scattered cavalrymen. As for Pei Zi Yun, he whipped his horse and chased after the Dao official. Chapter 413. King Lu's Dragon Chi Paradise at first glance. Although there were no sun, moon, or stars, there was light. The light that sprinkled down was faintly yellowish, as if it was the world of the sun. However, there was one place that was different from the rest. The dark samsara platform stood tall, but there were grayish-black clouds gathering there, rolling about. The ground that was covered by the dark clouds was a stretch of grayish-black darkness, with a hint of serene depth, which made the samsara platform stand out. The reincarnation platform glowed with a dark and cryptic light. It was surrounded by statues, all of them beasts. There were also black shadows floating about, and their movements were abnormally slow. Their eyes were filled with confusion, and there were hundreds and thousands of them. The blind Taoist primordial spirit stood atop the reincarnation platform as he watched the black shadows being sucked into the reincarnation platform. As soon as one was sucked into the reincarnation platform, another statue lit up and came to life. With a loud roar, the statue charged out. The strange thing was that another statue was left behind, but it seemed to have lost some of its spirituality. My reincarnation platform absorbs the souls of those who have been killed and revives them. The only problem is that it consumes energy. Although I can replenish my energy, if I expend it for too long, it won't do. The blind Taoist was deep in thought when something happened beneath the platform. He looked up and saw that two statues had exploded. The blind Taoist's face fell as he walked up to check. The statues had turned into a white board, and the demonic imprint had been wiped clean. The demon general who was sent to kill Pei Zi Yun had his imprint wiped clean. The blind Taoist's face was ashen as he stared at the whiteboard. He frowned. To be able to wipe out the imprint and even destroy the demon general, Pei Zi Yun must be a son of destiny, and a unique one at that. It's been years since I've met such a son of destiny. I have to take advantage of this opportunity to kill this person. This mountain wasn't considered steep. If it were spring or summer, it would still be a beautiful sight to behold. However, at this moment, it was deep within the valley. Amidst the withered grass and trees, shadows could be seen moving about. Hide well quickly. Several soldiers of King Lu hurriedly hid themselves on both sides of the road. They had bows and arrows slung across their backs, and their eyes gleamed as they hid well. A bird swooped down, as if it had sensed the presence of these soldiers. It then turned around and flew away, landing on a tree far away. I have to kill this person. The blind Taoist was in a daze as he mumbled to himself. At this point, a 30-year-old Taoist laughed. Who does your excellency want to kill? True sovereign, the person you want to kill is naturally Pei Zi Yun. The blind Taoist woke up from his reverie and didn't explain much. He just smiled and looked towards the entrance of the valley. At the entrance of the valley, water droplets dripped down from the damp rock walls. The night wind blew past, making it very cold. The man who was addressed as true sovereign was none other than the Earth immortal clone of Dark Altar Sect. He swept his gaze across the 500 soldiers and frowned. Pei Zi Yun is already an Earth immortal clone. His senses are extremely acute. With so many people here, I'm afraid he won't be able to hide his presence. Do you have a solution? The blind Taoist was dressed in a 7th-ranked official's robe and frowned as he asked. The Earth Immortal laughed. The magical treasures of my sect should be able to block it. Thank you for your hard work, Senior Immortal. Please. The Earth Immortal took out a treasure, which looked like a jade medallion. There were mountains, rivers, seas, sun, moon, and stars engraved on it. After taking it out, the Earth Immortal's aura became concealed. The blind Taoist paused as he noticed that the 500 soldiers had concealed their auras. If it weren't for the fact that they were connected by demonic energy, he wouldn't have been able to detect them. The Tao arts of this world are not to be underestimated. The blind Taoist was deep in thought when he heard the Earth Immortal speak. "They're here." The blind Taoist paused as he heard the sound of hooves approaching. He looked over and saw that it was his own Taoist official. He was accompanied by 10 other riders as they galloped into the valley. The Taoist official galloped and looked behind him, only to see Pei Ziyun following closely behind him. Pei Ziyun whipped his horse as he gave chase. The Taoist official's eyes were filled with hatred as he whipped his horse once more. Pei Ziyun is caught up and is getting closer and closer. "Looks like your plan to lure the snake out of its hole wasn't bad." The Earth Immortal looked on and laughed coldly. It was just that the Taoist official had escaped, and Pei Ziyun was nearing the entrance of the valley. All of a sudden, he pulled on the reins of his horse and stopped. The valley was damp and deep. When Pei Ziyun saw this, he was reminded of the demon general that he had burned to death. This was also a valley and was surrounded on all 4 sides. This was a place of life and death. Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat as he looked towards the valley. Everything was normal within the valley. Only the Taoist official's demonic energy could be sensed as he galloped through the valley. "There's no problem?" Pei Ziyun didn't reply as he laughed. His vision blurred as the plum blossom appeared in front of him. He turned around and saw the results. He then squinted his eyes. "Great calamity?" Pei Ziyun looked at the divination and cleared his throat. "Indeed, there's an ambush." To be able to conceal one's aura and hide from my senses, there are only a few people in this world. The Earth Immortal's clone is working together with King Lu. I have to give a try. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he looked towards the valley and laughed. "You guys are lying in ambush. Do you really think I can't see through you?" As he spoke, he tugged on the reins as the horse panted heavily before it turned around and left. The blind Taoist and the Earth Immortal were waiting for Pei Ziyun to turn around and leave, disappearing into the distance. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as their expressions froze. It was as if their plan had failed. The blind Taoist then asked the Earth Immortal, "True Sovereign, has he really left?" The Earth Immortal squinted his eyes as he noticed that Pei Ziyun's aura had indeed disappeared. He then spoke out, "He's really left. Where did we reveal any flaws that allowed him to detect us?" The blind Taoist frowned. The Earth Immortal had a complicated look on his face as he sighed. "I'm afraid that he might not have detected us. It's just that he's proud and arrogant and wasn't willing to risk his life. The moment he saw that the situation wasn't right, he left." "HM, I didn't want to be so vigilant." The blind Taoist had a look of helplessness on his face as his heart trembled. Today, they had used the demon general as bait and had been extremely careful. Yet this person was still able to escape from danger. This proved that this person had the will of the heavens. All these thoughts flashed across his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. He then looked at the Earth Immortal. Pei Ziyun managed to escape once, but he won't be able to escape again. We can only think of another way next time. True Sovereign, would you like to return to the camp with me? When the Earth Immortal heard this, his face was expressionless. This official was one thing, but the rest of the soldiers were emitting a strong aura of evil. He had his suspicions long ago. When he heard the invitation, he waved his hands. There's no need for that. I have my own place to go. If there's a plan in the future, just send me a message. The blind Taoist sighed. The Earth Immortal hadn't used the energy crystal yet and was wary of him. He then smiled. True Sovereign, please go. Come back again next time. As he spoke, they parted ways. Seeing the Earth Immortal's clone leave, someone approached the blind Taoist and whispered, Your Majesty, why didn't you leave the Earth Immortal's clone behind? It'll be easier for us to transform. There's no need for that. It's just a clone and won't be of much use. He doesn't have much time to live. Sooner or later, he will consume the energy crystal and transform. There's no need to rush. Yes, the man acknowledged. The blind Taoist watched as the Earth Immortal left, and a smile appeared on his face. The sky was still cloudy, and the Earth Immortal continued walking. He noticed that the forest was getting darker and darker, and the atmosphere was gloomy. It was still drizzling and not snowing. Something's not right. The Earth Immortal was dressed in a Taoist robe and had the demeanor of an immortal. His body was like a swallow, and with every step he took, he traversed 10 feet. At this point, he had a grave expression on his face. This treasure is the best at concealing itself. Even an Earth Immortal wouldn't be able to see through it. It's impossible for King Lu to leak this secret. How did Pei Ziyin manage to detect it? Also, there's something wrong with this official of King Lu's. In fact, it's very wrong. The Earth Immortal furrowed his brows as he pondered. All of a sudden, his expression changed as he stopped in his tracks. At this point, Pei Ziyin stepped out and blocked the Earth Immortal's path. He looked at the Earth Immortal in shock and nodded his head. It's indeed you. I didn't expect you to join forces with King Lu. If the Imperial Court knew about this, what would they think? But that's right. You've always been jealous of me. You're afraid that King Lu has promised you something. That's why you're acting in such a manner. Since that's the case, you can't just leave like that. Pei Ziyin laughed as he spoke. His tone was calm, but it caused the Earth Immortal's clone to take a few steps back. He then glared at Pei Ziyin. I'm just an incarnation, and you want to fight against Dark Altar's sect to the death? The last time we dealt with Xie Chengdong, it was only a temporary measure. Halfway through, we fell out and chased after him. We're already enemies. It's just that we didn't have the time to take revenge. This time, you've gone crazy and joined forces with King Lu to kill me. Naturally, you won't rest until you're dead. Pei Ziyin laughed coldly. Besides, do you think I'm an Een master who doesn't know the true feelings of an Earth Immortal? Although an Earth Immortal can split into incarnations, losing one is a huge blow to one's vitality. It could even shorten one's lifespan. You've already lost 3 incarnations. How much lifespan do you have left? If I kill you, your body and soul will be destroyed. Your original body won't be able to live for much longer. Hearing these words, the Earth Immortal's clone's face turned ashen. Fine. He glared at Pei Ziyin and retreated instead of advancing. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the darkness. Pei Ziyin laughed coldly. You've escaped. I'll still say the same thing. I'll peel off your skin, and you're nothing but a cowardly coward. Although there have been many such people throughout history, Pei Ziyin couldn't help but feel disdain for them. With a single point of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot out. Boom! The lightning collided and exploded. At this point, the retreating Earth Immortal's clone revealed a sinister smile as he pointed, Seal. As soon as these words were spoken, a deep ripple appeared, and a mirror appeared. With a single glance, Pei Ziyin was frozen in place. Escape? You're a thorn in my side. If I don't kill you, how can I rest easy? This is my sect's most valuable treasure, the mystic Een mirror. It can be used to kill you, and now it's time to use it. As the Earth Immortal's clone spoke, he howled once again, calling for his ally to arrive. He was only 2 to 3 miles away from the Earth Immortal. If the cavalry were to run at full speed, it wouldn't even take a minute. Thinking that his ally had heard him, the Earth Immortal's clone didn't hesitate any longer. In a flash, he drew his sword and stabbed downwards. If he could kill Pei Ziyin, that would be the best. If he couldn't, he was an Earth Immortal himself. Couldn't he resist for a while? When the time came, they would surround him and kill him. This was the art of war. An Earth Immortal's voice? The blind Taoist was slowly making his way back. The Taoist official was reporting to the blind Taoist when he heard the howl. His expression changed. This is bad. The Earth Immortal's clone has encountered an enemy. So Pei Ziyin didn't escape. Instead, he circled back to ambush us? The Taoist official looked towards the direction of the howl, and his expression changed. The blind Taoist didn't hesitate and immediately ordered, Quick, quick, turn around and chase after them. They're not far from us. Hearing the order, the cavalryman immediately turned around and ran in a different direction. Chapter 414. What a joke. Seeing the sword coming towards him, Pei Ziyun's body emitted a thin layer of light. The moment the light appeared, the mirror's light slipped as though it was unable to lock onto its target. Although it only lasted for a moment, Pei Ziyun had already dodged the attack. Impossible! The Earth Immortal's face fell. Just as the spiritual light formed a thin layer, the sword had already swept past him. With a pu sound, a cut appeared on the Earth Immortal's waist. What's impossible about it? Your mirror is indeed powerful, but all 85 of my Dao techniques are at the Grandmaster level. Every single one of them can be transformed into a divine technique. My understanding of Daoist techniques is not something you can imagine. In the time it took for you to shout, I have gathered 17 transformations and transformed them into spiritual light. Although it was only for a moment, it should be enough. Now die. Wind form cloud body. The cloud form had already been cultivated to the maximum level. Pei Ziyun's entire body transformed into a ray of light, moving at high speed. The sword continued to fall. Clang, clang, clang. Pooh! Sparks flew everywhere. The sword moved so fast that it could no longer be seen with the naked eye. It was instinct. The Earth Immortal quickly blocked the sword. Sparks flew everywhere as he retreated step by step. At the sixth sword, he could barely hold on. At the seventh sword, another cut appeared on his body. Pu. The Earth Immortal was struck a few more times and fell back. Every time he was struck, the wound became deeper and deeper, closer and closer to his vital organs. The last strike had almost pierced through his abdomen. He fell to his knees as blood flowed out of his wound like a fountain. He could only glare at Pei Ziyun angrily as he stretched out his hand to point at Pei Ziyun. Pooh! Pei Ziyun's shadow flickered. Without a word, he stabbed the sword into the Earth Immortal's heart. With a twist, the Earth Immortal's heart was crushed into pieces. Why are you and I talking? Destroy your body and soul. A spiritual light emerged from the Earth Immortal's body and was about to escape. This time, Pei Ziyun was prepared. With a point of his sword, lightning gathered and struck the Earth Immortal's Een spirit. When the Een spirit saw the lightning, his expression changed. He was about to scream when the lightning landed on him. With a pung sound, the Een spirit turned into smoke. After the Earth Immortal's avatar was destroyed, the incarnation's corpse immediately dried up. Even his hair turned white. Pei Ziyun swept his gaze across and heaved a sigh of relief. Chung Yuanzi, at this point in time, a mere clone wants to kill me? You aren't even willing to come out with your main body. Aren't you being too cowardly? As Pei Ziyun spoke, he looked at the treasure that the Earth Immortal had brought with him. As the Earth Immortal died, the mirror's glow dissipated, revealing its true form. It was an ancient mirror with a rusted surface. There were ancient carvings on it. Pei Ziyun picked it up and examined it closely. As he touched the surface of the mirror, he could feel the vicissitudes of life flowing into his heart. This is the first time I've seen a treasure that can manifest its divinity. The carvings on it seem to be from ancient times. State Preceptor? Thinking this way, he tried to decipher the words. Since he had the memories of many people, he could still recognize these words. Pei Ziyun then muttered to himself, "It's getting blurry. Is this the fixed spirit?" He closed his eyes and tried to refine the mirror. Ding! Suddenly, a clear ringing sound rang out in his ears, repelling Pei Ziyun's energy that was trying to invade his body. This resisting energy had an indescribable quality to it. What kind of energy is this? It's even stronger than the strength of an Earth Immortal. It can't be shaken, but it's somewhat familiar. Pei Ziyun frowned as he thought about it. It's somewhat similar to my Dao Qi, but it's more dignified and dignified. There seems to be Imperial Qi within it, and it's perfectly fused together. Imperial Qi can fuse perfectly with Dao Qi? Could it be? Pei Ziyun obtained the memories of many people and immediately thought of a name that had been erased from history. Not only was there no trace of it in the history of the imperial court, even the records of the Taoist sects were fragmented. Only by combining the memories of many people could he piece together a little. Is it the Tao monarch who was able to become a saint in the history of the imperial court? He could have immediately established a celestial dynasty, and no one would be able to threaten me in the future. It's a pity that this person was influenced by the traditional way of thinking and did not seize power to establish a celestial dynasty. In the end, the imperial court and the world reacted and investigated his background. They then killed him in one fell swoop. It's just that his position was too high, and he could not be destroyed in a short period of time. Hence, he was sealed and slowly died. From then on, Dao Qi and Imperial Qi were separated and could not be fused together. If it's a treasure crafted by this person, then it makes sense. Furthermore, for Dark Altar's sect to have such a treasure, could it be that this Dao monarch's name was somehow related to him? Interesting. Pei Ziyun's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. He frowned as he tried to refine the treasure. However, the backlash this time was much stronger than before. Pei Ziyun took a step back. His face flushed red as he took a deep breath. His heart trembled. This is indeed a higher level of power. I can't refine it. According to the teachings of the Taoist sects, this is a power that can only be produced when one's cultivation is at the peak. Only then can one's body become immortal. I'm already close to becoming an earth immortal, but I'm still not there yet. I'm still an entire level away. Pei Ziyun looked into the distance and could hear the sounds of horses galloping towards him. He then thought of something system. A plum blossom appeared before his eyes as it grew bigger and bigger, turning into a semi-transparent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes as data appeared before his eyes. Discovered a treasure left behind by a true immortal. Do you want to refine it? A treasure left behind by a true immortal. Looks like my guess was right. This is the only true immortal in this world. This must be the will or strength left behind by the earth immortal. No wonder I can't refine this treasure. Even Dark Altar sect might not be able to refine it. They could only borrow it. If not, it will be much stronger than this. If I had it, Dark Altar sect might be able to locate me. However, I'm afraid they wouldn't have guessed that I still have the plum blossom. Pei Ziyun laughed and hesitated no longer. Refine it. Following Pei Ziyun's command, a loud boom could be heard as the power of the mirror was stimulated. It was like a bright moon, and within the bright moon, a plum blossom could be seen. This plum blossom had 5 different colored petals as it flowed under the moonlight. As it grew bigger, the mirror's light vibrated violently, as if there was some sort of consciousness fighting against it. Zzz. The moonlight flickered as the plum blossom grew bigger and bigger, as if it was about to envelop the entire mirror. At this point, the moonlight shrunk and turned into a white light, wanting to escape. The plum blossom leaped up and chased after it. Pooh! The white light that escaped disappeared into thin air, as if it was being absorbed somewhere else. The mirror then lost its light and broke into pieces. Pei Ziyun was originally filled with anticipation, but when he saw the sudden change, he was stumped. He wanted to refine the mirror, not destroy it. However, there was nothing he could do to stop the mirror from breaking into pieces. When the wind blew, it turned into ashes. Following this, the plum blossom spun around, as if it was changing. Little by little, it was clear that it was a plum blossom. In the next moment, the plum blossom landed on Pei Ziyun's body, as a strange energy filled his entire body. What is this? Pei Ziyun was shocked as he focused his primordial spirit on the plum blossom. Indeed, a small plum blossom had grown out of it. Not only that, the plum blossom was glowing with a special light. It's the mirror's spiritual light. Pei Ziyun thought as he opened his eyes. The translucent information interface floated in front of him, giving off a faint sense of light. Soul Stabilizing Light, Level 1. Able to freeze the target for 1 second, ignoring any cultivation level below, true immortal. What? Refine and absorb the energy from the mirror. That's normal. If I can find more treasures of this level, I might be able to learn more divine abilities. But this plum blossom can still grow? This is something that's never happened before. I can't remember anything like this either. Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. At this point, the sound of horse hooves could be heard clearly. A cold smile appeared on his face as he turned around and headed towards the forest. He had a plan in mind. The night was dark, as dark clouds covered the sky and the stars. Only a dim light could be seen, and the outline of the surroundings could be seen. A group of cavalrymen galloped towards them, as the hooves of their horses stomped on the ground, causing mud to splash everywhere. AI, it's a corpse? Although the blind Taoist was in the middle of a rainy night, he could see the corpse from afar. He then shouted for them to stop. At this point, the rain started to fall. The 500 cavalrymen were like tigers and wolves, unaffected by the rain. They stopped immediately. The blind Taoist looked at the corpse and ordered, "Go and check if it's this person." An officer leapt forward and inspected the corpse. He then raised his head. "It's the corpse of dark altar sex Cheng Yuanzi. He was killed within a quarter of an hour, and the corpse is still elastic. We only heard the sound of the corpse within a quarter of an hour. I'm afraid this person is still nearby." The officer seemed to have a special way of identifying the corpse, as he recounted everything that had happened, as though he had seen it with his own eyes. "Looks like this Pei Ziyun didn't leave, and instead ambushed Cheng Yuanzi." The blind Taoist looked up at the darkening sky and let out a long sigh before saying, "After this incident, Cheng Yuanzi's lifespan has been greatly reduced. Pei Ziyun has actually helped me out. However, I still have to surround and kill you." As he finished speaking, he ordered, "Pei Ziyun can't have escaped far. Surround the forest and search for him." "Yes." The officers surrounded him. One of the officers led his troops into the forest. The forest was dark and overgrown, and the leaves had all fallen off. As they stepped on the trees, the sound of branches breaking could be heard. Although the officer had a ferocious look on his face, his eyes were filled with vigilance. He looked around, as demonic chi emanated from his eyes. He could see everything clearly in front of him. Not far away, there were many trees and shrubs. With a swing of his blade, he cleared a path. At this point, under a tree, a flash of light from a sword could be seen. The officer squinted his eyes and saw the figure behind the flash of light. It was Pei Ziyun. "Huh." In the blink of an eye, the officer laughed out loud as he stared at Pei Ziyun. "You've fallen into my trap." As soon as he finished speaking, he became one with his blade and charged forward without a care for his own safety. Although the flash of his blade wasn't exquisite, it carried with it a hint of wind and thunder. His blade technique was ferocious beyond compare and was executed in one smooth motion. It was clear that he was following the path of military law. At this point, the blind Taoist and the other officers responded. Their shadows flashed as they pounced forward like leopards, forming a semicircle around Pei Ziyun. Amidst the flash of his blade, the officer had a cold expression on his face. He was a soldier and a wild beast, disregarding life and death. As long as he used his life to block the attack, Pei Ziyun would fall into the encirclement. Military law? Pei Ziyun laughed as his lips moved. He then spoke in a silent voice. "You're wrong. You're the one who has fallen into my trap." As he spoke, his eyes lit up. In a split second, the officer's vision was as bright as the moon. Chapter 415. The captain's hair stood on end, as if he was in a nightmare. He could not move at all. This is Tao arts. Impossible. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the sword flashed and sliced through the captain's neck. In the next moment, the captain regained his composure and tried to lift his head up. He felt a sharp pain in his neck as his head flew off and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Amidst the blood, a ray of light shone out, filled with suspicion. In the darkness, the plum blossom flashed, and his soul disappeared. Not good. The faces of the few people around him changed. Before they could react, Pei Ziyun did not advance, but instead retreated to the left. "Kill!" The captain shouted out as he charged towards Pei Ziyun. "I'll stop him. Let's attack together." As he shouted, the blade flashed. This blade was as fast as lightning, and he was putting his life on the line. The biggest difference between the army and the martial arts world was that the army did not rely on individual skills. Instead, it relied on charging and sacrificing one's life. Against a strong enemy, there would always be an army or an individual to hold him back. Then, they would attack him from both sides. As long as they could hold Pei Ziyun back, they would surround him and kill him. Pei Ziyun was not surprised. This was a basic military principle that was taught in the military in his previous life. In this world, it was used in secret as well. Die! Pei Ziyun's lips twitched as he felt his entire body go numb. His eyes were filled with fear. Pei Ziyun's body flickered as he dashed past the captain. Just as he crossed paths with him, another head flew off. Blood splattered everywhere as the headless body fell to the ground, twitching. It's a pity that this technique can only be used twice a day. Pei Ziyun sighed. Without hesitation, his shadow flickered as he dove deeper into the forest. See, the captain watched the battle, his face filled with fear. He wasn't afraid of sacrificing himself, but a meaningless sacrifice was worthless. Pei Ziyun was so fierce. Even a captain who was picked out 1,000 was no match for Pei Ziyun. The blind Taoist watched on in shock. Seeing Pei Ziyun disappear into the night, the blind Taoist waved his hands and ordered his soldiers to chase after him. His expression turned gloomy. The blind Taoist looked at the dense forest and sighed. Against an earth immortal, there had to be someone who was willing to risk his life to stop them. As long as there was someone to stop them, then numbers would be of use. Wave after wave, even 500 people would be enough to kill them. However, if no one could stop them, the Earth Immortals would break the formation and escape. Unless they were on the battlefield of the Great Plains, it would be impossible to catch up to them and kill them. This was the reason why the vanguard who had just entered the forest was the captain. Even if he didn't want to, he still couldn't stop them. What Tao technique is this? The blind Taoist mumbled as he walked up to the corpse and touched it. Your Majesty, is it a Tao technique? One of the lieutenants, who looked like he had already awakened, asked softly. The blind Taoist flipped the corpse over and closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. When he opened his eyes again, a black aura swirled within them. No, it's not Tao techniques. Tao techniques can't stop us, and it's not martial arts that can kill us in one strike. It's more like our innate divine powers. The blind Taoist stood up and pondered. Furthermore, I was nearby. I could feel it. In an instant, the demonic soul within this body disappeared. I remember something like this happening before. I have to go back to the reincarnation platform and investigate further. The memories of numerous worlds were as vast as the sea. What he needed the most was that the blind Taoist wasn't a true demon king yet, and thus couldn't be brought along. However, the memories were stored within the reincarnation platform, and he had to retrieve them when he returned. Valley, the Taoist official, sat beside the bonfire as the flames warmed his body. Although he had transformed into a demon, demons still had to obey the laws of nature. They could withstand the cold and rain for a short period of time, but not for a long period of time. Not far away, the horses of the cavalrymen were crestfallen as they knelt on the ground, panting heavily. From time to time, they would lay their heads on the ground, as though they were extremely tired. Their eyes were bloodshot. Who? The horses panted heavily, which made people feel annoyed. The cavalrymen only glanced at them silently, then lowered their heads to drink water and dry rations. Occasionally, when they had some time to recover their strength, they would feed the horses water and food. In front of another bonfire, a sergeant was warming himself. All of a sudden, he spoke out angrily. He chased after us all by himself. This is a disgrace to us. He hammered the ground. His face was filled with anger, as though he wanted to vent his anger. A gust of cold wind blew past, causing him to shrink his neck. It was early winter, and it was raining. When he was running, he didn't feel anything, but now he felt cold and weak. Stop nagging. He knows Tao arts, and his martial arts are incredible. I've heard that he's an immortal. I've even heard that he killed our general a few hundred times before. The man opened his palms and waved them above the bonfire. As he spoke, he saw the Taoist official's gloomy face. He shuddered and shut his mouth. In the dark and damp forest, Pei Ziyun was running. It was clear that he was in a sorry state. Although the demon soldier was only slightly stronger, it was still a pain in the neck. Without the soul-stabilizing light, it wasn't easy for him to kill his way out. His body was stained with blood. As he neared, he saw the bonfire in the valley and laughed. Indeed, it didn't leave. I've already killed 2 of them. Now that this Taoist official has a demon soul as well, I've killed 3 of them. In addition to my previous kills, I've already killed 5 of them. 20 shouldn't be too difficult. Tuh, tuh. The sound of footsteps echoed throughout the valley. When the Taoist official heard the footsteps, he raised his head and said, "Your Excellency, you're back." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice turned shrill. Enemy attack. When the soldiers around the bonfire heard this, they were alarmed and unsheathed their blades. Kill them all. The soldiers gritted their teeth and charged forward. Under the dim light of the bonfire, it was a tragic sight to behold. The Taoist official turned around and fled. He reached the front of his horse and leaped onto it. Pei Ziyin took big strides forward, his sword gleaming. Every time it slashed past, a life was taken. Pu. Cries of agony could be heard. The Taoist official swept his gaze across the battlefield, and his hands and feet started to tremble. He couldn't even hold on to the reins of his horse. Gritting his teeth, he whipped his horse. The war horse neighed in agony as it tried to run, but its speed was not fast. Left with no choice, the Taoist official placed his hand on the horse's head. Gray energy swirled around him, and the horse's eyes opened wide. He squeezed out every last ounce of energy he had and started galloping. Kill! A squad leader charged forward, his body still trembling. Pei Ziyin brushed past him, only to see the squad leader fall to the ground, fresh blood spurting out his mouth. With a single glance, he saw that 20 soldiers had turned into corpses. This wasn't because Pei Ziyin was too strong, but because they were all exhausted. Seeing that they had all been killed, Pei Ziyin shook his head. Although these soldiers had some demonic energy, they didn't have any demonic spirits. This can't be considered a mission. He looked up and saw the Taoist official galloping across the gorge. He picked up a piece of rock and flicked it at the warhorse. A pu sound could be heard as the warhorse neighed and fell to the ground. The Taoist official turned around and fell to the ground. He rolled a few times and wanted to continue running. He then heard a voice. "Where do you think you're going? True sovereign, please spare my life. I am innocent. Please don't kill me. I am a Taoist official of the imperial court. I have important information to report." The Taoist official looked up at Pei Ziyun and fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Looking at the Taoist official, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "It's too late." With a flash of his sword, the Taoist official who was still begging for mercy was decapitated. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. A demonic spirit with a blurry face tried to escape, but with a flash of the plum blossom, the demonic spirit disappeared. A plum blossom then appeared in front of his eyes. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes, carrying with it a faint sense of light. Mission: kill 20 demons and obtain the coordinates of the demon kingdom. Completion: 5/20 inch Earth Immortal. Level 2, 99, 1%. Awesome. Pei Ziyun laughed heartily as he turned around and disappeared into the forest. Although there was no sound of thunder, the rain was getting heavier. The dark forest swayed from side to side, making it hard to see the path ahead. Pei Ziyun's body moved quickly, ignoring the wind and rain. He arrived at a cliff and saw a vast plain in front of him. The county wasn't too far away. He could see that his own troops had won the battle and were currently inspecting and harvesting the heads of his troops. This would be a huge contribution to his army in the future. Pei Ziyun didn't care much about it. No matter how heavy the rain was, it wouldn't even touch his clothes. He was deep in thought. The second level is full again. Is it that fast? Let's see what the space is like. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he activated his primordial spirit. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at a small courtyard. It was pitch black as his primordial spirit descended slowly. He could see that the courtyard was floating in midair. As he neared, he could see that the huge door had been completed. The walls had already grown out. Pei Ziyun's primordial spirit was like a feather as it landed in the air. Immediately, he realized that there were several statues within the space. Counting them, he realized that there were 5 statues. Pei Ziyun closed his eyes as he felt the changes. From his angle, he could see that the statues were absorbing a steady stream of black, demonic energy. In a way that he couldn't understand, it was being converted into spiritual energy. This kind of energy was slowly accumulating. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, no wonder it's accumulating so quickly. Now, the world is divided into 3 parts. The central dragon veins provided 30% of the energy. My prestige points provided 30%, and the statues of the demons provided 40%. With the statues of the demons, my strength grew rapidly. Looks like the more demons I have, the better. AI, the original 10 statues are turning into bronze. He could see that the 10 statues that he had extracted from the statues were turning more and more bronze in color. Although they were glowing brightly, the imprints within them were becoming fainter and fainter. If I continue to extract them, I feel that the imprints are turning gray. However, this is exactly what I want. Pei Ziyun did not sympathize with his enemies. Just as he was thinking, he paused. The spiritual energy is full. Earth immortal. Level 2, 100, 1%, then let's level up. That way, I can have my own doppelgangers. This thought flashed past his mind. This time, he was leveling up in terms of his primordial spirit. From the top of the courtyard, a white mist started to pour down. It was a spiritual mist. The spiritual mist was thick as it continued to pour down. Pei Ziyun's primordial spirit was absorbing it greedily and was growing stronger rapidly. Following the flow of spiritual energy, his primordial spirit started to glow red. His body started to change as well. Phew! Within the small courtyard, Pei Ziyun thought to himself, 1 consciousness, 2 bodies, and the ability to split into Yin's spirits. Only 1 at a time? But this is of little value. Pei Ziyun shook his head. In this world, the Earth Immortals have the 1st and 2nd levels of wind and thunder. The 3rd and 4th levels of splitting primordial spirit. The 5th and 6th levels of baptism by spring thunder. The 7th and 8th levels of casting iron and bronze, and the 9th level of regaining youth. The Earth Immortals of Dark Altar Sect seem to have a lack of resources. Splitting their primordial spirit has damaged their foundations. That's why they can't receive baptism by spring thunder. Since I have multiple sources of spiritual energy, I should try my best to reach a higher level in one go. If I were to cast iron and bronze combined with Tao arts, not to mention this world, even in my previous life, I would still be able to dominate the world. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, now that this matter has come to an end, the matter regarding the central dragon veins is imminent. Chapter 416. The rain from the skies grew heavier and heavier. The pitter-patter of the rain could be heard as the sky turned chaotic. Pei Ziyun awoke from his slumber and stood on a rock. He looked down at the city below and saw the soldiers collecting the heads of the dead soldiers. He raised his head and sighed. This wasn't being pretentious. The foundation Taoist of this world would die if he was stabbed. If it wasn't for the Imperial Qi restraining Tao arts, a foundation Taoist would be able to rule the world. The process was simple. Using the soul enchantment technique, one could control a person who could be introduced to the magistrate. The magistrate would then control the magistrate. The magistrate would then control the magistrate. The magistrate would then control the governor. As long as the governor could bring someone to see the emperor, he could control the emperor. As long as he controlled 5 people, it would only take a month for him to control an entire empire. This was taking into account the long journey. The actual process would only take 5 minutes. Therefore, those who only emphasized on direct confrontation with violence were only guerrillas. However, such a god was ultimately made of flesh and blood. The strength of the Taoist who laid the foundation was limited, and it was impossible for him to control too many people. In the end, it would leave the possibility of a white rainbow piercing through the sun for those righteous people who wanted to free mankind from slavery. Many people did not know that if they really risked their lives, they could actually kill people with chopsticks. However, if they were made of iron or bronze, it would be impossible to assassinate them. As for even greater firepower, a person who controlled an empire would still be able to hide the movements of so many people from him. Such a guerrilla deserved to die. Paizian thought about it carefully. If this was his previous world, it would be the same with nuclear weapons. Every step of the Earth Immortal Tao was a challenge to the legitimacy and existence of the regime. The first and second stages would allow him to unleash his power. The third and fourth stages would allow him to make a comeback. The fifth and sixth stages would strengthen him. The seventh and eighth stages would allow him to control the regime without any flaws. The 90 stages would allow him to rule forever until he became immortal. However, people were different. This wasn't an exaggeration. Such a good card had been played out in such a manner. Paizian thought about the Tao monarch who had even wiped out his name. It wasn't just because he was angry, but because he truly looked down on him. However, these thoughts ended in a blink of an eye. The past had already passed. All that was left was the present. Paizian's sleeves fluttered as he descended. The rain didn't fall on him, and the night didn't block his path. Deep into the night, the rain continued to pour down. The blind Taoist rode on his horse, seemingly deep in thought. The scholar followed beside him, and a few lieutenants stood by his side, protecting him. Since the assassination attempt had failed, they were all dejected. Along the way, the scholar frowned as he thought about what had just happened. He then whispered to the blind Taoist, "Your Majesty, we didn't succeed this time. How are we going to explain this to King Lu? I'm afraid I'll lose King Lu's favor." The blind Taoist didn't speak. The scholar then asked again. The blind Taoist then raised his head and thought for some time before speaking. "Let's report this matter as it is. If Paizian was easy to kill, we wouldn't be the ones to do it. Didn't Eunuch Liao let Paizian escape the last time too? I'm thinking about something more important than dealing with King Lu. I have to return to the reincarnation platform to read it." Samsara platform? When the scholar heard this, his expression changed slightly. For the blind Taoist to mention such a huge matter, it definitely concerned the fate of the demon race in this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. "Your Majesty, could it be that you've discovered something that concerns the life and death of our demon race?" The scholar's voice was trembling as he asked. When the blind Taoist heard this, he tugged on the reins of his horse. His expression was one of deep contemplation, as though he was thinking of something. "You know that I'm the Demon Emperor, but the Demon Emperor isn't me. There are many important memories within the reincarnation platform. I have to read them one by one. I feel that this matter is very important. Demon spirits can travel through worlds, and every single one of them is made up of tens of thousands of demon spirits. For them to disappear just like that is extremely terrifying. However, I feel that this isn't the first time this has happened. Hence, I have to investigate." The blind Taoist looked at the scholar's suspicious expression and knew what he was thinking about. He then sighed. As for King Lu, he has an Earth Immortal as his henchman. Can he report to the Emperor? You're talking about Earth Immortal Chung Yuanzi. But didn't he refuse to use the crystals? The scholar asked curiously. The blind Taoist laughed coldly. Times have changed. In the past, he still had 20 years to live and could afford to drag it out. Now that he's dead, his lifespan is at its limit. If he doesn't accept it, he'll die. He has no choice but to accept it. There's a saying in this world that it's hard for a Yin spirit to become a saint. As long as Chung Yuanzi still had the will to improve, he would definitely consume the crystals. That's human nature. I've been through so many worlds and seen so many heroes. Didn't I also encounter death and join the demon race? We're just starting out, and it's extremely important to have such a person join us. It's beneficial to the demon race. So what if I have to consume some of my energy? The blind Taoist sighed. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. The scholar listened and was convinced. Your Majesty, I understand. Black Altar Mountain was nighttime, and a bright moon shone brightly in all directions. The mountains were tall and spiritual, and there were many Taoist temples. Within one of the palaces, the Earth Immortal's eyes were closed, as he absorbed spiritual energy into his body. Pooh! All of a sudden, he spat out a mouthful of blood as it landed on the ground. The Earth Immortal spat out blood as his face turned pale. Not good. The Earth Immortal's face was filled with panic, as his soul was severed. He then understood that his clone had died. How is this possible? I've arranged for the sect's treasures to be used. How did this happen? As the Earth Immortal spoke, his skin started to shrivel up. His black hair started to turn white as well. The Earth Immortal was still in a daze when he coughed. He felt an itch in his chest. He took a closer look and realized that his life force had been depleted by 80 to 90%. As if in disbelief, the Earth Immortal reached out to touch his arms. His hands, which were originally translucent like jade, were now yellow and wrinkled. There were even some age spots on them. No! The Earth Immortal exclaimed in shock. His voice was filled with despair. He stood up and walked towards the bronze mirror, only to see a withered figure with white hair. His eyes were murky. My lifespan was already running out. Now that I've sacrificed my clone, I'm only left with a little bit of time. I can't even protect my physical body. The Earth Immortal gritted his teeth as his voice echoed throughout the entire hall. Pei Ziyun, you and I are irreconcilable. As the Earth Immortal spoke, he slammed his palm down on the table, causing it to shatter into pieces. There was a Taoist standing guard outside the hall. When he heard the commotion, he hurriedly asked, True Sovereign, what's the matter? The Earth Immortal's face was flushed red, and his expression was ferocious. When he heard the commotion, he calmed down and replied, Nothing. Yes, True Sovereign. After dismissing the Taoist, the Earth Immortal looked at himself in the mirror. After a long time, he reached out and wiped his face. His old appearance started to recover. He then used his powers to restore his skin back to its original state. He then muttered, I'm the Earth Immortal. I've been in charge for 200 years. I don't know how many people are jealous of me. If I can't hold on any longer, a pack of wolves will pounce on me. I cannot show any signs of fatigue. As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment before turning around and entering an inner hall. The interior of the hall was empty and gloomy, dark and cold. Looking around, the interior of the hall was actually very simple. On the wall were the portraits of the past sect leaders, and below them was a shrine and a memorial tablet. Looking at the paintings, the Earth Immortal couldn't help but think of Pei Ziyun. That day, Pei Ziyun told him that he had killed the elites of the sect, and that there was no one to inherit his legacy. How could he face the spirits of the earth in the future? At that time, the Earth Immortal scolded him. But now, looking at the paintings of the patriarchs, it was as if the paintings had come alive and were staring right at him. The more he looked like this, the calmer he looked, and the stronger the killing intent in his heart grew. To be honest, although I said that I was speaking nonsense, it was the truth. Whether it was when I was cultivating, I was fighting for an opportunity, or to ascend to the position of sect leader. I had committed many sins, and even killed the descendants of the previous patriarchs. My heart was clear. There was a lot of hatred within the sect and underground. It's just that I'm an Earth Immortal, and I'm still alive. No one could do anything about it. But if my physical body dies, I'm just a mere patriarch. Although I still have some strength, how can I fight against the alliance of the previous patriarchs? At that time, my life and death will be in the hands of others. The Earth Immortal looked at the paintings for a long time before he walked out with heavy steps. He paced along the corridor and looked up at the moon. It was strange. Previously, The moon had been shining brightly, but now it was so weak that he couldn't even see his own shadow. The earth immortal swallowed hard and thought for a long time. He then took out the crystal and swallowed it. This crystal definitely has something to do with it. Even if I can't find out what it is, I'm very clear about it. But now, even if it has something to do with it, I have no choice but to use it. This is all Pei Ziyun's fault. Also, there are some people in the sect who deserve to be killed. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have ended up in this state. The Earth Immortal's expression didn't change at all. He swallowed the crystal, and within his dried-up body, a surge of life energy flowed. King Lu's dragon, Qi Paradise, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The densely packed army of heroic spirits was getting closer. On the reincarnation platform, a dark gray aura surrounded it. It was as though a dark cloud was pressing down on the platform. There were also unknown things on top of it, like bugs. Below the platform, the blind Taoist sat upright. His body was constantly resonating with the reincarnation platform. At this point, the sounds of battle shook the entire area. The demon army kept retreating, but they resisted stubbornly. The scholar's primordial spirit was by his side. He looked anxious and restless, as though he wanted to say something. The blind Taoist opened his eyes and glanced at the scholar before closing them again. The scholar had no choice but to swallow the words he was about to say. At this point, below the reincarnation platform, there was a sudden change. Following the change, the blind Taoist opened his eyes. He saw that in front of the tens of thousands of statues, a statue had been born. The moment the statue appeared, the dark gray aura surged up and was absorbed by the statue. It grew rapidly. The scholar saw that a statue had appeared below the reincarnation platform. He was shocked at first, before regaining his senses. He looked at the statue carefully and saw that it was growing larger and larger. He could clearly see the features of Cheng Yuanzi. He looked extremely tall and was almost the same size as the people in front of him. Cheng Yuanzi's statue seemed to have an indescribable aura to it. The aura was absorbed by the reincarnation platform and fused with it. The reincarnation platform started to solidify, and even the demonic spirits were attracted to it. The blind Taoist was so happy that his eyes gleamed. He felt a sense of coolness in his heart, and his entire body felt lighter. He laughed. Dark Altar sect has fallen into my trap. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The scholar looked at the blind Taoist and could not conceal the joy on his face. He then stepped forward to congratulate the blind Taoist. Hearing the compliments, the blind Taoist waved his hands. I haven't done my best yet. He then laughed. But it's almost done. Cheng Yuanzi has consumed my crystal and will continue to transform until he becomes a demon. This process won't take too long. As long as he succeeds, Dark Altar sect will be a great help to our demon race. The scholar was overjoyed at first, but then he thought for a moment before speaking. Your Majesty, there aren't many immortal spirits in this world. Hence, those who succeed are all heroes. Such a person has been transformed by the Demon Emperor's crystal. Once he transforms, he will become a high-tier demon. He will then be able to fight for the throne of the Demon Emperor. This person is an Earth Immortal. Not only is he ambitious, he has power. I'm afraid he might not be willing to be under Your Majesty. When that happens, what will Your Majesty do? Chapter 417. Huh. When the blind Taoist heard this, he laughed out. He stood up and took a few steps forward. The Demon King is the amalgamation of thousands of demons. It all depends on who is the leader. If he is really capable, why don't we make him the leader? Our demon race is capable of that. If not, how could we have swallowed so many worlds over the years? After all, there are many people in some worlds who are blessed by the heavens. If we don't rope them in, it would be hard to win. It was because of this mechanism that when they arrived in a new world, it looked like they were struck by lightning and split into thousands of pieces. In actual fact, they were just broken into pieces. Furthermore, it's not like I don't have any countermeasures. The blind Taoist thought to himself, as he spoke plainly, "It's not difficult to control them. You will know in the future. As for now, it's more important to make this person do things for us demons." As the blind Taoist spoke, his tone was filled with confidence. When the scholar heard this, he was convinced, "I understand. But how can we make him do things wholeheartedly? It's not difficult to make him do things. I just need to reveal some of the techniques of the demon race and make him think that the demon race has no leader. That way, he can fight for the throne. For the sake of his ambition, he will naturally do his best." As the blind Taoist spoke, he smiled. The scholar did not speak further as he took a step back. Dark altar mountain. Main hall. There was a pond in front of the main hall. The water rippled, and golden scales could be seen leaping out of it. Clouds and mist could be seen swirling around the pond. Taking a deep breath was like drinking dew. At this point, Chung Yuanzi was sitting on a cloud couch, breathing in deeply. His life force was growing stronger. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. His body trembled as his wrinkles disappeared. Spiritual light flashed across his eyes as all sorts of unbelievable knowledge and techniques appeared. "What? It's like this?" Chung Yuanzi touched it and was stumped. Initially, he had some resistance, but after reading a few lines, he started to thirst. He was not willing to relax at all as he read. As he read, Chung Yuanzi's true energy started to transform into demonic energy. He did not stop it. All sorts of techniques, although they are techniques from the outside world, can be used as a reference. When Chung Yuanzi finished reading, he suddenly opened his eyes. There was an unconcealable smile on his face, and there was even more longing in his eyes. Many of the mysteries that he had been unable to see through in the past had all been cleared up today. Most importantly, he had originally been unable to see the path, but now he could see a new path opening up in front of him. Who would have thought that the heavens are so vast and the void is so hard to traverse? I'm truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Chung Yuanzi laughed involuntarily, mocking himself in a low voice. Then he laughed again. His face was like jade, his expression serene and full of vitality, like the majestic vitality of 100 years ago. A blessing in disguise. I thought it was a poison, but it turned out to be an immortal medicine. In this world, there's an upper limit. True immortals are hard to reach, and the demon's sovereign rules over a world. His status is equivalent to that of a true immortal. Right now, the demon race is divided, and their strength is weak. Moreover, they are without a leader. As an earth immortal, my powers are deep and profound. As long as I can convert all of them, I will definitely be the strongest among them. Only I am the most suitable person to be the demon emperor. The only thing I can do now is to convert all the disciples of Dark Altar sect and their fate energy into my own, so that I can become an emperor. As for whether he was a human or a demon, this wasn't a problem to someone who had lived for more than 200 years. As long as he was alive, everything was fine. Thinking this way, he stood up and took several steps forward. The sunlight shone through the doors of the main hall and was filled with dense spiritual energy. Chung Yuanzi felt a sense of contentment that he hadn't felt for a long time. He could feel the changes within his body and wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he spoke softly, so it seems that demonization requires energy as well. Ordinary people don't have any energy, and it's hard for them to be corrupted. It's much easier for the disciples who have energy. It's no wonder that when Xie Chengdong was still alive, my Dark Altar sect was able to demonize so many people. King Lu's army was much slower. Now that I think about it, it's because the demonic chi is stronger when it's stronger and weaker when it's weaker. It's like vines coiling around a tree. Since that's the case, I shall go and see the disciples who have been demonized. Thinking this way, a smile appeared on his face. Chung Yuanzi then walked out, as several disciples on duty hurriedly welcomed him and bowed. Chung Yuanzi remained silent for a moment before waving his hands. "Pass down my orders. Gather all the disciples who have been corrupted. I've already understood the crux of the matter and can remove all the impurities." The surrounding disciples believed him and were overjoyed. One of them then said, "True sovereign meditated and finally understood the mysteries of the heavens. Save us. I shall do it immediately." As he spoke, he hurriedly left. When news of this spread, Elder Yukan, who was waiting outside, was overjoyed. He had wrinkles on his face, and his eyes were filled with wisdom. He was the #1 elder in the sect, and was in charge of managing the sect's daily affairs. The biggest problem for the sect now was that the evil spirits had invaded their bodies. This had dragged on for 3 months, and they still hadn't been able to resolve it. Furthermore, they couldn't kill the evil spirits as they pleased. This was a huge blow to the morale of the sect. Now that he heard Chung Yunzi say that he had a solution, he hurriedly ordered, "Gather all the elders and set up a cleansing array. All the disciples who have been corrupted, send them out in batches. Do not mess around. Those disciples who wish to observe are not allowed to approach the cleansing array. Just line up according to your class." As he spoke, Yukan gave out orders. After some time, he rushed into the main hall and bowed to Chung Yuanzi. "There are many disciples outside who have heard the news. I've arranged them according to their seniority and status. Thank you for your hard work." Chung Yuanzi smiled and swept his gaze across the hall. He saw that the elders were lined up in rows, and the disciples were gathered in a formation to suppress the demonization. He then ordered, "Bring them in." "Yes." Several disciples replied and left. In an instant, the first batch of demonized disciples were brought in. These people had demonized faces and were in the shape of demons. The disciple on the left had scales growing out of his body, and his tongue had split into 2. As he was brought forward, his body twisted and contorted like a snake. There was another disciple who had white fur growing out of his body. He was tall and sturdy, and had a fierce expression on his face. At this moment, his eyes shone with a bewitching light, and his voice was soft and seductive, causing one's hair to stand on end. When you can look closely, he realized that there were a few familiar faces. Usually, they would come to him to ask for advice. Although they weren't his direct disciples, they had some friendly relations with him. Seeing them reduced to such a state, he felt a wave of pain in his heart. He bowed to Chung Yuanzi and said, "True sovereign, I've brought them here." Chung Yuanzi nodded and looked at the best disciple in the middle. "Ju Songzi, you're the senior brother inside. What do you think?" Ju Songzi looked to be no more than 30 years old, and was the one with the best control over himself. He had delicate features, and was the best at maintaining his human form. It was just that he had a short horn on his head, which he didn't know how to deal with. He struggled to take a step forward and laughed bitterly. "True sovereign, us fellow disciples and sisters are no longer human, nor are we ghosts. Please have mercy on us and grant us a quick death. If you can be kind enough to purify our souls and give us a place to rest, we will be eternally grateful." As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. Everyone around him felt pity for him. When Chung Yuanzi heard this, he asked a female disciple, "What about you? What do you think?" This female disciple was not as calm as Chung Yuanzi. Her entire body trembled as she curled up into a ball. She still said, "True sovereign, I only wish for a quick death. I only wish for a quick death." As she spoke, Chung Yuanzi looked around. Everyone had quietened down, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. His expression was calm, as usual as he instructed. "Since that's the case, bring him here first." The suppressed disciple immediately brought him over. Ju Songzi did not resist, instead closing his eyes and waiting for his death. Chung Yuanzi giggled. She stretched out her finger and pointed at the space between Ju Songzi's eyebrows with lightning speed. Everyone revealed expressions of pity, thinking that the space between the eyebrows would explode. Unexpectedly, Ju Songzi gave a muffled groan and fell down, twitching on the ground. Everyone looked over and saw that although Ju Songzi was twitching, the demonic qi on his body was rapidly dissipating. His body gradually recovered, and his eyes gradually became clear. "It's done. He's been purified." The surrounding disciples and elders all revealed looks of joy. Zhu only regained his senses after a long time. He stepped forward and kowtowed. Many thanks to true sovereign for saving me. I've already recovered, and I can feel that the demonic qi is gone. As he spoke, tears flowed down his cheeks. Cheng Yuanzi glanced at Zhu Songzi and secretly sensed him. He knew that although his demonic qi looked clear on the surface, it was actually more docile, and it had taken root even deeper. Cheng Yuanzi could feel it, but he could command this disciple. He was overjoyed, but his expression did not change. He only said, "Next." Seeing the changes, the escorting disciples were all pleasantly surprised. These demonized disciples naturally had their friends, fellow apprentices, and even lovers or masters. Seeing that they could recover, they could not help but be overjoyed. They immediately obeyed the order, and another demonized disciple stepped forward. Cheng Yuanzi pointed at him, and spiritual energy gradually appeared. The demonic qi was deeply hidden, and his voice, face, and appearance were all restored. Immediately, thunderous cheers rang out. "What a blessing for our sect!" You can watch from the side as the Earth Immortals continuously extracted demonic qi. He felt relieved. Fortunately, there were still Earth Immortals in the sect. Now that the demonic qi was removed, the sect would naturally prosper. And at this moment, Yukin's expression suddenly changed. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he was shocked and quietly retreated. Yukin quickly retreated into a hall. This hall had a portrait of the patriarch hanging in front of it. Spiritual incense was burning in front of the portrait, and smoke lingered in the air. Yukin's expression was calm as he looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he stepped forward. "Greetings, patriarch. May I know what instructions you have for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the portrait of the patriarch. The figure had an anxious expression on his face. Something is wrong. Just now, the previous generations of patriarchs in the paradise all had ominous signs. A great calamity has descended. Immediately arrange for the disciples who can inherit the sect to leave the mountain and carry out Operation Wild Grass. Wild grass. Even if the branches were destroyed by fire, the ground would be completely destroyed. However, its roots would be hidden deep in the ground, and it would grow again in spring. This implied that the sect was about to be destroyed, and the disciples had fled. Like wild grass, it would grow again in spring. Yukin was shocked when he heard this. This was a move that the sect had to make a comeback in the face of a great calamity. Why would it be used now? Just as he was about to ask, the patriarch waved his hand. "We are separated by life and death. The amount of time I can speak is very short. Go and carry it out immediately. There is no need to ask too many questions. Pay attention to the changes in the sect. If something is wrong, immediately." The patriarch hurriedly instructed. Yukin's expression was solemn as he understood. It seemed that something big had happened in the sect, and he couldn't explain it in detail. His heart was filled with guesses, and he could only comply. With a few words, the figure disappeared, and the portrait returned to normal. Yukin hurried out, his face still dripping with sweat. He wiped it off and walked out of the hall. The hall was still filled with cheers, and disciples were recovering one after another. However, a shadow was cast over his heart. He called the disciple over and said a few words to him before he turned around and left. Chapter 418. Dark Altar Mountain. Paradise. The entire paradise was very different from the darkness of the underworld. It was not as dark as the underworld. Most of the time, it was filled with light. On the ground, there were many mountains and valleys, as well as streams. Terraced fields and farmlands surrounded the mountains. Fresh fragrances permeated the air. Doubt pavilions, halls, residences, courtyards, white cranes danced in the air. As for the spiritual plants, the spiritual energy around them was denser. However, they were somewhat dispirited. The Taoist who was guarding the area noticed that the spiritual plants were dispirited and was shocked. He turned to his companions. "I shall report to the patriarch immediately." There are changes to the spiritual plants. In the central hall, all the true sovereigns were gathered. They were all seated in an orderly manner, their faces solemn and solemn. Although they were all glowing, upon closer inspection, there were differences. They were all determined by the fruits of their lives. The Taoist in the middle was the first-generation sect leader. His body glowed with a bright light, and he looked like he was frowning. After some time, the first-generation sect leader opened his eyes. His expression was solemn, and his voice was hoarse. He looked to his left and asked a middle-aged true sovereign, "How are the arrangements?" "Patriarch, the arrangements have been made. According to the plan, the disciples have been sent to various places. One of them even went overseas." As soon as these words were spoken, all the sect leaders fell silent. The first-generation sect leader looked at the sect leaders and sighed. "Since none of you have anything to say, then prepare to seal the mountain, paradise." What? All the sect leaders and elders felt a chill run down their spines. They never expected the first-generation sect leader to be so decisive. Their faces fell, and some were worried. They started whispering to each other. Before long, a female sect leader stepped out. "Patriarch, this matter can be discussed. Once we seal the mountain, the disciples will no longer be able to improve." "That's right. Must it come to this? The pollution within the paradise is actually improving." Another person had a look of hesitation. "Perhaps we've calculated wrongly. No matter how arrogant Cheng Yuanzi is, he's still one of us. After he dies, he will be one of our patriarchs. Why would it come to this?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone hesitated. They had no choice but to be cautious. Although the paradise depended on the mountain range, it also depended on dark altar sex energy. Once the mountain was sealed, not only would the disciples of the mortal world be unable to improve, they would not be able to replenish their own energy. "Ancestor, this is bad." Just as he was hesitating, the voice of a messenger came from outside the hall. When the first-generation patriarch heard it, his heart thumped. "Let him in to report." Moments later, the disciple entered and saw that the patriarch was present. Stepping forward, he said, "Patriarch, I was guarding the spirit plant just now and noticed that there were some strange changes happening to it. Not only did it wither, there were even black spots on its surface. I suspect that the evil energy from last time is acting up again." "What?" When the perfected lords heard this, they asked in shock. The first-generation ancestor stretched out his hand and pointed. Spiritual light appeared and turned into a heavenly passage. Around the heavenly passage, faint yellow energy with the illusion of mountain ranges hung down. However, there was a faint grayish-black color that continuously seeped into the heavenly passage. It was no longer pure. There's no need to get lucky. Cheng Yuanzi's temperament has changed. He's the sect leader, and he's already tainted the destiny of our sect. Furthermore, he's infiltrated the paradise. Seal the mountain immediately. Yes, these true monarchs were all heroes of their time. Seeing such an obvious situation, they were all shocked. They immediately understood the severity of the situation and responded. The first-generation patriarch stood up and looked up at the heavenly passage. "Everyone, please assist me." The patriarch stepped forward and activated the spell. At that point, a bright light shone out. The paradise and the Yang realm were originally closely connected. However, as the paradise was activated, they began to separate. Soon after, a bright light flashed, and a drizzle started to fall from the sky. As the drizzle fell, many places started to sizzle, and smoke started to rise from the ground. Dark altars sect within a small hall. A Taoist was sitting cross-legged. Smoke was rising from a furnace as he inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy. At this point, he frowned. "That's strange. Why is the amount of spiritual energy I'm absorbing decreasing?" The Taoist hesitated for some time before trying a few more times. However, he still couldn't feel anything. He then stood up. "Could it be that I'm feeling uneasy today? Forget it. Time to get to work." There were about 10 others who felt the same way as this Taoist. They all felt that it was because of their own uneasiness and that it was not suitable for them to cultivate. Actually, There were some days in the year where one's heart was restless. West Garrison Prefecture, Big Tent West Garrison Prefecture, was a huge city. Looking closely, one could see that there were soldiers stationed everywhere. Every 100 steps along the streets of the city, there were soldiers standing guard. When they reached the central camp, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A huge flag was hung high up in the sky, and 3 cannons were fired. The main gate was opened, and 2 rows of 40 people walked in. Although this was the central camp, it was actually the main hall. On the west wall, there was a map of the mountains and rivers. On the table were the 4 treasures of the study, a brush holder, a paperweight, and an ink jade tablet. On the shelf behind, there was the Emperor Arrives token and the Emperor's sword. At this point, Pei Ziyin was seated in the middle, the prefecture king was seated beside him, and the rest were standing in 2 rows. However, the atmosphere was rather relaxed. The official was announcing the rewards loudly. Some of the generals looked over and whispered, "Why isn't old Sang here?" Or perhaps he has other duties to attend to. Just as one of the generals spoke, he heard the official announce, Assistant Captain Zhang San Cun beheaded 5 enemies. He will be promoted 1 rank and rewarded with 50 taels of silver. A man stepped forward, his face beaming with joy. He then knelt down. "Thank you to the imperial court. Thank you to true sovereign. The next time we meet, we will do our best to fight and behead 10 enemies." This man spoke in such a rude manner, causing everyone around him to laugh. The official looked at him and smiled. Captain Li, who has done a meritorious deed in commanding the troops. He will be promoted 1 rank. Below the captain, the head would be ranked. Above the captain, the commander would be ranked. The official read aloud. Not only would he be promoted, he would also be rewarded. This attracted the attention of everyone in the tent. When they walked out, they were even more envious. Who would have thought that true sovereign Pei would be a star that descended from the heavens? When King Lu raised his army, no matter how many generals there were, they couldn't stop him. Who would have thought that once true sovereign made his move, he would behead thousands of enemies? Everyone under him would be promoted. Why didn't I go? The officers outside were all envious. That's right, I'm so envious that I could kill someone. The officer scratched his chest, wishing that he could be the one to go up. Shen Yong observed the troops and sighed in admiration. After he finished rewarding them, Pei Ziyun's expression changed as he looked around him. He then spoke coldly. "Today, I've summoned all of you here for 2 matters. The first is to reward those who have done well. This matter is almost done. The second matter is to punish them." As soon as these words were spoken, Pei Ziyun's face turned ashen. He then slammed the table and ordered, "Chun Yong, here, go and bring Sang Chung Yi and all the criminals here to await punishment." Sang Chung Yi was the commander of the troops. According to the system of the dynasty, he was a 3rd-ranked general. He was also known as the commander. He was in charge of tens of thousands of soldiers and had authority over them. At this point, the generals in the tent realized that Sang Chung Yi hadn't come because he had been arrested. They looked at each other in dismay, their hearts in their throats. After a while, they saw that there was a huge commotion outside. There were about 500 to 600 people. Most of them were low-ranking officers and soldiers. At a glance, there were about 17 to 18 people, all of whom were above the rank of lieutenant. All of them were dragged into the tent by their arms. Their noses were bruised and their eyes were swollen. Even the commander of the troops, Sang Chung Yi, had his robes torn and his eyes were swollen. With one look, the faces of the people in the tent changed. Their hearts were pounding. It was important to know that regardless of whether it was a civil or a military officer, they had to maintain their dignity. This kind of humiliation was something that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Everyone knew that something was wrong. "Kneel!" The bodyguard who was escorting them kicked their knees. More than 10 people immediately knelt down. "True sovereign, what crime have we committed? Why are you humiliating us like this?" Sang Chung Yi's face was filled with hatred as he shouted, "I'm a 3rd-ranked military officer. How dare you do this?" 3rd-ranked military officer. So what? Pei Ziyun laughed coldly when he heard this. His words were filled with killing intent. Sang Chung Yi's body trembled as his hair stood on end. He was sweating profusely. At this point, he had no choice but to advance. He shouted, "According to the laws of the imperial court, military officers of the 5th rank and above can be arrested and interrogated. Their punishment must be decided by an imperial decree. For military officers of the 3rd rank and above, even interrogation must be decided by an imperial decree. I'm a 3rd-ranked military officer. Let's not talk about convicting someone. Even interrogation must be decided by an imperial decree." Sang Chung Yi shouted angrily, his veins bulging. "Ha!" When Pei Ziyun heard this, he looked up to the sky and laughed. He then stopped and said, "Good. What you said is very good. But I'll give you 2 things. First, we're in the army now. During wartime, I have the right to make decisions according to the situation. Second, if you've sinned, you'll be killed. There's no need for an imperial decree. The command token and the emperor's sword will do." He then ordered, "Please hand over the command token and the emperor's sword. Please hand over the command token and the emperor's sword." A voice rang out as a soldier brought the command token and the emperor's sword to the table. Seeing this, not only Pei Ziyun and the other generals, even the prefecture king had no choice but to kneel down and kowtow to the command token and the emperor's sword. Pei Ziyun stood up and snorted coldly. He then looked at Sang Chung Yi coldly and said, "To be honest, the person I wanted to kill this time was you. If it weren't for you, the consequences wouldn't have been so severe." As Pei Ziyun spoke, he laughed coldly and waved his hands. A soldier then retrieved a letter. There was a seal on the letter. He tore it open and handed it over to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun didn't even look at it before handing it over to Prefecture King Chengshan. The regional king was initially hesitant and doubtful. He received the letter and opened it. As soon as he read the contents, his face turned red with anger. He then snorted coldly, "Distribute it. Show it to all the generals." Hearing Prefecture King Chengshan's words, someone immediately handed the letter down. All the generals looked at it curiously. See, every time they read it, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. "Have all of you read it clearly?" Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he looked around. Without hesitation, all the generals replied, "Yes, we've read it clearly." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he threw the letter to Sang Chung. "Read it yourself. You've colluded with King Lu and even tried to turn the tables on us. You've used the entire camp as a means of advancement. I will not tolerate this, and neither will the imperial court." There was no need to read it. Sang Chung Yi's entire body was trembling. At this point, he picked up the letter and bit down on it. He then swallowed it with all his might. Everyone around him was shocked. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "What's the use of destroying the evidence of your crimes? All of us have served our country wholeheartedly. Not only have you been slacking off, you've even spread rumors and disrupted the morale of our troops. You've committed a heinous crime. Men, drag him out and execute him." Chapter 419. The soldiers responded in unison and rushed forward to subdue these people. No matter how much they struggled, they were dragged out. In the next moment, the bugle horn sounded in all directions. Everyone in the camp knew that the higher-ups were going to execute them again. Hundreds of people, more than 10 colonels, generals, and even a commander-in-chief were dragged out. The atmosphere in the camp turned cold. These generals did not expect Pei Ziyun to be so decisive. Killing a single commander-in-chief was still acceptable, but killing so many generals and colonels without any hesitation made their hearts jump. True sovereign, Sang Chung Yi colluded with the rebels and had ill intentions. Killing him is only natural. However, these generals and colonels, although they are his subordinates, they might not know about it. If we kill them all, we might disappoint the soldiers. At this point, a general stepped forward and said, "That's right, true sovereign, we need manpower now. If we kill them all, it will damage morale. Why not let them atone for their crimes?" The generals took turns to plead for mercy. These generals had interacted with each other before and could not help but feel pity for them. Pei Ziyin stood in the main seat and looked at the generals. The generals and colonels who were dragged out were all begging loudly for mercy. True sovereign, this has nothing to do with us. We did not know about it. True sovereign, please spare our lives. We are willing to go to the front lines and fight for the imperial court. These people were all begging loudly. Some generals were even shouting the names of their friends, trying to persuade them to beg for mercy. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyin laughed coldly and waved his hand. There's no need to say more. Victory and defeat are common in war. I did not kill just for this. Besides, the imperial court has its own laws to punish and reward. But now is the time of war. These people are in the army and are paid by the imperial court. However, they harbor resentment. Not only do they shake the morale of the army, they even colluded with the rebels. If we do not kill them, we will not be able to enforce the military discipline. You can plead for mercy as long as you write down a guarantee. If anything goes wrong, you will be executed together with them. These words were cold. Pei Ziyin looked at the generals and saw that they were terrified. They did not dare to persuade them anymore and retreated. Men dragged them out. This time, no one dared to stop him. When the bugle horn was sounded, the army was summoned. After all, the country had just been established. There was not much time. Tens of thousands of soldiers were lined up in front of the stage. There was some commotion among these officers and soldiers. They craned their necks to look and saw that the ones being escorted were the Zongbing, the general, and the captain. Momentarily, they looked at each other in dismay. The commander-in-chief is a rank 3. Why are you bringing him here to be killed? Previously, there had been no rumors in the army. Now that they suddenly saw it, although no one dared to ask, they were all puzzled. At this point, Pei Ziyin gestured for Qin Yong to take out a book of charges and read it out. Commander Sang Chung-yi colluded with King Liu and attempted to rebel. He secretly spread rumors and caused the morale of the army to waver. His crimes are unforgivable. Kill him. Pei Ziyin laughed coldly. Since that's the case, send them up in batches. Everyone looked over and saw a group of armored soldiers escorting a group of soldiers up. Their expressions were filled with terror, and some of their pants were wet, giving off a foul smell. It was evident that they had peed themselves, and they were all crying and begging for mercy. Pei Ziyin ignored him. Men, begin the execution. Commands rang out. Execute. A group of about 20 people came out and screamed, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. No matter how much these people struggled and begged, it was useless. They were forced to kneel down in a row, and the expressionless armored soldiers behind them all raised their long swords. Kill! As soon as the command was given, the swords flashed, and 20 heads rolled onto the ground. At that point, the entire battlefield was silent. Nobody dared to move an inch. Before long, everyone heard the command, next batch. Another 20 men were brought forward, and their swords were chopped down relentlessly. Before long, 100 men had been executed. The soldiers who were in charge of the decapitation retreated. Their swords were blunt, and their strength was drained. Another batch of soldiers wielded their swords as they listened to the command, kill. Another 20 heads rolled onto the ground. Corpses piled up like a mountain, and fresh blood permeated the air. All the soldiers couldn't help but tremble in fear. Their faces were pale, and their legs were weak. Some of them asked, they've all been through the battlefield. What's the meaning of this? They didn't know that on the battlefield, one could fight with their lives on the line, and that there was no resistance at all. Every time a group of soldiers was beheaded, tens of thousands of soldiers would tremble in fear. Bring them up. Commands rang out continuously as the last batch of soldiers who were below the rank of lieutenant were brought forward. They were ordered to kneel in front of the pile of corpses and heads. Their bodies were trembling, and none of them were able to stand up straight. Their faces were calm as they shouted out the heroic words of another hero in 20 years. Kill. As the command was given, the last 20 heads rolled onto the ground. Pei Ziyin looked around and saw that Duke Cheng Shun's face was pale, and yet he had not fainted or vomited. He couldn't help but think to himself, although the founding father of the dynasty wasn't a legitimate son, all three of his sons are of the royal bloodline. It must be known that in the previous dynasty, when a prince saw his head being beheaded, he immediately fainted. Some of them even covered their faces, not daring to look. In the previous dynasty, there were records of 2 lieutenants being killed. It was written in the report that the 3 armies were responsible for the execution of the commanderies. Even in the army, such a scene was not common. Now, tens of thousands of soldiers were silent. The 3 armies were responsible for the execution of the commanderies. They shouted, "Bring more people up." The next people to be brought up were the lieutenants and generals. These people were all 7th-ranked officers and above. When they were brought in, they were covered in blood and were staggering. It was obvious that they had been beaten up. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes watched as they were brought in. Pei Ziyin looked at them and said coldly, "You are all lieutenants of the imperial army. You are supposed to restrain your soldiers and abide by the laws of the army. However, you have gone against the laws of the army. Today, you shall be executed." The soldiers were like wolves and tigers as they pulled them down. These people struggled and shouted, "Pei Ziyun, you are taking revenge on us. We will not accept this. We will not accept this." However, they had only managed to shout out a few words when a blade flashed and a head rolled down. Pei Ziyin licked his lips and laughed. The foreplay has been completed. Now it's time for the main course. Kill the commanderies, sang Chung Yi. Killing the commanderies was different. The deafening sound of drums could be heard as Sang Chung Yi was dragged up. He knew that he would not be able to escape and shouted, "Pei Ziyun, you cannot kill me. I am a 3rd-ranked officer. Other than the emperor, no one can kill me. No one can kill me." Pei Ziyun waved his hands, "Kill." Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Sang Chung Yi, who was the commandery's Sang Chung Yi, struggled and shouted, "Pei Ziyun, you are just a Taoist. You are taking revenge on us and killing an important official of the imperial court. You will not have a good ending. You will not have a good ending." Between life and death, the commandery's Sang Chung Yi's face turned red as he struggled and shouted, "Pei Ziyun, you are just a Taoist. You are taking revenge on us and killing an important official of the imperial court. You will not have a good ending. You will not have a good ending." Sang Chung Yi's eyes turned red as he shouted, "No." Before he could finish his sentence, the blade flashed and the commandery's Sang Chung Yi's head rolled on the ground. His eyes were still wide open, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. As the screams died down, the commandery's Sang Chung Yi's entire army was dumbfounded like wooden puppets. Not a single sound could be heard. Those who had stretched out their necks were all shrunk back and didn't dare to move an inch. Once the military law has been carried out, order all the battalions to retreat. We shall then clean up the corpses. Pei Ziyin sighed. Actually, Sang Chung Yi was right. Although he had the title and the emperor's sword, he didn't follow the imperial order to kill a 3rd-ranked general. According to common sense, although the imperial court would have praised him, the consequences would not be light. However, I am not immortal. Immortal is Sang Chung Yi. Even if you are a 3rd-ranked general, I can kill you just like that. Pei Ziyin thought to himself. It wasn't that he didn't understand. In fact, he understood it too well. Hence, he didn't care at all. At this point, Chen Yong wanted to say something, but when he saw Pei Ziyun's expression, he bowed and retreated to clean up the mess. At this point, a Taoist official rushed over and bowed. Everyone knew that he had received news. Pei Ziyun laughed and acted as if nothing had happened. "Your Highness, please enter the tent to rest." When he entered the tent, some traces of the battle had been removed and tea had been served. The prefecture prince didn't speak, and neither did Pei Ziyun. He asked the Taoist official to wait. Strangely enough, after the massacre, a gust of wind blew past, and a few drops of rain fell. The Taoist official in the tent shivered when he saw the cold raindrops. Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun ignored them and looked at Pei Ziyun and asked, "True sovereign, the general said that killing too many people would lower the morale of the army. But why do I feel that killing these people will affect the peace of the army? When Pei Ziyin heard this, he laughed. The morale and prestige of the army are determined by who can win. Whoever can win will have higher morale and prestige. However, using military law to kill people is the fastest and most effective method. Look, when I came here, I was an outsider in the army and an outsider to the government. Although I have the imperial edict and Prince Chengshun's presence, the generals only obey on the surface but disobey on the inside. When I want to give orders, there are many restrictions. However, if I were to use military law to kill people, there would be a lot of resistance, and it would be easy for something to go wrong. That's why I first used Chen Yong to manage the daily affairs of the army. As time passed, I became the commander-in-chief of the army. This is the principle of not changing a father's ways. I then commanded the cavalry to gallop for a few hundred miles and won many battles. Every time I won, I was able to gain a deeper understanding of the army. Now that I've won so many battles, I've struck like a thunderbolt. Not only have I gotten rid of the hidden dangers within the army, I've also been able to carry out my orders. Nobody dares to disobey me. These words struck deep into Prefecture Prince Chengshun's heart. He didn't wish for his every move to be logical. After some time, he finally spoke. I've learned a lot. Seeing that he had learned a lot, Pei Ziyin smiled and called for the Taoist official to enter. True sovereign, I've gathered all the information I've received. Imperial envoy and consort Yun, the garrison at Huzhou, is already in place. We've readied our troops and are preparing for war. King Lu's army has provoked us many times, but we've ignored them. We've managed to subdue 20,000 of them. Although the enemy is enraged, they've only managed to take down 2 counties. They're exhausted and haven't advanced any further. Imperial envoy Li Pan has stationed himself at Chuzhou. Although King Lu's troops have attacked many times, they've remained unmoved. They've managed to subdue 10,000 of King Lu's troops. Imperial envoy Huang Yuanzhen has overseen the army at Northern Yuan Prefecture. He's managed to organize the army and defend the area. King Lu's troops have only lost 1 county and have managed to subdue 25,000 of King Lu's troops. Hearing the report, Pei Ziyin nodded his head. Prince Cheng, look, the 3 routes mentioned above have restricted the enemy's movements. They're unable to move at all and are now in a predicament. Even if there are some small defeats, it doesn't affect the overall situation. King Lu's main force is now without a source of support. He's now an isolated army. As for my army, they've managed to maintain order and discipline. They're strong enough to defend and strong enough to attack. This is the strategy they've set up. They're upright, and yet unbreakable. Chen Yong entered and listened to the report before he understood. King Lu's territory had expanded, and there were more directions for him to attack. Now that there were imperial envoys everywhere, King Lu's troops had no choice but to disperse. If they retreated and regrouped, the imperial army would have to march forward. No matter how much King Lu tried to provoke them, the imperial army wouldn't budge. Chapter 420. Chen Yong looked at Pei Ziyin. In the 7th year of Hongwu, he became an elementary scholar at the age of 15. After that, he became a top scorer, a Dao master, a true sovereign, and managed the rebellion of Northern Marquis. Now, he was in charge of the war against King Lu. He had 70,000 soldiers under his command and controlled over 200,000. It was December of the 11th year of Hongwu, and he was only 20 years old. He had a tall stature and looked extremely weak. However, he was a famous general. Strangely, Chen Yong looked at King Lu and suddenly understood some of the rumors going around. Such a person would have at least 50 more years to live. The power and prestige he had accumulated. How could the future emperors control him? Since ancient times, beauties were like famous generals and were not allowed to see their hair turn white. Furthermore, such a person was someone that no emperor would be able to rest easy. Pei Ziyin didn't care about their complicated thoughts. He looked at the rain outside and laughed. The reason I fought so quickly was partly for the sake of the camp, but more so for the bigger picture. Now that the bigger picture has been formed, and it's almost a new year, I think the rain will turn into snow soon. Fighting in winter is disadvantageous to anyone. It can be said that the war has slowed down before spring. As he spoke, Peizian thought about the central dragon vein, and his face fell. The military affairs have been settled. As long as they maintained their position, they would be able to gain the upper hand. The most important thing now was the central dragon vein. Taking a beating wasn't his style. Thinking about this, he had a plan. Now, the most important thing is to rest and recuperate. There are three main things to do. First is rations, second is clothing, and third is medicine. Peizian muttered, "Clothing and rations have arrived, but we have to rush them. Especially rations. There will be an intense war in the coming year. Based on 1 gene of rations per person per day, our army has 70,000 men. That means we need 500 stones a day. Half a year would be 80,000 stones. As for medicine, there will be many casualties during the war. We have to prepare them in advance. I don't ask for it to be ready immediately, but we have to urge the relevant departments to prepare." As he spoke, he frowned and walked towards the Duke. Medicine can wait. Rations are more important, but clothing is more urgent. These three matters have to be discussed with the imperial court. Of course, the emperor will have his orders, but these matters have to be handled by people. Can your highness supervise them? Junwang Qingshun was startled and hesitantly said, "Imperial father left behind a will. I, as a Junwang, am just a figurehead. How can I interfere with official business?" Peizian looked at the raindrops, which were slowly turning into snow. He then laughed and said, "Your Highness will be 14 years old in a few days. Although it's a little early, you can still help the imperial court and the emperor. Moreover, this kind of matter of pressing for food, clothing, and medicine is not considered interfering with military affairs. I believe the imperial court will not say much, let alone reprimand them." Royal Prince Chengshun was young and eager to try. After listening and thinking for a while, he felt that it was right and said, "True monarch's meticulous planning is impeccable. I will do a little errands. It can be said that I am worthy of my status. I will do it." Peizian smiled. "Since your highness has agreed, I have nothing to worry about." He then looked at Qin Yong and instructed, "Qin Yong, I have something to tell you. True sovereign, please give me your instructions." Qin Yong heard this and knelt down. "You shall manage the daily affairs of the imperial court. Remember the words impregnable fortress. You understand strategy. If this drags on, King Lu will be exhausted. If his highness wants to do something, you have to take care of his safety. If anything happens, I will cut off your head. Since it's winter, I have to go somewhere else. If there's anything, discuss it with Prince Chengshan. If there's anything important, get the Taoist official to contact me." Hearing this, Qin Yong was puzzled, but he replied, "Yes, perfected immortal, I understand." "Good, let's do that." Peizian nodded his head and left without hesitation. As soon as he stepped out of the tent, he saw the Taoist official waiting for him. Peizian asked, "Has everyone been transferred here?" The Taoist official had a heavy look on his face, but he had no choice. He then swallowed his saliva. "Yes, true sovereign. The Taoist Records Department has gathered all 111 men. We shall gather at the battlefield." "Good, let's move out." Peizian leaped onto his horse and whipped it into the air. Hundreds of Taoist officials and 500 cavalrymen followed behind him as they galloped out of the camp. Dark Altar Sect, resting Chamber Qing Yuanzi was dressed in a Taoist robe as he reclined on a bed. His face was like jade, glowing brightly. He looked much younger and was brimming with life. "Who?" Inhale. His lungs rose and fell slightly. As he breathed, his powers were converted into demonic qi. It was as if his entire life was changing. As he transformed into a demon, not only did he absorb spiritual energy from his paradise, the demonic qi in the air also entered his body. His cultivation progress was much faster than before. What's more, the demonic qi in the air seemed to be endless. This was something that had never happened before. His entire life was changing, and his primordial spirit was replenished. There was hope for him to advance to the next level. Chung Yuanzi's eyes trembled uncontrollably as 2 drops of tears rolled down his cheeks. These were tears of excitement, joy, and disbelief. Stretching out his hand, he wiped the tears away and mumbled to himself, "The demonic technique fruit is extremely powerful. That year, I sacrificed myself for Dark Altar sect and had to split my primordial spirit to guard the 4 directions. This damaged my true spirit and caused me to be unable to pass the lightning tribulations. My lifespan was limited. Who would have thought that today I would finally be able to advance?" As he thought about this, he started laughing and crying at the same time. He did not have the demeanor of an earth immortal, but at this point, he was filled with the joy of his life changing. Chung Yuanzi laughed out loud as tears rolled down his cheeks. If the spiritual energy in the air was as dense as the demonic chi now, I would definitely be able to break through to the next level. Why would I need to swallow the energy crystals and become a demon? It's a pity that before the Tao Monarch, there was still spiritual energy in the air. After the battle with the Tao Monarch, all the spiritual energy was locked up. Apart from refining energy into chi and accumulating some inner energy, there was no other way for a Taoist to absorb spiritual energy from the air. Only the paradise and paradise could have such spiritual energy. AI, fate makes fools of people. Chung Yuanzi muttered to himself. Resolution, regret, sorrow, pain, joy. All these emotions from the past several hundred years were stuck in one place, making him want to vent them. Even Chung Yuanzi's heart was not made of stone. So how could he not have any feelings for his sect? Underworld Earth, Dark Altar Mountain Paradise. Looking down from above, one could see that the land was hundreds of miles wide. It had the shape of a mountain and was surrounded by red clouds. It shone with a golden glow and looked extremely glorious. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a barrier slowly closing up, forming a ray of light. This was the barrier of the paradise itself. Under the orders of the Patriarch, the barrier slowly closed up, isolating the outside world from the outside world. Ka! The Patriarch looked at the final bit of the barrier closing up and let out a long sigh. We carefully blocked off Chung Yuanzi's spiritual sense and even purposely provided him with spiritual energy before the barrier closed up so that he would not have any doubts. Now we've finally succeeded. At this point, the entire paradise seemed to have dimmed as though it had disappeared. Yeah, what's going on? Chung Yuanzi was an earth immortal, and his spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Just as he was feeling melancholy in the hall, his expression changed. The spiritual energy that had been pouring into his body suddenly stopped working, and he realized that his control over the paradise had lost its effect. Closing his eyes, he sat down cross-legged as a streak of light shot down. The underworld earth was deep and quiet, as though it was an eternity of darkness and stillness. Occasionally, a cold wind would blow past, causing the ashes of the souls on the ground to fly up into the air. At this point, Chung Yuanzi had transformed into a streak of red and yellow light as he sped through the air. Within moments, he arrived at the paradise, only to see that the paradise was dim and a barrier had formed, isolating the outside world from the outside world. Just as he was about to enter the paradise, a bright light flashed, and his primordial spirit shot out. Although Chung Yuanzi had expected this, he was still enraged. His face was pale white, and his fingers were trembling. Unknowingly, his heart was filled with anger as he shouted, "I am the sect leader of Dark Altar sect, and I have contributed greatly to the sect. Back when I first ascended to the position of sect leader, Dark Altar sect was surrounded by danger. I was the one who did not hesitate to damage my foundation and sent a clone of my primordial spirit to fight and stabilize the situation. How dare you do this to me? You killed the donkey when it was no longer of use and cut off my spiritual energy. What are you trying to do?" At this point, he no longer cared about etiquette. "Kiki, You still have a cheek to say that? A bright light flashed, and he saw the number 1 elder of the sect, Yukan, appear not too far away. Hearing Chung Yuanzi's insults, he reprimanded him without a trace of fear. If you hadn't assassinated so many of our sect's successors, even if we were in danger back then, things wouldn't have been this serious. Besides, the sect leader of our sect isn't any weaker than you. How dare you claim credit for yourself? You're just a mere elder. Who gave you the guts to do that? Chung Yuanzi's face turned cold as he listened to the reprimand. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as though they were filled with darkness. Huh! Hearing Chung Yuanzi's words, Yukan laughed out loudly. You're no longer the sect leader. More than half of our sect's elders have already reported to our patriarch. The combined forces of Yin and Yang have stripped you of your Dao title, and stripped you of your Dao title. You're no longer the sect leader of Dark Altar Sect. In fact, you're not even a Taoist of Dark Altar Sect anymore. Yukan usually obeyed orders respectfully, but at this point, he was filled with hatred and resentment. He laughed coldly. According to the rules of the dynasty, you're not even a Taoist. You're just a rogue cultivator. As for the disciples of our sect, I've already announced that they're leaving. It's already been a few hours, and you won't be able to catch up to us. When Chung Yuanzi heard this, his face turned even colder. A sense of betrayal and humiliation welled up in his heart. Gathering his energy, he was about to unleash a thunderous attack. Yukan's eyes swept across him. His expression was filled with disdain. Although we have the power of our patriarch, such a huge matter cannot be hidden from you. You're the sect leader and an earth immortal. Whether it's the paradise or the sect, who can hide anything from you? However, you've already mutated and are no longer a human. In the midst of your transformation, your authority was blurry, and you didn't have time to think about it. Take a look at your primordial spirit. How much of it is still a Taoist? Chung Yuanzi's expression was originally filled with hatred and anger. When he heard Yukan's words, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at his primordial spirit carefully and noticed that his primordial spirit was originally glowing brightly. He was dressed in a feathered robe and had a handsome face. However, when he looked at it now, he realized that half of it was still him, while the other half had changed. It had the shape of a beast with 2 horns on its head. How is this possible? Chung Yuanzi's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't dare to believe what he had just seen. Suddenly, a strong killing intent and vengeance surged within him. He opened his palm, and a gigantic palm appeared, slapping towards Yukan laughed coldly. You originally had a strong foundation. However, after becoming a demon, although you could be arrogant for a while, you've already abandoned yourself from the heavens and earth. Don't you feel that even the heavens and earth are restricting you? It's just that the heavens and earth are rejecting you, and you've been separated for a long time. If you don't feel it, you've become a sinner of the heavens and earth. Which paradise would dare to accept you? Chapter 421. You've been in power for 200 years, and now you're done for. I'm old, and I have to make arrangements for my funeral. I can't leave. Now that you've awoken, I'm out of luck. I shall take this opportunity to return to the paradise. As soon as you can finish speaking, he turned around and headed towards the paradise. The strange thing was that although the paradise's barrier was dark and sealed, the moment his Yin spirit charged in, it disappeared without a trace. Chung Yuanzi transformed into a beam of light and pounced towards the paradise. With a loud boom, sparks flew everywhere as he slammed into the paradise's barrier. However, the paradise was like an impenetrable fortress, and Chung Yuanzi's Yin spirit was flung out. Chung Yuanzi fell out of the paradise before regaining his footing. Without hesitation, he waved his hands. With a loud boom, the spiritual realm shook as a huge bolt of lightning struck down. It was extremely ferocious and not something that the Yang world could handle. Following which, the bolt of lightning struck the barrier, causing sparks to fly everywhere. When the ripples dissipated, the barrier was still intact. Damn it! Chung Yuanzi's eyes were bloodshot as he struck the paradise several times. Sparks flew everywhere, but he couldn't break through. Inside, he saw a person, Xie Chengdong. Xie Chengdong was dressed in true sovereign robes and looked at him calmly. Chung Yuanzi was enraged. Why are you in the paradise? You were conferred the title by King Lu. Xie Chengdong's expression didn't change. Although I was conferred the title by King Lu's fate energy was still pure. Besides, I was conferred the title privately and didn't announce it to the world. To the imperial court, I'm just a Taoist who's trying to gain favor. At this point, Xie Chengdong tilted his head and laughed. After a few years, the imperial court won't even remember a small fry like me. As long as they don't remember me, I'm still considered lucky. Sect leader, you colluded with outsiders to assassinate me. I was furious and wanted to eat your flesh and drink your blood. It's just that you become a demon, and the world rejects you. No matter how you struggle, the result is already determined. At this point, Xie Chengdong's expression turned gentle. Seeing your soul destroyed, although I didn't take revenge myself, it's still a form of retribution. It feels good. Xie Chengdong spoke calmly, but the hatred in his voice was hard to wash away. Ah, damn it. Chung Yuanzi's eyes turned blood red as his demonic aura and ruthlessness surged. Previously, when he had sensed his demonic transformation, he had felt some guilt towards the sect. Now, all that was left was hatred. So what if I have completely demonized? You force my hand. As he said that, he no longer looked at the paradise, and a streak of light flew back. Within the paradise, everyone was speechless. One of the patriarchs had a gloomy expression on his face, and his voice was hoarse as he apologized to the first-generation patriarch. Disciple is useless to have raised such an ungrateful wretch. Even now, he's still pushing the blame onto others. I only hate myself for not realizing it that day. As he spoke, tears rolled down his cheeks. As soon as he said this, the other true sovereigns all sighed. The first-generation patriarch waved his hand dismissively. Appointing this person as sect leader wasn't your responsibility alone. We all agreed to it. Of course, having an unruly personality isn't a good thing for a subject, but it might not necessarily be a bad thing for a ruler. That's what we all thought on that day. Moreover, to be fair, this person is not an incompetent person. It's not like he didn't contribute to the development of our sect. For it to become like this, we can only say that fate makes fools of us. Now that we've sealed the paradise, we'll just treat it as the foundation that we've accumulated over the past 200 years going to waste. Speaking of this reality, the previous generations of patriarchs all felt uneasy, and they wanted to apologize again. The first-generation patriarch waved his hand. The paradise has its own foundation. Unless the mountain is changed and the dragon vein is destroyed, there will at least be some basic supplies. The sect's fate can't be relied on anymore. Even if there is some, we have to silently bless those disciples who escaped to make a comeback. We can't spend it carelessly. As he said this, the first-generation patriarch revealed a helpless and bitter smile. There's also the incense burning everywhere. The incense burning is the heavenly light of the paradise. Right now, the traders can't destroy the Taoist temples for the time being, so there's still some income. But soon, they'll destroy or defile it. In short, this can't be relied on anymore. Starting from me, we'll reduce the benefits and supplies to survive this calamity. Hearing these words, everyone felt dejected. Ever since they lost their sect, not only were they unable to replenish their resources, they had to continue to deplete their resources. They could only wait for Chung Yuanzi to die and rebuild their sect. Don't worry. The reason why Dark Altar sect was able to obtain the paradise and not fall after 1100 years was because I was fortunate enough to obtain a Tao manual from the Stonewall. It was a direct descendant of the Tao monarch. The first-generation patriarch forced a smile. Hence, our sect and the Tao monarch have a deep relationship. Although the Tao monarch is in a deep slumber, he is still the only Tao monarch. Even if we were to meet with a calamity, we would still have some form of protection. Throughout the generations, this has always been the case. There's no need for everyone to worry. As he spoke up to this point, the first-generation patriarch revealed a look of joy. A bright light flashed, and several Taoists could be seen. One of them was surrounded by yellow energy, while the others were surrounded by white energy. They spoke to you, Ken. Although your cultivation isn't outstanding, you are decisive and decisive. On one hand, you were able to deal with the traders, and, on the other hand, you were able to make arrangements for the journey. Crossing the sea while deceiving the heavens was extremely difficult. Although the traders were corrupted and had their hearts and minds clouded, your courage and wisdom cannot be forgotten. In the future, when our sect rises again, we will remember your contributions. Yukin had already been dismembered, and there was still a red line around his neck. He bowed deeply. This disciple is a member of Dark Altar sect when he lives, and a ghost of Dark Altar sect when he dies. This is a disciple's duty. This duty is hard to come by. The first-generation patriarch waved his sleeves. Forget it. Disperse. Let's just wait and see. Dark Altar sect. Main hall. When Chung Yuan Zi woke up, his face was as cold as ice as he shouted, "Men!" A disciple rushed over and bowed anxiously. True Sovereign, you're finally back. Things are bad. The elders have already declared you to be a demon and a traitor. They've stripped you of your Tao title and sent all the disciples to flee. Only half of the disciples are left. Do you believe me or not? Chung Yuanzi's face was flushed red as he threw his head back and laughed out loud. The disciple's face was pale, but he did not hesitate. This disciple believes in the sect leader. Good, well said. Chung Yuanzi's face was expressionless. How long have they been on the run? And where are they headed to? True Sovereign, the routes they took were different, and I couldn't find them. However, I'm clear about the time. Some of them fled last night, while others fled 4 hours ago. What about you, Can, and the other elders? Chung Yuanzi thought about it, and knew that they'd fled hundreds of kilometers in the night. In fact, they could have fled hundreds of kilometers in less than 4 hours. His heart was filled with anger as he gritted his teeth and asked. Some of the elders brought their men and fled, while others committed suicide. Especially you, Kansas. The disciple's body trembled as he spoke. Hearing these words, Chung Yuanzi shuddered uneasily. He finally understood what he meant by things aren't good. Everyone had deserted him. True Sovereign, things aren't good. Just as he was feeling helpless, a voice came from outside. Chung Yuanzi's heart turned cold as he suppressed his anger and said, "Come in." The disciple hurried in and bowed. Things aren't good. The Tao Arts in the capital city have reported that you've sided with King Lu again. When Emperor Chitai heard this, he was enraged and ordered for the sect leader to die. However, the elders in the capital city have already sent a letter saying that you've been expelled from the sect. What? After receiving this news, Chung Yuanzi's anger turned cold as his face turned pale. How? Is this possible? How did things turn out like this? He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Poopiu! At this point, a messenger pigeon flew in. Chung Yuanzi stretched out his hand to catch it as the pigeon landed in his hands. There was a letter tied to its leg. When he opened it, he saw that it was a letter from the blind Taoist. Seeing this, Chung Yuanzi did not say a word. Outside the hall, the drizzle had finally turned into a snowstorm, blurred and indistinct. After a long time, he sighed softly. You don't want me to be at the end of my rope? I'm only on the same boat as King Lu. His expression turned cold as he laughed bitterly. That's right. I'm part of the demon race now. Since I've become a demon, I have to accept the misfortune of the heavens. It's only right that I have such bad luck. Thinking this way, he revealed a vicious look as he thought to himself. So what if that's the case? I haven't lost yet. I have millions of years of experience as a demon. If I continue forward, I will eventually become a demon king. As he said this, Chung Yuanzi laughed out loud, without any hesitation. As he laughed, a mark appeared on his forehead, as though an eye was about to open. Following this, he squinted his eyes as though he was deep in thought. After some time, he let out a long sigh. This sigh seemed like it was for nothing as he exhaled. He then returned to his table and wrote a few words on a piece of paper. He then placed it on the bamboo bucket attached to the pigeon's leg. The pigeon then flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. Seeing the pigeon fly off, Chung Yuanzi fell into deep thought. Originally, I wanted to slowly control the situation, but it seems like there isn't enough time. Since that's the case, I might as well go all the way. I shall turn all the remaining disciples into demons. Thinking up to this point, Chung Yuanzi then spoke out coldly. Men, announce that all the elders and disciples who escaped are traitors. Everyone in the sect can kill them. In order to make up for the losses suffered by the sect, I've made up my mind. I shall distribute pills to those who are left behind to aid in their cultivation. Chung Yuanzi spoke out. The two disciples thought that the sect leader was doing this to calm the hearts of the disciples. They revealed looks of joy on their faces as they replied loudly, "Yes." Chung Yuanzi then headed to the pill room. He was the sect leader and had no qualms about anything. Seeing the few disciples bowing to him, he ordered, "Open up all the cabinets and boxes. Leave the keys behind and leave. Let me take a closer look." These disciples acknowledged and proceeded to open up all the cabinets and boxes. Their eyes gleamed as they saw that there were hundreds of pills here. Although these pills were useless to Taoists, these were pills that contained spiritual energy. They were different from ordinary pills. Pei Ziyun had been fortunate enough to concoct a bottle of pills. Yet here, there were more than 10 times as many pills. After the disciples left, Chung Yuanzi looked at the densely packed pills in front of him. He then remembered a technique used by the demonic emperor. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the pills. Demonic qi gathered around him, forming the shapes of different beasts. These pills were originally glowing, but with Chung Yuanzi's actions, a grayish-black light flashed and then disappeared. After a long time, Chung Yuanzi wiped his sweat and looked at the pills as he ordered, "Men, reward all of these pills. This time, I shall open the door of grace. Everyone who remains within the sect is a loyal disciple. Everyone shall be rewarded with at least one pill. In order to deal with the chaos, consume it as soon as possible." As Chung Yuanzi spoke, his eyes turned cold. If they refused to consume it, he would kill them. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.